Hey everybody. My name is Alex, and I'd like to welcome you to the first and hopefully not last Trustworthy Technology Conference. Yeah. A lot of people have been asking me, why do we need another security conference? And why in the name of God did you put it during RSA week? And I've got two answers. One, this isn't a security conference. This is a trust conference, and I think over the day you're going to figure out what the difference is. And second, it's because we are failing. And when I say we, I mean we as the technology industry, we as the information security industry, and even the royal we, that I am failing. And what we are failing at is building technology that people feel comfortable with using day to day. Our field, unlike anything else, likes to blame users for making mistakes, likes to say it's somebody else's fault if something goes wrong, likes to say that people aren't smart enough to use the things that we build. And I think we're now in the 21st century, that's become a totally unacceptable excuse for us to use. And that's one of the things we want to start discussing today, right? The first part of kicking a habit, and this habit is blaming our users and building insecure and unsafe software and untrustworthy technology systems. The first part of kicking a habit is admitting you have a problem. So we'll be passing candles around to light, and you can admit that you have a problem. We're not going to solve it today, but we're hoping to start the conversation about what it really means to build trustworthy systems that people feel like on a day-to-day basis, those things are operating to their benefit, have been designed with their best interests in mind. So before we get started, I wanted to thank a couple people. So this is a co-production of ISEC Partners, the EFF, and DEF CON. So if you get a moment, please thank somebody in a blue t-shirt today for their volunteer time. We'd like to thank our sponsors, without whom it would not be possible for us to only charge you $50 to come sit here all day. Cloudflare, Mithril Capital, DigiCert, eCentire, Global Sign, and Spider Oak. We'd like to thank our media partners, Sutherland Gold, especially Aparna Aswani, who's done a huge amount of work on this. We'd like to thank Google and YouTube. So Google has volunteered this camera crew and these hardworking folks who got here at 4 a.m. this morning to set everything up. And we'd like to thank them for donating that and for making the live stream possible. Especially Kate Ellis, Heather Atkins, and the whole team from iStream Planet. We'd like to thank our hosts, AMC in Westfield. Apparently, somebody from a rival conference that I haven't heard of has warned them this morning that we're a protest event, and therefore they should be careful for security because there's going to be protests. So they've been wonderful hosts to us, and I really want to thank them for standing up to the pressure and not kicking us out. And I really, really want to thank Jacob Stout. Jacob, are you in here, or are you working? Yeah, Jacob's actually working. He's the man that pulled this all together in 10 days. It was 10 days from me telling him to do it to us selling tickets, which was, I think, pretty impressive. So some practical stuff. There is a wireless network. The SSID is TrustyCon. The password is Thursday, all lowercase. This is not DEF CON, so please be respectful to your neighbors on the wireless network and to us because we're trying to share that network with the live stream. And if it becomes problematic, we're just going to have to pull the plug so people can still watch us remotely. So now I'd like to call up Rainey Reitman, Activism Director from the EFF, and Jan Zhu for the handing over of the not symbolic and not at all novelty check. Thanks to you guys and to our sponsors, today we have raised $20,000 for the EFF. Which is pretty good for a day. So here, we'll do get your photos. I'm supposed to do this, right? Okay, thank you. And we're gonna let them speak a little bit about why they're here and participating today.
Hi. That's better. I'm Rainey Reitman. I'm the Activism Director of the Electronic Frontier Foundation.
I'm Jan Zhu, and I am a staff technologist at EFF.
And I thought it would make sense for us to come up and explain what it is we do so that you know what we're going to be using this $20,000 for, and you can rest assured that it will be in good hands. And I wanted, first of all, just to thank Alex and to thank everyone for putting on this amazing conference. We were touched to be the recipients of donations for it, and we have been very inspired by the efforts going into this conference. The Electronic Frontier Foundation is a nonprofit organization that works on issues around how civil liberties and technology intersects. And we take a holistic approach to fighting NSA surveillance. We believe that we need to fight it in the courts, on Capitol Hill and also in technology. And I'm going to talk about the courts and Capitol Hill stuff, and Jan is going to talk about the technology side of it. And I'm only going to talk for like 2 minutes, so it's going to be quick. The Electronic Frontier Foundation has a long history fighting the NSA, as some of you know. Back in 2005, we were approached by a whistleblower named Mark Klein. Mark worked for AT&T for years. He was a technician there. He brought us blueprints, schematics, documents showcasing that AT&T had a secret room in their Folsom Street facility in San Francisco, not far from here, where they were creating a copy of people's internet communications and sending it to the NSA. That information was the basis for 2 lawsuits that the Electronic Frontier Foundation started against mass surveillance by the NSA. And one of those is still in play now. We are in active litigation trying to sue the NSA for their unlawful internet surveillance. Thanks to the leaks provided by Edward Snowden last year, we are now also in active litigation against the National Security Agency for violating the rights of people through their unlawful telephone metadata surveillance program. These are active cases. We are an impact litigation firm, or organization. It is our goal to get those cases up to the Supreme Court and have these programs stopped completely. But we're not going to wait for the courts to take it up. We're also going to be fighting in Congress, trying to get Congress to do the right thing, to change the law themselves, even without the courts getting involved. And that's a lot of what I do. And right now there are 2 bills that are making their way through Congress. One is the FISA Improvements Act. That's a bill that's being supported by Senator Dianne Feinstein. It is attempting to legalize surveillance, the dragnet surveillance programs of the NSA. We're trying to stop it. The other bill moving along is a bipartisan bill known as the USA Freedom Act, and it's trying to put limitations and strengthen the law to make it slightly more private around NSA surveillance. I'm not going to act like this law fixes everything. It certainly does not. But it is definitely a floor, not a ceiling, and it's a place to start the conversation about reforming the NSA. We've had protests, we've had petitions with hundreds of thousands of people sign it. We have a coalition of organizations around the world working with us, and we just had a day of action where we had over 90,000 phone calls in a single day generated to Congress on this issue. So we are actively engaging people and trying to make your voices heard in the halls of Congress.
So on the technical side, we are doing whatever we can to increase the quality and extensiveness of HTTPS deployments. So we also have a software project called HTTPS Everywhere, which has millions of users. And it's a browser extension that will encrypt tens of thousands of more connections to connections to websites than you would without it installed. So I encourage everyone to install it. We also just published an open letter to technology companies with lots of signatories and 10 principles for technology companies to become more trustworthy. And this includes things that very few technology companies do right now, such as have deterministic build processes for other people to verify. And also binary transparency. So you can make sure you're getting the same binary as everyone else. And that doesn't even require open sourcing. And we hope more companies will adopt these additional measures to increase people's trust in their technology in the future.
So I'm just going to leave with a couple thoughts. And the one thing I wanted to sort of float to you, the idea is that the technology community and the security community play an incredibly important and unique role in the NSA fight. And first and foremost, that's in the engineering decisions that you make. Decisions that you make on a daily basis about how you build technologies will affect the privacy of millions of people, not only today, but for generations to come, potentially. And I want to kind of have that level of gravitas in your daily decision making. Also, there's an important role that technologists and engineers play in advocating within companies for change. These are the unsung heroes of the NSA battle. It is the lone engineer in the big company who demands, who insists, who will not shut up about security issues, and they end up being the reason a company does something really strong and powerful. And I think we all know people like that, and I hope we can encourage more of those people to start existing and start speaking up. And then I also want to suggest that there's a really important role for the technology world to play in educating the public and in educating policymakers and Congress about these issues. Congress is writing laws to regulate technology, to regulate the internet. Congress is writing terrible laws, and they are doing it in part because they don't understand how technology works. One of the things we need to solve is how do we get our knowledge about technology to Congress so that they aren't writing laws in a dark world without any understanding of the ramifications of what they're actually trying to do. So I want to leave with those ideas, and I want to make you the promise that the Electronic Frontier Foundation is going to use this money and your support for all the members here and the support of everyone else, all the other 24,000 members who aren't in this room, to do everything we can to stop National Security Agency bulk surveillance.
So for $20,000, is that the hat and bumper sticker level that I get? So our first speaker is probably the world's foremost expert in malware, whether it's written by amateurs, professionals, or nation-state actors. His cancellation of his other talk was actually the impetus for this entire event. So I think it's totally appropriate to lead off with him. Let's give a big TrustyCon welcome to Mikko Hypponen.
Thank you, Alex, and thank you all for being here. My name indeed is Mikko Hypponen. And 10 years ago, in 2004, I, for the first time, gave a talk at the RSA conference. I remember very well getting into the conference and being proud about seeing my name on the wall of the largest conference in the industry. And since then, I've spoken there 8 times. And as you know, I was scheduled to speak there actually tomorrow morning. I was supposed to do a talk and a panel tomorrow, Friday. And I have to tell you, today I'm happy not to have an RSA conference badge on me. Because for me, this was a very personal decision. The revelations of the cooperation of a security company with an intelligence agency regarding backdooring or weakening security is the declaration of losing trust. And today we are speaking about trust. I work for a security company. Security companies work on the basis of trust. If our users don't trust us, there really is nothing left. And RSA should have known better. The suspicions about weaknesses in the algorithms that they were using and getting paid to use had been floating around for years. So when I posted my public letter on the eve of Christmas Eve, one thing I actually mentioned in the public letter was that I wasn't really expecting this boycott of mine, my personal cancellation, to change anything. I wasn't expecting it to change the conference or to change RSA or EMC in any way. But to me, that doesn't really matter. I'm withdrawing my support, and I'm not really looking forward to speaking at the RSA conference in the future either. And one thing I also mentioned in my letter was that I wasn't really expecting anyone else to cancel. In particular, I wasn't expecting any of the American speakers to cancel. And of course, I wrote that in there as a challenge. And I'm very happy to see that actually a sizable number of American speakers have canceled. The ones with the balls have canceled. So, when a security company can't be trusted, what do they have left? Well, actually very little. The whole idea of being able to protect yourself with experts comes from the fact that security today has become so complicated that our users and our customers blindly come to us asking for help with problems they have no hope solving by themselves. Whether it's complicated encryption algorithm or removing bootkits from 64-bit operating system master boot records. I mean, there's nothing an average end user, even a skilled end user, could do about those problems by themselves. So they come to us, the security vendors, asking for help because they can't do it by themselves. And they blindly trust us. And we promise to help them. And if we break that trust, we break everything. Now, this isn't the first time RSA has been in the news, RSA the company. You might remember from 3 years ago, there was a case where Lockheed Martin, the defense contractor, was hacked, infiltrated. In fact, infiltrated not directly but indirectly by breaking through mechanism that they were using to secure themselves with RSA Secure ID tokens. So as far as we know, the attacker, who very much looked like he was coming from China, tried to break into Lockheed Martin and couldn't do it because of the Secure ID tokens. So then they hacked RSA to gain access to the Secure ID token encryption mechanisms or authentication infrastructure, and then got in. And in fact, back then, RSA's boss, Art Coviello, published an open letter in which he apologized for their customers for losing trust. That's basically what happened 3 years ago. And they explained that it happened because of this very sophisticated cyber attack that they were hit with. We actually investigated this case. RSA published a lot of information about this case 3 years ago. But they never really published the actual malware sample. But we found it maybe 6 months later, sort of by accident. Somebody, most likely somebody within the IT departments of EMC itself, had uploaded a sample to VirusTotal service, which is a service owned by Google. And by mining that service, we actually eventually found the sample. The reason why we had such a hard time finding the sample from this sample repository was that whoever uploaded it didn't upload the sample, they uploaded the email. The whole email as exported from Outlook, complete with the email headers, email content, and the attachment. So we were looking for an Excel file, but we couldn't find an Excel file. We found an EML file, a whole EML file. You want to see the email? The sophisticated cyber attack? Here we go. I forward this file to you for review. Please open and view it. This was sent to 3 EMC employees from address webmaster@beyond.com, which is a recruitment service which was spoofed. It wasn't really sent from Beyond. And the Excel file, when you opened it, looked like this. Blank Excel file, which then launched a Flash exploit against Microsoft Office, which then gets us to the next question is why the hell can you have Flash objects embedded inside Excel spreadsheets? So let's think about this in a bigger picture. My talk that I was supposed to do tomorrow at RSA was about governments as malware writers. Governments as malware writers. So basically governments writing viruses. Now we today sort of take that for granted. That's definitely going on. But 10 years ago, that would have been science fiction. If somebody would have come to me 10 years ago and would have told me that by 2014, it will be commonplace for governments, for democratic Western governments to write viruses and to actually actively deploy them against other governments, even friendly governments, even deploy them against critical infrastructure, even deploy malware against nuclear systems. Somebody would have told me that 10 years ago, that would have sounded like a movie plot. But that's exactly where we are today. And today, of course, we see all these big words getting thrown around like, cyber war and all that. So 10 years ago, when people would have thought about cyber war, they would have probably thought about something completely different than what we today are seeing in the real world. 10 years ago, cyber war meant something like this, or maybe something like this. There actually is a real-world initiative called Stop Killer Robots, which is not a joke, and I encourage you to take a look at that. We're not talking about joke robots like this one, but real future killer robots. And cyber war, maybe 10 years ago, meant something like this, high-tech warfare. And we should make no mistake, US military might is pretty serious. I actually looked this up half a year ago. I was looking at some statistics, and I looked up the amount of military bases in foreign countries that each country has today. And there's only 6 countries in the world which have military bases in foreign countries. Russia has 12. UK has 6. France has 6. Turkey has 1. India has 1. United States has 700. I don't know where you get all the money to run all this stuff. But obviously you put a lot of money into your military might. And some of that money today is, of course, going to cyber operations or computer operations or network operations or implants and exploits. And governments use malware for various different uses. They are used for espionage, for spying. They are used for sabotage. They're also used for law enforcement use. So cops are infecting their own citizens with viruses, which again sounds really weird. This is actually happening in many, many countries around the world. So yeah, 1984. Is this really what's happening today? And we had theories about all the kind of governmental action that might be going on. And we saw some examples, and our worst fears turned out to be fairly accurate. And one of the reasons why the surveillance has become such a big deal is that you and me, we are brutally honest with the internet. We are more honest with the internet than we are with our spouses or with our closest friends. When we go to the internet, for example, when we go to search engines, we don't screw around. We type exactly what we think. Like, how do I hide the murder weapon? That's what we search for, right? Right? And this, of course, makes it very valuable to anybody who wants to monitor us or maybe investigate us. You can easily see how something like this is very valuable for law enforcement investigation. If you have a reason to suspect somebody of breaking the law, having access to his internet traffic, especially his search engine traffic, especially his search engine history, is very, very valuable. But it's also easy to see how this is a massive breach of privacy. Who the hell Googles for rash on my son's genital area? But someone did, because it's in the autofill. So programs that give authorities wholesale blanket access to people's internet traffic have very, very clear implications for our future, because surveillance changes the future, and it changes our future. So this guy is a very powerful guy. One of the most powerful high school, well, I would say the most powerful high school dropout in the world, right? Very powerful person. And isn't it actually a bit funny that now that United States intelligence agencies have been blamed for spying on the whole world, they actually have the nerve, your government actually has the nerve to go and charge him for spying. After spying on the whole world, they charge Edward Snowden for spying. He's a powerful man as well. I was reading the White House Twitter feed, and I picked up one snippet was taken from Barack Obama's speech, where he was very happy about the fact that 6 years ago, only 5% of the world's smartphones ran on American operating systems. Today, more than 80%. Very good. Well done. It also means 80% of the world's smartphones are at the disposal of your intelligence agencies, including location information, phone metadata, contents of the calls, as well as text messages. All that is available if the users of these smartphones are foreigners, people like me. And 96% of the planet are people like me. 4% lives in the United States, 96% lives somewhere else, making them foreigners to you and to your intelligence agencies, giving them a legal right to look at any data and keep the data, and keep it forever. Now, there are different kinds of actions done by parties like NSA. Some of it is understandable. Some of it is exactly what they were sort of supposed to be doing. For example, there was a lot of outrage about this. This is the proof that German Chancellor Angela Merkel's personal mobile phone was being listened by your spooks. And there was a lot of outrage about this. But basically, this is exactly what the NSA is supposed to be doing. Targeted espionage of key persons of interest, of foreign leaders, of foreign military leaders, and yes, terrorists and so on. That's what they are supposed to be doing. And I don't really have a big problem with this. Mrs. Merkel wasn't happy about the fact that her phone was listened, but she must have understood that she is the German Chancellor, and if not the Americans, then someone will try to be listening to his phone calls. The problem really isn't this. It's listening in and collecting traffic of normal people on the street, people who've done nothing to warrant this, people who aren't named, people who aren't suspected of doing anything at all, people that they know are innocent. And yet their data is being collected. Why? Well, the answer is it's being collected because it's technically possible. So we, the technologists, we created the monster. We created this internet thingy, which turned out to be the perfect tool for the surveillance state. And of course, we didn't create it to be used like this, but that's what it's being used for. And I think that what we're seeing right now are early stages in big transformation. Obviously, internet is changing the world, has already changed the world. Internet will be around for hundreds of years. And these early years, web has only been around for 20 years, pretty much in 2014, the 20th anniversary of the web. That's very early. It's no surprise that we'll see these big swings back and forth. When the internet and when the web came around, governments and powers that be ignored it. They didn't really see any importance in it. Eventually they did, and they realized just how powerful it is. And now they want to control it and monitor it as much as they can. So we sort of swing from one extreme to another. And I'm expecting it to swing again, or eventually, hopefully, find some kind of middle ground. But right now we've clearly swinging way too much to the wrong direction, and we should fight back. And the fact that you're a legit target for surveillance, regardless of what you've done. You can be anybody, a foreigner anywhere in the world, and they can collect your data. They probably aren't going to look at your data if you have no reason to be suspected of anything at all, but they will look at it and will pay closer attention to it if you are connected to someone they're interested in, or if you're connected to someone who's connected to someone they're interested in, or who's connected to someone they're interested in. So the 3-hop strategy. And the solution there is that don't speak to anybody who you know is being monitored or who is a person of interest to you as intelligence agencies. For the record, I never got the cup of sugar from Jacob. That's my story and I'm sticking to it. So, to quote a fellow researcher, Marcus Ranum, the United States is treating the internet as one of its colonies. And we, the foreign users of the internet, we should treat the Americans as our masters. That's basically it in a nutshell. And I know there's many people here who are worried about the NSA data access regarding Americans, like monitoring American phone calls or American emails. And that's a valid concern as well. But I'm not interested in that at the slightest. I don't care if your intelligence agency looks at your data, because there's plenty of people to worry about that. And I'm not American, I'm a foreigner. I'm worried about what your intelligence agencies are doing to us, the foreigners. And of course, the United States has sort of earned the right to do this, because you invented the internet. The United States is on the wire. You have access to most of the data in the world. All the largest websites on the planet are run from the United States. You think about how often most of you are Americans here in the audience. How often do you use a foreign website? I use a foreign website all the time. Yes, I Google, of course. Yes, I go to Twitter. In fact, big part of my traffic, which isn't even targeted or ending up into the United States, service goes through the United States. So simple test. Think about this. Come up with 5 large American internet or software companies. That's not very hard. Google, Microsoft, Facebook. It's very easy to come up with 5 large examples. Then do the same exercise with European internet companies or European software companies, and it suddenly becomes much harder. Okay, let's think about this. What do we have? Nokia. Damn it, was sold to Microsoft. Skype. Damn it, that was sold to Microsoft. Angry Birds. Hey, there we go. Angry Birds. Actually, they're Finnish. So yeah. And this is an example on how Europe has failed. We fail to compete with the Silicon Valley. And when we have great companies in this area, they typically end up being sold to the United States. And when we have smart young entrepreneurs in Europe, what they typically do is that the first thing they do is that they move to Silicon Valley and then they do their startup from here. And that happens a lot. You look at actually many of the startups. The latest example being WhatsApp. And look at who started it. Typically, in very many of these cases, it's not being started by American entrepreneurs, but immigrants. So who actually are the largest European companies? Well, if you keep thinking about it, you'll eventually realize SAP. That's a big company, and that's German. And that's true. Actually, SAP is by far the largest European software company. In fact, it's pretty much the only large European software company. It's as large as the 10 next largest companies. And you look at the 10 next largest companies, you've never heard of them. You haven't never heard of Sage or Hexagon or Software AG or Wolters Kluwer from the Netherlands. You haven't. We have no software industry in Europe. Our company, F-Secure, we're actually on this list. We're number 46. So there really aren't that many players. And that is our failure, clearly. That's our own failure. So there's now been calls to change this, to put more initiative in getting alternatives, to get some choice. Partially, it's just business decisions. Partially, it is to avoid US intelligence agencies. The latest example from last week being the discussion between European Union and Brazil to have a separate fiber optic cable at the bottom of Atlantic connecting EU directly to Brazil. Because the Brazilians are angry about your surveillance and we are angry about your surveillance. So hey, let's just avoid you guys altogether. And obviously it isn't that simple. It's far from that. Yet I think it's a good idea. In fact, I support any new connectivity anywhere. The faster internet we have, the better it is for everyone. So the more cable we have at the bottom of Atlantic, well, that's good. Clearly it's good. And at least it will make it illegal for your intelligence agencies to look at that data. I'm sure they can still look at that data, but they will have to break the law to do that. If it's rerouted through the United States, they don't have to break the law. It's completely legal. So there's this organization called Bits of Freedom from the Netherlands. And they sent us a letter at the end of October. In fact, they sent the same letter to around 20 companies around the world. It was a letter sent to antivirus companies asking questions about our cooperation with our own government or any other government. In particular, they asked, have you ever been approached with a request by a government requesting that the presence of a specific software is not detected? So basically, have we whitelisted governmental malware? That's a very good question. The question was answered by our CEO, Mr. Christian Fredriksson, saying that no, we haven't. Well, we have never whitelisted any governmental malware. To us, the source of the malware does not come into play when deciding whether to detect malware. If it's malware, we will protect our customers from it. And it comes down to a very simple question. Would our customers want to run this program on their system or not? Obviously, the answer for governmental Trojans would be a no. So we do what's best for our customers. In fact, we've had this policy written down and published since 2001, for 13 years now. We will not whitelist governmental malware. And this questionnaire was sent to basically all the antivirus companies you know. Most of them responded by November, end of November or so. Symantec and McAfee have not responded. I don't know what that means. I'm just making a note that they haven't. They haven't said yes, they haven't said no, they haven't responded. But let's enlarge this a little bit, because obviously this isn't just an issue with US government. Yes, the United States government is in a unique location. You see most of the internet traffic of the world, and you have a legal right to collect it when it's coming from foreigners. That gives you a unique position. But other governments are definitely into this game as well. Very first governmental malware case I ever worked with was in 2004. And that was a targeted attack, what we would call today an APT attack, targeting a large Swedish defense contractor. And the attack came from China. So APTs have been going around for more than 10 years now. Then we started seeing governments using malware for law enforcement purposes. These are notes from 2009 when the German government bought services from a German company called Digitask worth over 2 million euros, including a Trojan that we detect today under the name R2D2.A, which is a German governmental Trojan where the German government and German law enforcement has a legal right to use this Trojan against their own citizens in case they need to investigate them for crimes. And this has been used not just by law enforcement but also by parties like the customs. So if they are suspecting somebody of not paying their VATs for things that they are importing, they potentially can infect you with a Trojan. We know the Netherlands has done this. We know United Kingdom has done something similar to this. We know United States law enforcement has malware tools at their disposal as well. And then we have seen tools which are used by more oppressive regimes. Finfisher, developed by a company called Gamma, headquartered in the United Kingdom with offices in Germany and here in the United States, is one example of that. When the old Egypt regime fell 2 years ago, some of the papers from their authorities were confiscated by the rioters who gained access to these facilities. And among those papers were orders and proposals from a Western technology company to an oppressive regime, offering them tools to monitor their own citizens' Gmail, Yahoo, and Hotmail, as well as Skype access. Price for the service, 287,000 euros. That's probably an annual license. Comes complete with a proxy license, where the idea is that the national telco will automatically reroute all the traffic through an invisible proxy, and when a person of interest downloads something, downloads a binary, for example an update, that binary is automatically injected with malware. So you go to google.com and download chrome.exe, and you get a Trojanized chrome.exe. Nobody else does, but you will. That's the basic idea. And it's not Trojanized by injecting code into it. It's actually wrapped into a malware wrapper, which will infect your system and then deploy the original installer, which will do a self-check, and it will pass because there's nothing wrong with the binary once it's been dropped by the carrier. So there's quite a bit of these companies which have turned up into this space, sort of guns for hire, providing services to governments which might have a hard time developing these services by themselves, especially governments which don't have a big technological history behind them. And the emergence of guns for hire which specialize in finding vulnerabilities and selling them, and going to great extremes to make sure that the vendors do not learn about the vulnerabilities. Because if the vendor learns about the vulnerability in their product, they will fix it. And if they fix it, the exploit becomes worthless for these vendors. This is a quote from the guy who runs a company called Wupen in France. You can say whatever you want about these companies, but one thing that they are not is that they are not security companies. Because these companies are not interested in the slightest in making us more secure. Quite the opposite. They are interested in keeping us less secure and going to extremes to make sure that we will not patch, or we will not be able to patch our systems against vulnerabilities they've found. And that doesn't increase security. So these companies are not security companies. Exactly the opposite. And you can easily see the growth of these business areas by looking at the recruitment pages of defense contractors. You can find plenty of examples. You go to any recruitment service, you do a search, you narrow it down to positions which require top secret / SCI security clearance, and then you search for keywords like exploit and offensive. And you'll start finding jobs. You'll find plenty of jobs which have these keywords which are about defending systems. You know, a top secret position with some governmental entity or defense contractor, and your job is to build security against exploits and vulnerabilities. But you'll also find plenty of jobs where it's about offensive action. Like here, the ad for General Dynamics. They're looking for somebody with top secret clearance to work in Fort Meade, Maryland, and your job includes exploit development for Androids, Blackberries, iPhones, and iPads. Exploit development for Androids, Blackberries, iPhones, and iPads. Or this company, Crystal Clear Technologies. Let me quote from their recruitment pages. Crystal Clear Technologies is looking for an exploitation developer to work on a highly classified government cyber program. All right. This program involves the design and development of network exploitation and attack tools. And there's two things here. First thing is that this is actually going on. Second thing is OPSEC fail. Like, no. Come work for a highly classified government cyber program. Well, it's quite clear that Crystal Clear Technologies is working with highly classified government cyber programs. Then when we look at other parts of the world, well, yes, Russia has been an active player in offensive tools for quite a while, mostly in use with their espionage programs or spying programs. And it really isn't a surprise that spying is expanding from the real world to the online world, because spying is collecting and stealing data, stealing information. Information is on computers today, and you can potentially access it by malware or hacking from anywhere in the world. You don't actually have to go where the information is to gain access to it. China used to be the scapegoat. They used to be the one that was always discussed. In fact, on June 6th last year, when Edward Snowden started leaking information about the US intelligence agency programs, that was on Thursday. On Saturday of the same week was scheduled to be a meeting, the first meeting between President Obama and the Chinese President Xi, where the topic of the meeting was the Chinese snooping on the world. Nice timing from Mr. Snowden on releasing the information. So it used to be that it was always blamed on China. All these cases were blamed on China over and over again. Now we know that it's not just China. And it's not just China and Russia and the United States. There are many other countries involved, like United Kingdom, of course. GCHQ is a very close partner to NSA. Kaspersky Labs announced just 2 weeks ago a large program which has been running since 2007, which is being run by a country that we haven't seen before, a Spanish-speaking country, whether it's Spain or Mexico or somewhere else. We don't actually, or they don't make a guess on that. We don't make a guess on that either. But it's quite clear it's coming from a country we haven't seen before. We also learned last year that India, an Indian government, is using APT-style attacks, malware, backdoors, and Trojans to launch international attacks, especially attacks against the Pakistanis. There was a range of spoofed emails targeting, for example, Pakistani generals, which were sent from India. And pretty much after that, we saw a wave of counterattacks from Pakistan to India. So both Pakistan and India are part of this game. It's sort of the nuclear powers, the same powers are also very active in the cyberspace. And since I'm from Finland, I was really interested about this one leak from 2 months ago, which described a meeting between NSA officials and FRA officials in Fort Meade, Maryland, in April of last year. FRA is the Swedish intelligence agency. And say what you will about the Swedes, of course we hate the Swedes. It's mostly a hockey thing, but you know. They actually, you have to give the Swedes credit here. The FRA is the equivalent of your NSA. And they've actually passed a law, pretty much like you've passed a law, which at least makes this somewhat transparent. They have a law openly saying that they have a legal right to look at foreigners' data when it passes through Sweden. Just like you have a law publicly stating that you have a legal right to look at data when it passes through the United States. There's lots of countries which do exactly the same thing, which don't have a law on it. So at least they are being transparent about it. And this is crucial because very big part of the Russian internet traffic actually goes through Finland and Sweden and then towards the rest of the world. And one detail about this leak was that they had a meeting, especially, let me quote here, NSA's National Threat Operations Center and FRA, the Swedes, have an ongoing exchange discussing malware topics. So the way I read this is that the Swedish government is also involved in developing malware. So goddamn Sweden is fighting viruses. That's what it seems to be. And then we have countries like Iran. So yeah, Iran has obviously been a target of attacks, but they've also been a source of attacks. There's a common myth, which is that whenever a company gets hacked badly enough, they will go bankrupt, they will fold. And that's a myth. That almost never happens. I actually researched this some time ago. It was very, very hard to find examples of companies actually folding because of getting hacked. It's actually very hard to find examples of companies' stock value suffering in long term because of getting hacked. So it just doesn't seem to happen. There are a handful of exceptions. One of them is DigiNotar, a CA provider from the Netherlands, governmental CA provider, which was hacked by the Iranians, used to create rogue certificates signed with a root certificate, which any single browser on the planet would accept and trust. And that was used to generate 24 rogue certificates for sites like Skype and Facebook and Google and Microsoft and so on. And this was used by Iranian government against their own people. The Iranian governmental telco could easily have a man-in-the-middle attack against these services, and they would look and operate perfectly fine over man-in-the-middle because there would be a root signed certificate used in there. And DigiNotar did fold. They went bankrupt because of this hack. Not actually because they got hacked and they tried to hide it. So we get back to the topic of trust. When you are selling certificates, you're actually selling trust. There's nothing else you're actually selling. Just a piece of, not even a piece of code. It's just, an ASCII text file that you're selling. And trust. And if you get hacked and you hide it, you lose the trust. And they folded. And that's the right thing for them. They should have folded. But Iran has been, like I said, obviously much more a target than an aggressor. They've been both. Stuxnet is a historic case. There's sort of like time before Stuxnet and time after Stuxnet. And when Stuxnet came around, when we found it, embarrassingly, several years after it had first started getting deployed, when we found it in 2010, we were really worried that we will see copycats, that there will be more malware like this, especially more malware targeting factory automation systems and targeting embedded technologies. And I'm glad that we were wrong. 4 years later, we haven't seen or we haven't found anything like this. Stuxnet remains the only malware in existence which actively tries to infect and modify the operations of factory automation systems. That's the good news. Maybe we got lucky. It would have been easy for any group to take Stuxnet and modify it. I actually tested this. Already 3 years ago, you could easily find a copy of Stuxnet from open sources with 5 minutes of network searching. You'd just find it easily. And you could modify it. Obviously, modifying it isn't easy. It's a very complicated piece of malware, but modifying it so that it wouldn't just try attacking the Natanz nuclear enrichment lab in Iran, but it would do random modifications in any factory. That would have been fairly simple to do. Which then gets us to the question, why would anybody do that? But maybe there would have been some sort of extremist group which would have been interested in causing problems for Western factories in general. That never happened. And that's the good news. Stuxnet was just a small part of the overall Operation Olympic program, which was first started by George W. Bush and then continued by Barack Obama, and which included many spectacularly complicated pieces of malware. Stuxnet, obviously a prime example. Flame, another great example. But we also saw a retaliation in the case of the breach of Saudi Aramco, which is the largest company on the planet, larger than Apple. They just typically don't show on the lists of the largest companies on the planet because they're not publicly listed. They're owned by the Saudi royal family. Their oil operations suffered because of a hack, but not because their factory systems or pumping systems or operational systems would have been breached. Instead, they just had their Windows workstations thoroughly infected, and then on one day they were overwritten, starting from the boot sector all the way to the end of the first hard drive volume. And they were overwritten with a file. And of course, this would prevent the machines from rebooting. But the file that they were overwritten with was an image file, a JPEG image looking like this. Burning flag, American flag. And this was largely, especially in the Western media, characterized as a retaliation from Iran, retaliation for Stuxnet and Flame and the other attacks. But it really doesn't make much sense to me, though. I mean, why would they retaliate against Saudis and the Qatars, because there was a company in Qatar attacked by them as well, instead of retaliating back here? Well, we don't really know. And if Stuxnet was complicated, Flame was even more complicated. The most curious feature of Flame is that when it reaches its target network, it will replicate further in the company network by portraying itself to be the Windows Update server. So when any of the other workstations tries to do the automatic Windows Update check, they will instead get rerouted through the infected workstation, which will provide them with a fake update. But of course, that's not going to work, because Windows will not accept fake Windows updates. They will confirm that they have been signed with a valid Microsoft certificate. If they haven't, they will be ignored. The problem was that the Flame malware was signed with a valid Microsoft certificate, which wasn't coming from Microsoft, which had been spoofed or factored. And that is something which isn't easy to do. You would need a room full of world-class cryptographers, and you would need a supercomputer, which sort of tells you what level of attacker we're speaking about here. So we, security companies, try to fight these. And it isn't easy, because this isn't really the game we started when we got into this fight. Like, I started analyzing viruses in 1991. Back in 1991, they were written by 15-year-olds for fun. Quite a different enemy than multi-billion-dollar budgeted governmental intelligence agencies. So we've gone from a very simple, easy-to-understand attack to a range of attackers with different motives, and some of them having the kind of capabilities that we can only imagine. And our customers who use our security software to try to defend their systems, our customers who trust us, keep asking us questions about this. Like, can we really defend them? And they might ask us questions about the things that we've learned from the Snowden leaks. So for example, this is one of the ANT product data leaks from Snowden, which describes a highly complicated piece of malware written by the NSA, which will infect the master boot record and survive rebuilding of systems. Can we really defend against these? Can we defend against Flame? Can we defend against Stuxnet? And the way I answer to them is by this guy. So imagine this guy, a street robber somewhere in South America, stopping cars on the road with a gun in his hand, stealing wallets from everybody in the car. A common thief. And he is the equivalent of the criminal malware that we keep fighting on the internet every day. The banking Trojans, the Bitcoin miners, the ransom Trojans, the keyloggers, the credit card stealing stuff, the ones that are trying to make money. Common thieves. And we can protect you against this guy. But Flame and Stuxnet and governmental malware of that caliber, they don't look like this guy. They look like this guy. And if James Bond wants to kill you, James Bond will kill you. It doesn't matter if you have a helmet or if you have a bulletproof vest. It doesn't matter if you run and hide. He will find you and kill you anyway. And it's very hard to defend against James Bond. That doesn't mean that we are giving up, because we're not giving up. I'm just telling that it's very hard. And it also means that the security companies have become legitimate targets themselves. In times of crisis, we would be considered a legitimate target. So this really isn't exactly what we signed up for when we started building security software. But that's where we are today. And the change has been silent. And to me, it feels like we're at sleep. We don't realize what's going on. We're sleeping away, not seeing what's going on in the world. And what we should do is that we should wake up. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mikko. I have a lot to learn about keynote animations, I guess, watching Mikko's talk. Earlier I said that this isn't a security conference, this is a trust conference. And one of the differences there is that when we talk security, we're usually talking about technology, technological flaws and technological solutions. But building trustworthy systems requires you to understand the legal, the political, and the ethical context in which you are operating as a technologist. And so I thought it was really important for us to hear from some of the best minds who are thinking about this issue. So I'm really happy to have Christopher Soghoian of the ACLU and Marcia Hofmann, who's a independent civil liberties attorney, present on the legal and ethical frameworks that you guys should be thinking about. So we'll start with Chris.
Thanks. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming. I'm really, really excited to be here. I've been thinking a lot for the past few years about the ways in which companies can be coerced or manipulated into spying on their customers. And I'm glad that everyone else is now looking and worrying about this too. In the time that I have with you this morning, I want to tell you a few stories and help you understand how the methods and needs of law enforcement are evolving and leading to changes in the trust that we then have in the companies to whom we provide our most private data and rely on them to keep it safe. So wiretapping really didn't change for the first 100 years. The first wiretaps were in New York in the 1890s. And in the 100 years that followed, a trusted relationship grew and eventually turned into a very happy partnership between the phone companies and the government. The phone companies were the ones to whom we entrusted our telephone calls, and the government went to the phone companies to get that information. For that 100 years, the phone companies were a one-stop shop for our private data. The phone companies could provide the government with information about everyone we communicated with, everywhere we went because of our location information. As we migrated to having smartphones, the phone companies then had access to our web browsing activity. In our homes, because of the broadband connections we had, they also had the ability to reveal what we were doing online, what was going through our emails, our search queries, all of that kind of information the phone companies could provide. And because the phone companies had been doing it for so long, they were comfortable with their role in the modern surveillance state. They wanted steady rules, they wanted consistent rules, but they weren't really that worried about the role that they occupied or the fact that they were being forced to hand over this information. And so to a certain extent, the relationship was a happy one. You could even say that the telephone companies and the government were best friends forever. And really, the government liked this arrangement. They liked the fact that they could go to this trusted entity, they could go to the same company every day and get everything they want. The phone companies were sort of like 7-Eleven. Whatever you needed, you could get there. But in time, that changed. In time, consumers started using Silicon Valley technology companies for services. And initially, the government could still go to the phone companies, even though you were using Google or Yahoo or Microsoft for your emails. Because these companies weren't encrypting the data from the user to the server, the government could still go to Verizon. They could still go to AT&T. And let's be clear, the government would rather go to Verizon than go to Google. The government would much rather go to AT&T than go to Twitter, because tech companies tend to push back a little bit more. But even as consumers transitioned to these services, and even eventually once these companies started to encrypt data in transit, this didn't make the government's life that difficult. Right? This is from Google's transparency report, and to be clear, Google is among the best of the tech companies in providing aggregate statistics about the number of requests that they get from law enforcement agencies. This is a copy of the chart that I downloaded last night showing that Google got 21,000 requests for user account information, or rather 21,000 accounts in the most recent 6-month period. The reason I'm showing this is just to show you that Google receives requests for user data and hands over the information that it has. And in essence, regardless of whether it's the phone companies or the tech companies or any other company, the general rule of the road is any data that a company has, they can be forced to hand over. It sort of makes sense. If you have data, the government will come and ask for it. And so that was enough for the government for a long time. It was enough that they could just go to the right company and either ask for data that was already in the company's possession or the data that was flowing through their network and could be intercepted along the way. But as times have evolved, as new services have come into existence, as consumers' communications habits online have changed, the old model of going to tech companies or phone companies and asking for data they already had is not enough for the government. This is Valerie Caproni. Until a few years ago, she was the general counsel for the FBI's top lawyer. And for more than a decade, Valerie and her colleagues repeatedly went to Congress to warn about an impending age of technology changing the way the government did business. In essence, they said that consumers would be using services that would be difficult to wiretap, and the government would no longer be able to spy on the people that it needed to spy on. This is her testifying in 2011 before Congress. The FBI and other government agencies are facing a widening gap between our legal authority to intercept and our practical ability to actually intercept those communications. Right? They could get court orders, but in some cases, it was tough to actually get the emails or the text messages or the voice communications. So one of my favorite surveillance lawyers, who's actually a lawyer for Google and several other companies, takes this line from the movie Field of Dreams, the movie from the late 80s, which is, if you build it, they will come. And this really describes an evolution in surveillance. It's not just that the government can ask you for any data that you have. It's that any feature or API or service that a company has built into its products, the government can come and ask to use at a later date in ways that the company may not have wished to happen. If the service exists, if an API exists, the government can come and ask to use it. An example of this. So many of you may have Android phones. Those of you who do have Android phones, I very much hope you have some kind of lock code on your phones. California is one of the states in this country that still permits search incident to arrest of smartphones, which means the police can look through your phone if they arrest you. Google has two methods of locking smartphones. One is with a pattern-based lock, and another is with a PIN or password. So one feature that many people don't know is that if you fail the pattern-based unlock mechanism a few times, Android will eventually prompt you and ask you to enter your username and password for the Google account that is synchronized with that device. So this, of course, is to help people who've forgotten their patterns, the idea being that people probably remember their email password even if they don't remember the pattern for their smartphone. So the problem is that law enforcement and intelligence agencies also want to gain access to locked phones that they've either seized or stolen or otherwise obtained. And because Google has this mechanism of bypassing the screen unlock pattern with a username and password, what we learned through FOIA and a few other methods is that what the government does is they go to Google and they ask Google to do a password reset to a password known by the police that then the police can use to gain access to the device. Now, to be clear, I'm not criticizing Google here. The government comes to them and presents a valid order, but Google created the ability to change user passwords, and they created the ability to bypass the authentication on a phone using an account password, and then the government comes and asks to use that feature too. It's very difficult to build a feature and keep it away from the government. And so what we've seen is an evolution from give us the data you have to let us use the features and services that you've built for your customers. But even this, if you build it, they will come, may not be enough for the government too. In some cases, it is evolving to build it or else, in that features that do not yet exist in services the government would like and will go to companies and force them to add via additional code by demanding that they add these new features to their services. So again, Valerie Caproni, the FBI General Counsel, testifying before Congress. This is in the New York Times. No one should be promising their customers that they will thumb their nose at a US court order. They can promise, they can promise strong encryption. They just need to figure out how they can provide us with plain text. Of course, for those of you in the audience who are technical and worry about encryption, strong encryption doesn't mean that the government can get plain text. In fact, the whole purpose of strong encryption is to keep the plain text away from others. But this should really be seen as a shot across the bow by the government. They want to get at encrypted communications, and they will find a way to get them, particularly when companies have the ability, through new features, to give that to them. So, one of the big Snowden revelations from last summer was a story by The Guardian revealing that Skype, who we all thought was offering end-to-end encrypted communications, had in fact modified their service to allow for FBI access to those encrypted communications. According to The Guardian, quoting itself from some slides that Edward Snowden had provided to them, Skype was served with a directive to comply by the Attorney General. So we still don't know the details of what Skype did and when and which law was used. But the carefully worded statements put out by Microsoft after this story broke suggests that the company did in fact modify its service in some way to enable surveillance. Microsoft insists that this does not allow bulk surveillance, that the government still has to come to them on a case-by-case basis. But what is clear is that at some point in the past, Skype offered end-to-end encrypted communications that they advertised to their users. If you asked them about security and wiretaps, they always told you end-to-end encryption. And then at some point that changed. At some point, they offered the FBI a way in. And apparently that was as a result of a request from the Attorney General. I'm not going to talk about LavaBit because my friend and colleague Marcia will be going into that in depth, but LavaBit is another example of the government going to a company and saying, we don't like the technology that you have right now. We'd like you to modify it, we'd like you to change it, and here's a court order requiring you to do so. But Skype is a big company, and it wasn't really a company whose primary feature was security. Skype's primary feature was the fact that you could call your friends and family for free. Security was sort of an unadvertised feature. But there are now companies who are building services whose sole reason for existence, whose sole selling point is the security that they give to their users. Some of these are commercial products from companies like Silent Circle. Others are open source, freely available tools like TechSecure and Redphone from Moxie Marlinspike. I encourage you to try these kinds of services out because they're one, easy to use, and two, if people like us won't use them, how can we hope that regular people will use them too? But companies like these are a threat to the FBI. They are a threat to the government because they offer the potential for easy-to-use, end-to-end encrypted communications that are going to be difficult for the government to get via traditional intercepts. In some cases, they may even be too difficult for the government to get by going to the companies offering those services. And so again, the government finds themselves in a bind. This is Valerie Caproni. There will always be very sophisticated criminals that are virtually impossible to intercept through traditional means. The government understands that it must develop individually tailored solutions for these sorts of targets. Now, when she was testifying before Congress, she didn't say the magic M word, malware, but that's what individually tailored solutions means. What she was saying was for sophisticated actors, for people who know how to use privacy and security protecting tools, the FBI is going to have to compromise endpoint devices, cell phones and laptops, rather than being able to intercept things over the wire. And in fact, this is true. Just a few months ago, the Washington Post ran a front-page story revealing not only that the FBI has a team of people who do nothing but hack into computers, but they have the ability to enable your webcam without the light turning on. The FBI is in the malware business. They are in the hacking business, and the reason they're doing this is because they want to get at communications that they have no other way to get at. As consumers have started to use services and tools that protect their data going over the wire, a trip to Verizon or AT&T is no longer enough. And so now the government must turn to the handsets. They must try and compromise our cell phones, our laptops, and these other devices that we carry with us, because this is the only way to get the data. So how does the government get the malware onto your device? There are several installation vectors that they're using. Many of you may know that last summer, a Tor hidden server located in France was taken over by the FBI. And everyone who visited that Tor hidden server was served with malware that exploited a vulnerability in the Tor browser bundle. This is an example of a watering hole attack in that they were delivering malware from a website that lots of people were visiting. This obviously worked in that case, and watering hole attacks are an established malware delivery vector that is used by malicious actors too. The other main method of installation, but at least based on the documents that we've seen in a few court cases, seems to be phishing. In essence, they're sending people emails and trying to get them to click on links. The watering hole attacks are really effective if you know that the target is going to visit that website. The phishing emails, not so much, particularly if they're looking to target sophisticated actors who are using encrypted communication services. You would imagine your typical Nigerian prince email is not going to work on those kinds of people. And so these two tools are not enough. The method of installation that the FBI is going to need is going to be more than these two tools can deliver. And so they're going to need something else. And this is really where my concern is. This is where we're going. And this is the reason that I'm so worried about the trust that we have in the companies to whom we entrust our private data. So many of us are running operating systems that out of the box are configured to get security updates by default from companies like Microsoft, Google, and Apple. There are really sound security reasons why we want automatic security updates. If people have to do work to get security updates, they will not update their systems, and then they will be vulnerable to all kinds of bad things. But what this means is that we are giving these companies root on our computers. We're giving them the ability to silently update our computers with code that we cannot often see ahead of time. In many cases, we don't even know really what's in the code after the fact. And so this is a point of leverage that the government can use. We don't have any evidence yet to suggest that the government has sought to use this kind of power, but bear in mind that these companies do have a position of power over our devices that is unparalleled. And if the government can use this capability, it can get code onto the computers of anyone that it wants. And it doesn't have to resort to phishing attacks or watering hole attacks to do so. As I said before, if you build it, they will come. And these companies have built APIs to deliver code to users. They have built persistent daemons running on our devices that check for updates on a regular basis, that in some cases send unique identifiers or email addresses to these companies. And so it's actually possible for them to deliver an update to a particular user rather than all users around the world. Of course, going to Google and forcing Google to do something bad is probably going to be something that Google doesn't really like. And I would hope that if and when Google gets that kind of order, they will fight it all the way to the Supreme Court. I would hope that Apple will do so. I would hope that Microsoft will, but I'm not sure that they actually would. But presumably these tech companies whose entire reputations depend on the trust that we have in them would fight. But what we've seen is that the government may not have to go to the companies to leverage the automatic security update systems that have been deployed in their operating systems. This is a screenshot from a sales video made by a German company called Hacking Team. Hacking Team is one of the main sort of commercial providers of malware to law enforcement agencies around the world, not really focusing on the FBI, but local law enforcement and then law enforcement and intelligence in other countries. This is a screen cap of one of their sales videos for a tool called FinFly ISP, and the only thing I want to highlight here is that it's delivered as a malicious security update to iTunes. What they have is an appliance that sits in an ISP data center and delivers a malicious payload to the user. It takes advantage of the fact that at least when this video was made, Apple was not checking signatures, digital signatures on iTunes security updates. And so they would masquerade as the iTunes update service to a particular user and then deliver malware to them. This is an example of a company making an off-the-shelf tool that allows law enforcement to masquerade as Apple to their users. This is not a theoretical threat. This is a product being sold to governments right now. Mikko talked before about Flame, the malware that is largely believed to be the United States. The most chilling part of Flame to me isn't that the NSA or the Israelis or whoever was working together on this had a brand new hash break. The most chilling part of this for me is that someone in some government somewhere said that it was okay for the government to impersonate the Windows security update service to its users, because that's how Flame was delivered. I think that we all should want users to accept automatic security updates. It is important for the health and safety of the internet that we all be running the most up-to-date secure code as possible. But if governments leverage or repurpose that security update feature for their own nefarious purposes, that may give users cause for concern, and it may lead to users turning off security updates. So, to conclude, we trust big companies for a lot of things. As we have moved to mobile devices and cloud computing services, apps delivered through our browser, we increasingly trust these companies to deliver the code that we are running, and code that can be delivered in an automated way, can be updated in an automated way, and updated without us even knowing. And I think this is going to be a weak point that governments will seek to exploit. I'm not going to go into the law about how they would do this. But as you listen to what Marcia is about to tell you, look and see the arguments they're making, and then think about how these could be applied to the security update mechanisms, to certificate authorities, to these other pieces of core internet infrastructure where we trust these companies for so many things. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name's Marcia Hofmann, and I'm going to talk to you this morning about a case that I've been working on over the last few months. It used to be called In Re Sealed case. Now it's called United States versus LavaBit. How many of you have heard of this case? All right, a lot of you. That's cool. All right. So here's what we're going to talk about today. I want you to think about what lessons you should be taking away from this case. And when I say you, I mean people who are designing technologies that are meant to secure users and ensure that our communications are protected from intrusion. So just to give a very brief background about this case, here's what happened. There is a company called LavaBit. It is run by a man named Ladar Levison, who knows that I'm here talking to you about this case today and is totally cool with that. He designed this service about a decade ago that was meant to be a very security-forward service that would protect email communications of its subscribers. And the threat model that he had in mind at the time was the government coming to him with some sort of a warrant or other legal order, trying to get subscriber data or communications stored with him on his server. And so what he intended to do was to secure the data stored with him on his server. That was his plan. So he developed the system and ran it for some years. And earlier this year, the government approached him and asked him for subscriber information related to a particular user. He complied with this order and turned it over. And then they came back. And they said, we would like to install a pen-registered trap and trace device. Now, this is the type of device that collects information that helps to route a message from point A to point B. It's not the content of the message, it's the information in the to field, the from field, perhaps IP addresses, this kind of stuff. You can get this with an order issued under the pen-registered trap and trace statute. It's a legal standard that's lower than a probable cause warrant, okay? In order to get communications data, actual content of messages, the government typically would need to get a warrant. So Mr. Levison said, well, that's okay, but there's a problem, which is that I use SSL to protect the data that travels from my users to my servers. And as it turned out, SSL was the only protection for that data, because he had implemented his system in such a way that the data was encrypted at the server level and not client side. And so information traveling from the users to his server was plain text within the SSL wrapper. And he said, well, the problem is I use SSL to protect this data, and so I don't think you're going to be able to get the information about this particular user that you want to because of that reason. And they said, well, in that case, we're going to need your SSL keys. And he obviously had a big problem with that, as he had been providing a service that was intended to secure communications, and if SSL was compromised, the data of all of his servers, rather all of his users, would be compromised. And the government might have a legal order to get particular routing and addressing information about one person, but as a practical matter was going to have access to a whole lot more, including data that they really wouldn't be able to get under that kind of an order. And so, as I'm sure you all heard, there was a skirmish, a lot of procedural ins and outs. He ended up having to go to court, and he was forced by a court to turn over his SSL key, which he did in paper, in small font, and then he was held in contempt. And so he turned over his SSL keys and then immediately shut down his service. And this is the page that you will see now if you go to the LavaBit site. So as I see it, from a legal perspective, there are two questions that we all should be thinking about that the LavaBit case raises and that are very important for us. The first is, can a court force a service provider to help law enforcement conduct surveillance, to basically be complicit? And if so, how far does a service provider have to go in providing that assistance? And the second thing is, does the Fourth Amendment allow the government to demand a service's SSL keys? From my perspective, this was the first time I had ever seen this kind of a situation. Novel question for me. So what I want to really focus on is the government's arguments in this case, because I think they're very important. It's not clear to me whether this case is going to be decided on procedural grounds or if the court is ever going to reach the more important issues that I just flagged. But those issues are the ones that we should care about. And what the government has argued in this case, I think, channels to us what we should be focusing on in the future as we think about how to protect against some of the concerns that this case raises. So first of all, the government says it would be truly odd that Congress intended to deny the government the authority to obtain information merely because it's encrypted during transmission between a user and the provider. And so what this suggests to me is that the government doesn't feel that the fact that information is encrypted has any legal significance. And I think that that is, I think that's odd, personally, considering that our whole Fourth Amendment test is based on the question of whether you have a reasonable expectation of privacy in something or not. And if you don't have a reasonable expectation of privacy in encrypted data, what would you have a reasonable expectation of privacy in? So turning to the first question about what a provider must do to assist law enforcement to conduct surveillance, the government has taken the position that a service provider basically has to do whatever the government says in order to help carry out surveillance. The Penn Register Trap and Trace statute has a provision that says that if a court orders it, a service provider has to provide any technical assistance, information, or facilities that the government needs to install or operate a Penn Register Trap and Trace device unobtrusively and with a minimum of interference. The way that I read that, I think that what that means is that the government can't disrupt a service provider's service. The way the government reads that, they think that what it means is that they can't demand service that would, or demand assistance that would help to actually tip off the person that they're interested in, which means that whatever they demand of you, you have to do. And if it's something that disrupts your business model or flies in the face of the basic guarantees that you've made to your consumers or completely compromises your service, that's not their problem. They also say that if you have a problem with providing that level of assistance, you have a choice. Providers can avoid disclosing their encryption keys simply by configuring their systems to implement law enforcement surveillance without government assistance. So basically, in other words, if you don't like turning over your SSL keys, you could just backdoor your system. It's that simple. I have a real problem with this, and that's because back in the 90s, there was a law passed, the Communications Assistance for Law Enforcement Act, or CALEA, which required telecommunications companies to design their systems in such a way that law enforcement could carry out lawful orders without interference from the system. But Congress made a decision not to extend that obligation to information service providers, which includes internet companies that provide communications services like LavaBit. So Congress made a decision that telcos have to comply with certain requirements, but companies like LavaBit don't. And so I think that putting this kind of pressure on internet companies really flies in the face of what Congress decided to do. Now, another thing the government says is that the orders that they've issued are totally lawful. LavaBit told its customers that it was going to protect their security and privacy to the greatest extent possible, but that it would comply with lawful government orders. Well, what the government says is, what we've done is totally lawful here, and you said you comply with lawful orders, so it's not like your customers have any reason to be upset. And in fact, if they're upset, they're just unreasonable. And so, turn over your SSL keys. We would then, of course, cross our heart, only go after the data that we're authorized to go after, even though there's this whole other field of information that we would, as a technical matter, have access to. But, nobody should be concerned about that. I mean, all we're doing here is issuing a lawful order, and you're complying with it, and everybody should be cool. And I think that they don't appreciate the nature of this service. As for the Fourth Amendment, here's the government's position on that one. As long as the government can demonstrate probable cause to believe that the compelled production of an encryption key will aid in the apprehension of a suspect or a conviction, the compelled production of an encryption key does not violate the Fourth Amendment. And I want you to think about what a broad concept that is. I mean, if I were working at Google or Yahoo or any large company, I would be very concerned about this. They're basically suggesting that if there's one person out there and they think that the disclosure of any encryption key, including an SSL key, could aid in the apprehension of that person, then that key is fair game. And I find that to be an incredibly broad and very scary idea. So what can we take away from this case? What should we learn from this? So I think privacy and security enhancing services are really in the crosshairs, and it's because they attract certain types of subscribers and customers. And I think that law enforcement is always going to take a particular interest in them. And to the extent that you design a service like LavaBit that is meant to secure security and privacy, you should be thinking about how you're going to be handling law enforcement requests and perhaps even very aggressive ones. Another thing is, we should not think about LavaBit as a unicorn, I think. The legal orders that Mr. Levison got came along with non-disclosure obligations. And he took a rather extraordinary step of deciding to close down his service and be as public as he could be about what had happened. I think a lot of other service providers would not make the same call and would be more nervous than he was about exposing themselves to possible repercussions. And I think it's entirely possible that the sorts of orders that we've seen here may have been issued to other companies too. We just don't know. And so this may not be rare. We need to update our threat models. Mr. Levison has been very clear in public about the fact that when he designed his system, he was worried about data that was at rest and not data that was in transmission. And it never really occurred to him that this kind of problem might come up. And it should be clear to us, based on not only this case, but everything else we've learned this year through Edward Snowden, that the threats are different than we thought. And I think that moving forward, it's very important to think about how we can implement end-to-end encryption, forward secrecy, and rely on developing systems that people can actually use and are comfortable using and make it as automatic as possible. The last thing is, I think it's very important that we not make promises to our users that we don't know if we can keep. I've been really disappointed to see certain folks try to kind of jump into the void that has been created by the closure of LavaBit and Silent Circle's decision not to offer email anymore. People saying, oh, well, hey, I'm going to offer NSA-proof email. I would be very skeptical of people saying things like, I'm going to give you NSA-proof email, because I don't know if anybody can actually make a promise like that. And I think that we need to be honest with each other and not try to pull the wool over the eyes of people who are less sophisticated than those of you designing systems that you're trying to make as secure as you can. So thank you. I appreciate your attention.
Thank you very much, Marcia.
Like 10 minutes
So
for questions.
we've got about 7 minutes for Q&A. So please raise your hand. We're going to have folks running around in blue T-shirts with microphones if you have a question for Marcia or Chris.
And we can't actually see because of the
Yeah.
lights, so someone else is going to have to help. Okay. Anyone?
Hi. This will be a good discussion about what can happen in the United States, but we led into this, discussing a little bit broader, for other locations. If I were to start a company today, and my primary interest is to not be compelled, or where can I go? Should I be can I open a company in the EU, where I can fear the least about the jackbooted thugs coming in and saying, hand over your encryption keys?
So I'm not a lawyer, but Marcia is, but I'm going to answer this first. I have very little faith in the law, even though I work for a legal organization. So I think the best thing you can do, and this is not legal advice, but one thing to think about is maybe spreading yourself among multiple countries. So it's one thing to have the US government coming to you and telling you to do something, and it's another thing to have the German government telling you to do something. But if you changing your code requires action by engineers in both countries, suddenly now two governments need to collaborate. And so I think, given the geopolitical tensions around surveillance right now, and given that there are some governments that are expressing quite vocal concerns about what the US government is doing, anything that you can do to play those governments off against each other through code, I think would probably be something to explore. That doesn't mean that it's going to be bulletproof. That doesn't mean that the NSA won't hack into your system and steal your code signing key and then deliver an update anyway.
Of course.
But anything that you can do to make life a little bit more difficult, I think would probably be something worth looking into.
As a follow-up on a tangent, have you had any thought or insight on, we mentioned Silent Circle. A couple days ago, Black Phone being released or announced in Barcelona. Any thoughts on that as far as any legitimate privacy protection as opposed to Apple, Google, et cetera?
Silent Circle is a small company. I'm really happy to see that this company thinks that they can make money by prioritizing privacy and security. I think it's always a good thing when companies feel like they can lead there rather than subsidizing their services through ads and data collection. I think the proof is going to be in the pudding. Obviously, one of my biggest concerns about smartphone security is the lack of frequent updates for many Android phones. We actually filed a Federal Trade Commission complaint about this last year. And so the Black Phone may be secure today, but I want to make sure that the users who are using it are going to get regular updates to make sure that those devices stay secure. But in general, I'm very optimistic that there are companies who think that they can compete in this way in the market.
Thank you.
So you actually...
Yes. So you actually talked about, one of the possibilities is being international. But one of the problems, let's take back, you talked about Skype. Skype has had backdoors in it for a very long time. And you don't have to take my word for it. You can take other governments' word for it, that they allow Skype to operate because Skype has had backdoors from very early on. So it's hard enough for a company to try and comply with US laws. Now a country is international and you've got to comply with lots of countries which may not be so nice or so forth. So how does something like someone who wants to do like a Skype system operate internationally and not have the backdoors that Skype is riddled with, way before even Microsoft bought them? And I don't recommend you run Skype on any device, ever. Get rid of it.
Yeah, I think it's a really great question. I'll tell you, I hear people often say things like, well, based on what we've learned over the past few months, I would never start a company in the United States. I would just go somewhere else. I think everybody should think about the fact that other countries all have laws too, right? And you may well think about going to some other country because you don't think you'll have to comply with US laws, but then you may have to comply with those laws. And they may be better, they may be worse in this respect. Also, it's worth thinking about the fact that there's cooperation among countries' law enforcement. And so just deciding that you're going to go to some other country and operate there doesn't even necessarily mean that you're beyond the reach of US law enforcement interests, right? And as for solutions, I think these are hard problems, and I don't know that we have solutions yet. The internet is an inherently global thing, and the way that laws tied to particular countries affect the internet is something that's been at tension for decades, and it still is, and people are still trying to figure it out. And so in terms of, how do I build a global system and comply with all these different countries' laws and also make it not backdoorable, that's, I don't have any great answers there. I think that's one of the million-dollar questions. I know maybe Chris has better thoughts on that than I do.
I mean, so first I'll just say I really like your ACLU t-shirt. Thank you for your support. I'm supposed to say that. So to your question, let me just add one additional piece of non-legal advice, which is that the telephone companies are the most heavily regulated sector in sort of the telecommunications technology space. And Skype offers both a internet-to-internet service, but also an internet-to-telephone service. And I think one of the lessons to learn is that when you allow your system to when you allow your service to touch the telephone system, you allow governments to have coercive power over you that they might not have if you were solely internet-based. I understand why Skype wanted to interconnect with the telephone system. Obviously, it's going to be a more successful service if people can call their friends and families on their landlines and cell phones. But telecommunications regulators have a lot of power and historically have used that power to help the intelligence and law enforcement community. And so to the extent that you're thinking about building a service, think twice before you interconnect with the phone system.
Great. I think that's all the time we have. I'm sorry. I'm going to try to keep us on schedule today. Thank you very much, Marcia and Chris. Really appreciate it. So now we're going into a 15-minute break. We will start at 11:30 sharp with Bruce Schneier and Joe Menn. So thank you very much. Go get some food. Hey, everybody. So here is one of the most interesting parts of the morning. We're going to have an interview. Joe Menn is a reporter with Reuters and one of the best people on the security beat these days. He's the one who broke the big story about the use of dual EC DRBG by our neighbors. And I think nobody here needs to know who Bruce Schneier is. Now the CTO of Co3 Systems. His tiers are NP complete. Behind his beard is just another fist. Any other Schneier facts we want to throw out right here? Or, yeah. So let's give a big welcome to Joe and Bruce. Thank you, guys.
So I mean, I think one of the important things about Bruce is that he's not only among the most prominent cryptographers among cryptographers, but he's probably the most famous to the outside world. He's a public intellectual, and he writes about stuff that's not just cryptography, but about broader issues of trust and related matters. Security theater, I think, was one of my favorite phrases he came up with, referring to our friends at the TSA. But he's been writing both on the technological aspects on this and the political aspects of this for a long time. And one of the tricky things about all this stuff is that it's so interdisciplinary. I mean, you have to pay attention to a lot of different things at the same time, and I think Bruce does a really good job of that. So I wanted to ask both technical stuff and political stuff as well. Let me start with the RSA issue, though. In your address yesterday at the other conference that might be happening around here, you said that what was rare about the PRISM slides is that it had real company names. And most of the material that's come out, and I should say that Bruce has had some access to some of the stolen documents that the rest of us have not. Mostly company names don't show up there. I think one of the reasons that the RSA story had some impact is because that was a new name. How many, and a lot of people thought that this was a pretty bad thing that happened there. How many other RSAs are out there?
It's funny, we don't know, right? We do know about Bull Run, which is the NSA's program to subvert standards and products and protocols. We don't know what was done. I mean, the only thing that was done with that program was dual EC DRNG, then it was really a waste of money. It was a kind of a lousy program. I believe that a bunch of that subversion is for private standards, cell phone standards, the standards that are designed behind closed doors, between governments. And there really isn't a constituency for privacy in the cell phone standards community. I mean, every country wants to be able to eavesdrop, which is why you get A51, lousy algorithms, lousy security. So I suspect the bulk of that program is focused on these private standards. It feels unlikely to me that the RNG is the only example of a subversion, especially when we see things like Skype, things like LavaBit, where you do have these broad, I need to break this. Anecdotally, I hear about companies, individuals being approached to add backdoors. Someone described it to me as, it's like you're going on a date. Sex is never mentioned explicitly, but it's on the table. That these conversations happen in a highly deniable manner. That if you are amenable to helping the government out, then things happen and things are taken to the next level. I suspect we are not going to get any more names like this, which is frustrating. Because one, as you said, the names make the stories. That someone might have done something and it's bad is a much lousier story than, RSA, dual EC, PRNG, names, dates. It's a much better story. But I don't think we're going to get them, which also means we actually don't know what to trust. We don't know. I'm looking at hard drive encryption for the PC, right? What do I trust? Do I trust the Microsoft BitLocker? Do I trust Symantec's PGP disk? Do I trust the other one whose name flew out of my head and someone will say it? TrueCrypt, right? We truly don't know. And names are exceptions.
So there is a phrase in the National security intelligence world, or an acronym, NOBUS, which means nobody but us. And this is important when we talk about vulnerabilities and the ability to break into things. The US government is a big fan of things that it thinks that only it can do. Sticking with dual elliptic curve for a moment, you were among the people that brought attention to the flaws as far back as 2007. And you said then that it's possible that somebody else could be able to break into this to predict the outputs. Do you still think that? Because nobody has actually done that. And so it seems that dual elliptic curve might be a NOBUS that only the US can break.
And it might be. It's certainly well designed. So you think about how we can subvert something. We could subvert an encryption protocol by weakening the keys. Right? That some of the key bits are fixed. Now that's something that other people can look at the code and learn. And that's kind of not a very good way to put in a back door. Better is lava bit. Give us your key. You're in our country, we can do that to you, no one else can. Right? Security is maintained to the extent that it already has been, and now we have the key. The random number generator is more like LavaBit, right? Because its basis is that if you knew some secret parameters and generated the elliptic curve constants using those parameters, you were able to break it. Now, presuming that this was done, and we believe pretty much certainly it was, the NSA knows these parameters. They're secrets inside Fort Meade. They're never going to leave. So this now becomes a NOBUS backdoor, because we have the secret. Another way would be have some kind of public key encryption. Right? You can imagine that there was the key would be encrypted in some public key where the NSA knew the secret key. Right? So that would be a NOBUS. That's, of course, more detectable. A lot of the breaks, when you look at them, break it for everything. I mean, the Apple break of last week, they were all wondering, was that an accident or was that enemy action? Right? That's a break that anybody who finds it can exploit. So there, we don't know. The random number generator is one of the better ones because of that one-way function.
Let's talk a little bit more broadly. Also at the RSA conference, you said that surveillance is the business model of the internet. That's because so much of it is advertising dependent, driven by information about you. It's not the only business model on the internet. There are paid-for services where they don't need to know everything about you. But the overall picture you painted is pretty bleak. Whether intentionally or not, you have the Googles and the Facebooks and so forth, and the U.S. government having the ultimate good cop, bad cop routine, where you want Google to do things for you, and you don't mind them having your information, and they protest very loudly, and the NSA is really, really thrilled that they're getting so much stuff. Is there a viable alternative set of business models, and how do we break out of that combination effect?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. There's a lot of psychology here. Right? Google gives free services in exchange for psychological manipulation. Right? That's their business model. And we know that quite a lot of NSA surveillance piggybacks on different internet services. They will identify people using cookies. Right? They have a big database of cookies. They track people using cell phones. It's another example, are looking at your links between you and your email provider, which is Google or Yahoo, and when they're unencrypted. There's a lot of government surveillance that piggybacks on corporate capabilities. And there's a reasonable argument, we heard it made earlier here on stage, that if a corporation has some data on you, it's probably reasonable to presume that the government can demand it. But now we've built services where corporations have maximal data on us. Right? That their goal, even if it's not the primary business model, even if you are paying for Angry Birds, right, that app is collecting a lot of data on you they're selling on the back end. Right? And now we know that the NSA piggybacks on Angry Birds. We learned this morning that GCHQ was taking still images of your Yahoo video chat sessions, another free service. And it's an interesting question. How do we get out of this economic trough, right? This minimization area that we seem to be stuck in, that the major services are giving stuff away in exchange for your data. I mean, an obvious way is regulation. I mean, this is what we usually do when the corporate business models are immoral, right? You're not allowed to employ children to work in mines, right? Even though it's profitable, even though it's a great idea, we're just going to declare it illegal because, we don't think you should do that, right? So that is one way to do that, and Europe has taken, more of that approach, regulating what sorts of data can be collected and how it's used. The question is, are there other viable business models? I did the math on Facebook recently for some other project. You look at their latest quarterly numbers, look at their subscribers, the amount of money they're getting per subscriber is about $6.50 a year. That's dollars, $6.50 a year. And so you can imagine them charging $1 a month, $2 a month for a advertising-free, surveillance-free version of Facebook. Now, that's a little bit unfair because it's not across the board. U.S. and industrial world subscribers are going to be worth more than third world subscribers, but the numbers aren't that far apart. It's $10 a year, $20, $50. There's some number that's not stupid that Facebook could decide would be an alternative revenue model to advertising. I believe they don't do that for several reasons. One, that by offering that option, they are making it more clear that they're spying on people, and they really want that not to be salient. And two, I think all of these internet companies, Google, Facebook, and others, are really eyeing that massive amount of advertising that is still spent on television. And they believe that the end game here is they get that. Even if it's still delivered via television, that's theirs. That is all that money in personalized advertising that they're going to get. I'm not sure that's true. There's a great paper, look up peak ad. Someone really looked at whether we as a society have become so saturated with ads they're no longer working. There's the basic argument that no matter how many car ads you see, you're only going to buy one car. So if you see twice of them, each of them is half as valuable. And sort of other arguments you can make as we get attuned to tuning them out. So I think there are alternative business models. They're going to be a long time coming because we really have gotten ourselves stuck in free. And free is a very special price, and free is what we like. Even though it's not actually free, it's free in the transaction. That's where we think.
Let's talk a little bit about balkanization. So Brazil, a number of countries in Europe have made a lot of noise about keeping data locally. This seems to be escalating. There's now been a deal signed to have a undersea cable go from Portugal to Brazil. It's hard to tease out how much of this is playing to domestic political audiences and how much might actually have any impact. But nobody, many people are not a big fan of the concept of balkanization, Vint Cerf included. Where is that going to go?
I think it's sort of interesting to watch. On the one hand, we really dislike that. I mean, the goal of an internet being truly global international is very valuable and something we shouldn't give up lightly. There are other reasons why countries are looking at data localization. Some of it's laws. As we move data into the cloud, there are countries, I'm thinking of Switzerland, that have rules about some of their data must reside in country. Other countries, less savory, let's say the UAE, want the data in their country so they can get at it. So there is a big push among cloud providers, even Google, to be able to make guarantees to some of its customers that data will stay within your country, within the EU, whatever rules are required to get that customer's business. Right? Rackspace is looking at that. Everyone's looking at that. And this realization that South America learned that pretty much everything they do gets routed through Florida, and it kind of freaked them out. So they're looking at other mechanisms. I suspect they're not going to work as well as the countries want. On the other hand, I also worry about once data goes from Brazil to Portugal directly, like there's no rules about the NSA collecting it. It's all open season. At least it went to Florida, there were some rules. So some of that actually might backfire. But I think it's important to watch this. This is one of the bad blowbacks. That if we start really seeing balkanization, if we see more China-like internet borders popping up in other countries, that would be a shame.
One of the major concepts that we're hearing more about now, or more sort of regular folks are becoming aware of, is the sort of zero knowledge idea, where companies like LavaBit will do it over, and this time they'll really have nothing on you. There are a number of folks trying that. Is there a way to do it that's practical and that ordinary people would be able to use?
I don't know if there's a way to do it that will survive a legal onslaught. Right? A judge will not understand, I can't do this, the math doesn't allow it. Right? My father's a judge, trust me. Right? That is not going to be a viable defense. Right? It'll be change the math, change what you're doing. So it's going to be really interesting to watch as we start building these privacy-enhanced services where the math, where the physics actually does give us security, how that's reacted to by different governments. And if you remember, BlackBerry in the UAE, BlackBerry is basically told by the government, give us access or leave. Right? Those are your options. And you can easily see the US government saying, look, give us access or close down. Right? You cannot do this. And I don't know how this is going to play out. I really do love the mathematical solutions because they're robust against a lot of attacks. But a concerted legal onslaught from the government of the country you are in is going to be very difficult to deal with, especially if you're a large company. And if you're a small company, if you're LavaBit, you can close down, risk contempt of court on general principle. Now that now that Facebook bought WhatsApp, right? Suddenly that option doesn't exist for that app. Probably didn't, as it got bigger. But as you get more popular, you're now more vulnerable to coercion. And if you watch the U.S. government, they do a combination of things, right? They'll cajole you, they'll ask you nicely, they will bribe you. We know that's happened. They will threaten you, and they will demand it, right? They will serve a court order on you. And sort of what happens depends on how miserable you want them to make your life. There's a strong tendency to say, we're going to get served with a court order anyway, we should just roll over and make it easier. Right? On the other hand, the current social climate has worked against that. 5 years ago, when the government went to AT&T and said, we want to spy on everybody, they said, great, put your stuff in that closet over there, don't tell anybody. Because there was no downside to cooperating. Now there is a downside to cooperating. You believe it's going to become public. There is huge upside to fighting. So at least in the US, we're seeing a lot more resistance to anything lower than an absolute court order, and we're seeing court orders being fought a lot.
So a lot of people have been working for a lot of years on various versions of crypto for the masses without a lot of success. But a lot of it early on has been in email. And email has special problems because of the routing issues, and some of the metadata is very hard to encrypt very seriously. Do you think that in the end it's going to turn out to be some other mode of communication that is going to really, if anything, will bring crypto to the masses? Some app, some texting, something like that?
I think it's true. I think the lesson from 20 years of PGP is that one-click encryption is one click too many. Right? And we just have not been able to get it to work for everybody, for even anything other than a small minority. I don't even like using it still because it's annoying and it doesn't integrate with my email program. We are seeing other apps. I think the huge success story of the last few years is OTR, off the record. Really clean, really simple, really usable plugin for your chat program. That provides perfect forward secrecy, end-to-end encryption, really strong, and really easy to use. And that sort of dovetails with the way society is going, because nobody under 30 uses email except to talk to their parents and their teachers. So as email's dying and these chat apps are becoming more prevalent, we have another shot to do this right, and I think we are getting it right. So I'm happy to see OTR and that Pigeon's incorporating it in their release, and we have a better chance of getting it to be used ubiquitously. Still ways to screw it up, right? You still have to do man-in-the-middle authentication, and no one understands that, but that's way better. Remember my goal here. My goal is not to stop targeted surveillance. And I can look at that Tau catalog, which is from 2008, 5 years ago, look at the sorts of implants, the sorts of things the NSA can do against a particular computer, and I know that they're going to get in. Right? Everything we know about security, attack is way easier than defense. The real problem here is that we've enabled bulk collection, right? Surveilling everybody. And even moderate encryption makes bulk surveillance uneconomic. This is important. The NSA might have a bigger budget than everyone else in the planet combined, but they're not made of magic. And as we make bulk collection more difficult, we force them to do their actual job, which is targeted surveillance. Right? I mean, if the Snowden documents said that the NSA was spying on North Korea and the Taliban, nobody would care. Because that's what we expect, that's what we want. It's the bulk collection on everybody that we find abhorrent, and that's exactly what cryptography can solve. So even though we're not going to be able to stop the NSA going after my computer if they wanted to, we can make it more expensive, and we can force them to go after my computer alone and not eavesdrop on the entire country.
I wanted to ask you a little bit about the security industry. The RSA conference has a record 25,000 some odd attendees, slightly more than are in this room. Might just be seating limitations. It doesn't seem, well, I think it's harder now for a security company to say our whiz-bang big data analytics will protect you from everything, including the fort. I think that's very hard for anyone to say for a straight face. People still got to buy the best they can buy, and they're still going to buy from these security companies. So how does it change? It seems like this is generally a conversation that is I don't think has reached all of Kansas yet, and I think it's business as usual or almost as usual for a lot of the security companies. Do you see that changing at all?
So it's interesting to watch. I think for most companies, all of this NSA surveillance is basically above their pay grade. They think this doesn't affect us. This is not data the government wants. We're concerned about hackers. We're not concerned about the NSA, and therefore we're just going to ignore this. And for a lot of companies, that's probably true. Sort of two issues. One, do not think of these documents as being about the NSA. Well, they are about the NSA, but they're also not. Right? The Snowden documents gave us this window into what the NSA is doing, but this is what any well-funded nation-state adversary would do. China, Russia, France, Israel. I mean, everybody's doing the same sorts of things. I mean, yes, the U.S. has a bigger budget. Yes, the U.S. has a very privileged position on the internet because of the way the routing works and because of the way where the companies reside. But these techniques are general, and they are they're democratizing. I mean, this is what cyber criminals will do. I've been saying 3 to 5 years. Nicholas Weaver got me this morning and said you should really say 6 months to a year. Now, these techniques are democratizing much faster than you think. So I think the industry has to really start studying what the NSA is doing, because it's a preview on what they're going to be expected to defend against in a couple of RSAs. But I think for most businesses, they see it just as an NSA issue. And this annoys me to say, but I believe it. If you realize that everyone's doing this, you got to buy something. Right? Who are you going to buy your cloud services from if not Google? You're going to buy it from China? And I think different companies, and individuals too, are sort of picking their enemy. Right? Someone's going to spy on my stuff. I'm not going to put it in France. I'm not going to put it in Russia. I'm going to put it I don't know. I guess as enemies go, the NSA is better than most. Right? There really isn't a location on this planet with a country with a viable IT industry that's offering an alternative. So you got to pick your enemy. And the US makes a pretty benign enemy. This annoys me. I mean, don't get me wrong, but I think that is some of the calculus we're seeing. We saw in the near term, Cisco, AT&T, IBM talked about losing significant business in especially China and India. But even a Chinese company might prefer to be spied on by the US than spied on by China, which is sort of now a real interesting dynamic. Because if you think about it, if you are, a German citizen, you kind of rather be spied on by the NSA than by Germany, because when Germany spies on you, they can do something. The NSA is just not going to care, even if you're breaking a law, because the NSA is really far away, whereas your government's a lot closer. So there's this weird perverse benefit in having someone else spy on you than your own country. So that's kind of, I think, the stuff that's going on. How this plays out, I have no idea.
And to bring it back to big data and surveillance power, you said that this is something that you're wrestling with. Big data is really useful. There's the example of driving directions, from your car. If you agree to say where your car is, you get real-time, very helpful stuff about how to get home quicker. On the other hand, used the wrong way, man, a lot of people know exactly where you are all the time. Where are you now in your thinking on that?
So I actually think this is the fundamental problem of the information age. This exact question. Data is incredibly valuable to society in bulk, yet incredibly personal individually. The example I like, because it's the least politically charged, is medical data. There's enormous benefit to putting all of our medical data in a great big database and letting researchers at it. I mean, we would learn a lot, both about real-time pathogens and what's going on, and drug studies and lifestyle studies. There's a lot of research that would be really beneficial. At the same time, that's incredibly personal medical data, and why do we want to put it in a massive database? This question is the same thing as the NSA. If you take them at their face value, it's give us all your data and we'll protect you against terrorism, right? That's the claim. Yet incredibly personal. It's the same thing as the Google driving directions, right? Valuable for you in real-time directions, yet now you're being tracked. And how we make this trade-off, how we enable the benefits of data in bulk, of big data, of all of our data together, while at the same time protecting our privacy, I think this is the big problem right now. And there's not going to be one answer. Right? Where we draw the line, the types of controls, the types of limits are going to be different for driving data, for medical data, for your cell phone location data, for call records, for different purposes. I mean, marketing, again, give me all your data and I'll give you better ads and free email. Yet, yikes, you know what kind of porn I listen to. Watch, whatever.
With that as an unusual segue. So we need to have maybe different sets of controls by type of data, by type of industry, or we need some overarching privacy legislation a la Europe, I guess, would also start to get at this. On the other hand, we have, Congress that couldn't agree on pizza toppings, let alone complicated stuff like this. What would you like to see? What is there a chance of actually coming out of Congress?
I think chances of actual change is very low. I mean, even the bills we see only work around the edges, right? We seem to have focused on the phone metadata collection, and that's really because that was the first story. Right? That's the thing that everybody remembers because everyone stopped reading sooner or later, but that's the one everyone read. I think that's of marginal utility to the NSA. I think they get a bunch of that data other ways. I mean, if there's anything I learned, that there are multiple ways into each piece of data, and if the NSA has a choice, you can do it this way or that way. They do both. And some of these authorities are crumple zones, and they can be given up without any loss of capability. I mean, the surveillance state's very robust. And so my guess is there'll be very little change, and what little change there might be won't actually matter. For longer term, we have to really think about the notions of data collection and data use. There's been some good discussion of where we should apply rules. Should we limit data collection or limit data use? My general feeling, and there are exceptions and there are caveats, is that generally we should, via law, limit the use of data and technically limit the collection of data. That is I think a good way to divide up the defensive territory. That laws limiting collection, I think, are less likely to work because you really can't see collection, but you can see use. And technically, of course, we can't really limit use. We can only limit collection. So any solution is going to be a mix of legal and technical measures. But that's sort of where I want to see the focus. I don't think there'll be any real legal solutions anytime soon. I mean, we have to solve this. I mean, society is not going to stand if we don't. But I mean, it's going to take a generation who doesn't remember 9/11, like we don't remember the Maine, to say, what were we thinking back then? We have to actually, build privacy in the society like we're supposed to. But that's not for today.
Okay, I wanted to give everyone else here a shot at asking Bruce some questions.
And by everyone else, he meant a few of you.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. I think we have about 10 minutes.
Just a question about OTR.
Where are you? Oh, yeah, hi.
Yeah. Perhaps it's a lot less secure than we think. The idea is that it's equivalent in privacy to similar-sized public key cryptography. But given that there is a single modulus that is used, somebody large like the NSA could have better access to decrypting it.
Yeah, the crypto and OTR I think is good. I trust it. People I trust. People I trust wrote it. I don't think the math is weak there. I think the math is actually very strong. So if there's a flaw in OTR, it's not in the math, not in the crypto.
Over here.
A few days ago, there was a Reddit Ask Me Anything with the CEO of Intel, who declined to answer repeated questions about whether essentially whether the microcode has been hacked on purpose or not. And that reminded me a lot of the way Skype used to respond to those questions. What do you think? Are we, is it game over with the CPUs all being hacked?
I don't know. And this is fundamentally the NSA's poison right here. I mean, the fact that we don't know, the fact that there's nothing the CEO of Intel can tell us that will make us believe him if we are suspicious, that we don't know what's been hacked, we have no way to demonstrate that something hasn't been hacked, and we are left with we can't trust anything to any level of certainty. On the one hand, it feels a little bit like paranoia. On the other hand, now that we've seen all these documents, that the paranoid people were just not creative enough. I read Julian Assange's writings from years ago, and they seem surprisingly restrained, given what we know today. It is certainly plausible that the Intel chips have been hacked. It's not rocket science. We accuse the Chinese of doing the same thing with their switches and internet equipment. We certainly can do it. But we just don't know. I'm hoping that more corporate whistleblowers will come forward, because there are some people in Intel who do know, and there are people who don't who aren't executives who do know. Right? Probably the CEO doesn't know, unless it came via court order. There's sort of two ways you can do this. One is you find some low-level person in the company and say, hey, do this for your country, right? And then it never gets any higher. Or you go directly on top with a court order and it doesn't get very low. right? But you try to minimize your conspiracy. We don't know.
Joseph Mint started by saying that you had read documents that haven't been published. And could you please describe something about who selected which set you saw or other facts about it?
I went down to Rio in late August at the request of Glenn Greenwald and Edward Snowden. And he handed me a large pile, meaning small memory stick, of documents that said, these are all really technical, I don't understand them. So it was selected at the time, which in the end of August, like a month and a half into this process, of stuff that was real techie. And it was a lot of real techie stuff. I was there for a few days. We had, I think, about 4 stories we wanted to write. The first one was the Tor story that came out early October. It's a very long process getting that story out. There's a lot of back and forth between the Guardian and the U.S. government about that story. And shortly after that, Greenwald broke with the Guardian. So I, at that point, lost my access. I've not been back since then. The legal issues here are that if he shows me documents, he is leaking government secrets. If I am working with him on a story, we are journalists together. It's it's a really weird world where if I tell you a secret, it's illegal, but if I tell everybody in the world, it's okay. But that's because there are 2 very separate laws. There's the laws about government secrets and classified information, and then there's the First Amendment, which is sort of a separate piece of law that puts basically a corridor through the secrecy laws. So that's how I saw what I saw. Now that Greenwald is back writing, now there's a new news organization. We are working on when I can come back. I have an entire list of things I want to search for. There's better tools to look for them. So I hope to be back and writing more. I'm interested in the tech. I mean, I could be looking at stuff, and if it said in big letters, UK spies on Belgium, I would completely have gone by it. I mean, I didn't care, right? I want to know how VPNs are broken, right? That's what I want to know. I want to know, does the NSA exploit BGP, right? So that's what I'm looking for, and that's the kind of things I would be writing about. It would not be the politics. I mean, other people do the politics. What I can do is the tech.
First, one statement. It's interesting to note that RSA, even though you can change the dual EC DRBG generator, they haven't published any information on how to do that. But my question for you is, with regard to elliptic curves, is there any way to generate the curves such that we can have trust in them via nothing up your sleeve numbers, something like that? You
can. There are public mechanisms. In general, you're trusting some. I mean, Dan Bernstein has a set of curves. Right? If you ever met him, he hasn't been compromised. Right? I mean, so I think those are trustworthy. You can generate them yourselves. I mean, and there are ways you can do that. So you trust them, but now, will people trust them from you? So there are a bunch of curves out there that we in the community believe are trustworthy. I mean, it's really know your source. Right? In the end, you have to trust somebody. It might be yourself, or it's going to be someone you choose. But yes, we can. But remember, we don't know what the NSA can do with elliptic curves. We assume that they are some years ahead of the state of the art in breaking them. And you pick your number, 5, 10, 15, and you look at the curve of success in breaking, and you extrapolate forward. And you have to do that with RSA, with elliptic curves, sort of with all of the different algorithms.
Hey Bruce, back on the topic of OTR and its successors. All of those systems have an interesting property of deniability, but it's never been questioned legally as far as I know. And I was wondering if you think that's actually a useful property or if it's more of a curiosity.
I think in a lot of cases, deniability is not going to be useful simply because your surveillance in any legal proceedings is likely to happen at your machine. It's likely to include screen capture. So, the deniability just isn't going to work there. And of course, neither is OTR, right? Because the data is showing up on your screen. Well, I think what OTR helps is the surreptitious bulk collection, right? Where deniability isn't really an issue. And there, I think it helps completely. Now, deniability is either good or bad depending on your application. It's not necessarily good, it's not necessarily bad. It really depends on what you're doing, and it's worth looking at that explicitly.
Great, I think that's it. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Hey, thank you all.
So we're going to break for lunch now. We are not providing lunch, but there's a big food court downstairs, lots of food in the neighborhood. Please be nice to people wearing the other badges if you run into them at the restaurant. We will start at 1:15 sharp, hearing from the SecureDrop team about how they're protecting journalists through technology. Thank you.
I brought flyers for my latest book if anybody wants one. So I'll be down here answering questions.
Buy Bruce's book. Are you signing books?
I don't. If you have one, sure.
Okay. Thank you very much. Hey everybody, thanks for coming back. We're going to start with our afternoon sessions. So first off, we're going to hear about some of the challenges inherent in trying to use cryptography and other technologies to make software that's both trustworthy and usable by normal people. And by normal people, I mean journalists. We might be stretching that a little bit. But anyway, we're really happy to hear from the makers of SecureDrop, Garrett Robinson and Jan Zhu.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jan Zhu, and this is Garrett Robinson. So I was supposed to give this talk with Garrett today, but I have a throat abscess that makes it extremely painful to talk. So instead, I will just introduce Garrett and say a few words about SecureDrop. I think SecureDrop is extremely powerful software. It's still very early software, and Garrett will talk about a lot of the problems we're facing in making it especially usable for normal people. But I think the problem it's trying to solve is incredibly important, which is if you have something important to say, like if you are a whistleblower, and the thing you are trying to say is dangerous for you personally because of the context in which you live, how do you get that to a news source, right? You are not going to go to a news website and post it in a comments box. And for a lot of news organizations, that's the best that they have right now. And SecureDrop, we hope, is a better solution. So without further pain to myself, this is Garrett Robinson.
Thanks, Jan.
Sorry, quick disclaimer. These slides used to reveal our bullet points one by one.
Check your mic talking to it for me.
Hello, we're testing 1, 2, 3. A little belly over here.
Keep talking.
Hey, yes, testing 1, 2, 3.
Check, check.
Whoa.
Okay, go again.
Hey. Better? Better? Do I have to do this? All right, guys. So, so like I was saying, can you hear me now? Is that great? Okay. So, like I was saying, there were bullet points that would reveal themselves one by one, but that got broken somehow. So there are going to be some slides that have a lot of text. Do not be intimidated, but I will lead you through them from top to bottom. Apologies for the wall of text. So, as a bit of background, the institution of journalism is commonly called the Fourth Estate, and that comes from this quote attributed to Edmund Burke, who was a member of the House of Parliament. Burke said that there were 3 estates in Parliament, but in the reporter's galley, yonder, there sat a 4th estate, more important far than they all. So that was said in, I believe, 1789. So even back then, people recognized that a democratic government had to have checks and balances not only within itself, but from outside independent institutions like journalists. This has been important in American history. For example, Daniel Ellsberg, who released the Pentagon Papers that gave Americans a much clearer view into the involvement in the war with Vietnam. He was prosecuted for this, but the case was thrown out due to government misconduct. And a whistleblower who is nicknamed Deep Throat, later revealed to be Mark Felt, an FBI executive, released information about Watergate that led to the impeachment of Richard Nixon and the revealing of his very corrupt dealings. So the freedom of the press was known and recognized even before or around the time that this country was created, and the Founding Fathers enshrined it in the very first amendment of the Bill of Rights. Congress shall make no law abridging the freedom of speech or of the press. So that is the source of the name of the organization that I work for, Freedom of the Press Foundation, and our current flagship product or project is SecureDrop, which we hope will help ensure freedom of the press now and in the future. The thing we're really focused on is this concept called reporter's privilege that stems from that First Amendment protection. So it's a qualified privilege for journalists, and the goal is to allow them to protect their sources from discovery. Now, it's a little more complicated. This doesn't actually really exist. There was a Supreme Court case, Brandsburg v. Hayes, in 1972, that was actually split very close, 5-4, that ruled that this is not a federal protection, and whistleblower journalists do not have a special First Amendment right that no one else has. Since then, there's been a lot of different state laws called shield laws that aim to protect this privilege, and people have argued differently in different ways based on the original Brandsburg ruling. Meanwhile, some journalists have adopted a code of ethics that includes going to jail if they are in court and asked to reveal a source's identity rather than giving that up. And this has a very clear, impact on the ability of the press to perform their job. If a journalist can simply be compelled to identify a source, they will not have very many more sources in the future. So it damages the independence of the press from powerful institutions if they cannot have these sources come to them and give them information. Fast forward to just last year, the Associated Press wrote a story that was based on leaked information about a foiled terrorist plot in Yemen. And this was based on information that was given to them by some anonymous source within the administration, and it caused a great deal of embarrassment to the administration at the time. So the Department of Justice decided to investigate with the goal of uncovering the identity of the leaker. After interviewing hundreds of people, they were unable to establish this identity. So they secretly went to the telecom that provided the phone service for the AP office in New York City, as well as to telecoms that provided phone service to individual journalists, and they subpoenaed 2 or 3 months of all of their call records, which they used to successfully identify the source. And he was arrested and is now in jail. So when that happened in 2012, and then in 2013, the mechanism by which this was investigated was revealed, and it caused a furor in Congress and in the press because it was a totally unprecedented invasion of journalists' rights. You can see how now that we have a state that has incredible surveillance capabilities, and we're all online and we're all using electronic communication and leaving breadcrumbs everywhere that we go, that you don't need to challenge reporters' privilege anymore. You don't have to get into a messy court case. You can totally circumvent that and use the metadata to get your man. And that, I think, is a fundamental threat to the original goal of the First Amendment and reporters' privilege. All of this, of course, comes in the context of a totally unprecedented war on whistleblowers. The Obama administration has prosecuted more whistleblowers than all previous administrations combined. And they have done so with increasingly harsh and oppressive measures, like charges under the Espionage Act. So, while this was all going on, former NSA sysadmin named Edward Snowden was reaching out to Glenn Greenwald. He first approached him in February of 2013, and by the journalist's account, said he had information that would be of great interest. He wasn't kidding. He followed that up with a step-by-step guide on how to encrypt communications, which Greenwald ignored. Snowden then sent a link to an encryption video, which was instructions, again, more step-by-step, explaining how to set up PGP communications so they could further discuss what he had to say. This was also to no avail. In a New York Times interview, Greenwald said, "It's really annoying and complicated, the encryption software. He kept harassing me, but at some point he just got frustrated, so he went to Laura." So at that point, Snowden went to Laura Poitras, a documentary filmmaker who was already well-versed in using encryption software to protect communication. He was able to sort of bootstrap the relationship between all three of them, and they began publishing the Snowden revelations, which are continuing to be released and have had an enormous impact on everybody in this room, I'm sure. And also, meanwhile, Kevin Poulsen, a journalist from Wired on the left, had contacted Aaron Swartz and wanted to build a secure system to allow journalists to communicate with sources. This was inspired by WikiLeaks and also by the surrounding events. This is a picture of them whiteboarding the design in the Wired offices, I believe, in San Francisco. Unfortunately, before the project was really completed, Aaron tragically died. But Kevin decided that the best thing to do in his memory would be to launch his final project and put it out there in the world, which they did on May 15th, 2013. Kevin convinced the editors of The New Yorker to launch Strongbox, which was the first deployment of the system that was originally called Dead Drop. So Strongbox was in the press, and The New Yorker started using it. Their journalists really liked it a lot, and they were getting useful information out of it. On August 11th, there was an independent audit report conducted by a team from the University of Washington, led by Tadashi Kono, as well as Bruce Schneier, who spoke earlier, and Jake Applebaum. The audit was mixed. They found that DeadDrop was sound architecturally, and they thought it was a good basis, but it also had a lot of problems. There were a lot of poor technical choices, and it was very difficult to set up and maintain, and they felt that for the journalists and for the administrators, it made poor trade-offs that would lead to reduced security. So the Freedom of the Press Foundation decided to adopt the project. We rebranded it as SecureDrop, which sounds a little bit less cloak and dagger, with the goal of implementing the fixes that were recommended in that original audit. So we set to work. I was hired. Jan started working on it. Bill, who is also here, and many other contributors started working to make SecureDrop a safer and more usable piece of software. So that's where we are today. Just so this isn't too abstract, I want to give you guys a little bit of a walkthrough of what it looks like. I couldn't do a demo, so it's screenshots. I apologize for that. But let's say that I'm a source, and I have a document that I wish to give to a journalist at a trusted news organization. So the first thing that I would do is I would go to that organization, and I would find their SecureDrop landing page. So this page is always served over TLS. It has no tracking cookies, it has minimal or no logging, and it provides instructions for how to use SecureDrop. We try to make this as easy as possible, but it can't be a one-click deal. One click may be too many, but that's just the way it is right now. So what we do instead is we say, okay, first go to the Tor project and get yourself a copy of the Tor browser bundle. This is far and away the easiest way to use Tor across platforms, and it's basically the recommended way to use Tor for non-expert users from the Tor project. You can get the application, and then you go to a hidden service, which is identified by this kind of funky-looking URL. So you copy and paste that into the new browser that is being proxied through the Tor network. And then we also provide some OPSEC recommendations at the end. Maybe they should be at the beginning. But we basically say that you need to consider the circumstances in which you're doing what you're doing. You need to accept that there are risks, and we are trying to make it as safe as possible, but nothing is perfect. And we are currently working on improving these OPSEC guidelines and helping to give sources really, really usable, safe ways to use the system. So the source gets the Tor browser, enters that URL, hits return, and they get this. So this is actually ProPublica's real SecureDrop page. I used their example they launched recently. You can see it's pretty simple. You can either submit documents for the first time, or you can return and check for replies. So SecureDrop enables you to not only have a dead drop, but you can also receive replies from journalists and conduct a conversation that way. So let's say I want to submit my document. The first thing I do is I go to this generation page, and I get a code name. Axis Mania, Adonis Thigh, T, Fume, Cobra, Bath. It is a little weird, but it's a lot easier to remember than a similar strength random alphanumeric password. And the idea is that if you want to return for replies, you have to either memorize this or record it somewhere safe. This is actually a diceware passphrase, and it has very high entropy compared to your standard password. This is about 87 bits of entropy. So you can regenerate it if the one that you get seems really confusing or hard to remember. When you have one that you like, you can continue. And then you just get a very simple file upload form and a text box. You can send a file, or you can send a text message, or both at the same time. Maybe you can describe the file in the text, whatever you want to do. So I say, hi, I'm a developer, just testing the system. That's what I sent last night. And then you hit enter, and it sends it. You can do this as many times as you want and send people whatever you got. Meanwhile, a journalist logs into their interface, and they see a new collection of documents from a codename source. Now, this codename is not used for any kind of a cryptographic reason, so it's just a pet name. I liked incomprehensible gutsiness as a name for a whistleblower. So they can go ahead and click on that, and they'll get a list of the documents. They're identified by unique random IDs, and they are encrypted with GPG, as you can see. So the journalist can take the document, download the encrypted document, then they have to go through a procedure, which I'll explain in a second, to view it. They can also reply, and that is encrypted to the source uniquely, and then the source can log in later and see the reply. And you can see that we recommend that you delete things as soon as possible to minimize data retention. So this is a diagram, kind of big and scary, of the whole flow, but we just went through the top part, and now we're kind of right here. So the journalist goes to that interface and gets the encrypted documents. Then they have to sneakernet them to an air-gapped thing that we call a secure viewing station, which is running tails. And we have it run tails because we're worried about persistent malware that could try and infect the machine and return to be exfiltrated. So it's not perfect, but it's an improvement over having a always-on box that's just sitting there. They view documents on the air gap, decide what to do with them, and then once they've produced a story or they've sanitized the metadata and they want to publish them for everyone to see, they can again sneakernet them to another computer and then publish as they normally do. So this system is a little more complicated than Gmail, but we think that it helps enforce some really useful security properties without being too onerous. Currently, these are our deployments. The New Yorker is still using it, and we have updated their original version with the latest that has all the fixes from the audit. We also audited our new release, and our goal is to have independent security teams audit each of our releases from here on out before they're deployed. So we have a good idea that we haven't introduced some kind of a crazy mistake that could harm somebody. We next launched at Forbes, and a group called Balkan Leaks independently decided to switch from their homegrown system to SecureDrop, and they love it. They're all about it. The Global Mail in Australia is using it, ProPublica. The Intercept, which is the new Glenn Greenwald, Laura Poitras First Look project. And there are several major deployments that are coming very soon, so stay tuned. I'm very excited about those. And then just as a note, I like SecureDrop because I think that we can kind of think of it as, to pardon the terrible metaphor, a gateway drug for journalists to use encryption and secure communication. So here's the Intercept, and with our help, as well as the help of Micah Lee, a friend of the project and contributor, who is now working with them, we can see that Glenn Greenwald's contact page has a SecureDrop link, so people can use it to send him information. It also has his email and his PGP public key. So any future Snowdens will not have to go through that original process of nagging him for months, which I'm sure he appreciates too. So that was the first architecture, and if there are some security people in the audience kind of shaking their heads and feeling a little weird, I wouldn't be surprised. That's how I felt when I first saw it too. There are a couple of what I think are key issues with the current architecture, and they are, the first is that it is a web application. The second is that encryption is not end-to-end on the application layer. We do use Tor's end-to-end encryption from the hidden service protocol, but the application itself is not. That also means that we perform encryption on behalf of sources on the server, which is not ideal. And then finally, there are no mitigations other than what Tor implements for traffic analysis. And this was not, well, we'll do it later. So anyway, these are, in my opinion, the key issues, and I really want to take SecureDrop, which I think is good and better than a lot of alternatives, but move it to be as good as it can be, and that requires resolving these issues. So it was originally a web application for usability reasons. I think that most would agree that people who use computers use internet, they use the browsers, and they are familiar with the mechanics of web applications. They're pretty straightforward, they're common, so they are friendly and familiar for most people compared to SFTP or a native client that totally has a custom UX. They are pretty easy to get up and running with. There's also this idea of plausible deniability. If you are a source and you're being investigated, you have your computer seized and it has the SecureDrop upload client binary sitting on it, that's not going to go so well for you. But if you have a web browser or the Tor browser, lots of people have the Tor browser, so it's nowhere near as incriminating. So we kind of wanted to leverage that in this design. But there are problems, as I said. So web browsers are really complicated pieces of software, and there's a very large attack surface. We saw recently from the Tor Freedom Hosting attack in August that the FBI and other organizations are already trying to use exploits in browsers to de-anonymize users of systems like Tor. So that's a lot of risk that we're taking, and I'm not sure if the trade-off from usability is worth it. So that's a concern. And then it also limits new applications. We've had people come to us and say, I want to make a mobile app that I can use to record police brutality and send it anonymously to SecureDrop. That is not impossible now, but it's very difficult to do. If you were someone who didn't want to use a browser and wanted to use a native client, and that was your threat model, also very difficult to do right now, but it doesn't have to be that way. Second thing is end-to-end encryption. Again, I'm pretty sure the reason why this was done in the first place is for usability reasons. If you wanted to put something in a browser and you wanted to encrypt things, it's very hard to do that without developing a custom add-on. That complicates the original installation flow and setup. So the thought was, let's just have the server do it for us and trust the server. There's also a corollary, again, with deniability. If you have a browser or a Tor browser that's just totally stock and vanilla, that's deniable. But a Tor browser with a custom SecureDrop extension is not, or much less so. So those are all kind of tied together. But the problem with this is that it allows very serious server attacks. If an adversary is able to gain code execution on our server, they can just listen for plain text submissions and compromise all of the ones that are received after the point of compromise. Very serious attack, very concerning. We do a lot of work to harden the system and to monitor it at all times, but that is not foolproof, and I think that our architecture should handle it more than any kind of secondary countermeasures. Finally, traffic analysis. So Tor and the Tor browser do some things to try and mitigate traffic analysis, but I think that the application, given the sensitive nature of the users, should do more. It was not originally a design goal, but it should be, especially if we're trying to challenge powerful adversaries who have a large view of the network. We must try and find ways to make their analysis as difficult as possible. The downside is that traffic analysis mitigation is very challenging. There are a lot of ideas ranging from incredibly basic to incredibly complex, but it seems unclear as to what's actually effective and how to measure the effectiveness. And the last thing that I want to do is say, here is our traffic analysis mitigation, and now we are protected and it's not a problem anymore, when really we don't know. That's one of the worst things you can have in security is the sense of security without actually having it. So I want to avoid that. So these are our proposed solutions. First, for the application, I want to rewrite the server so it just presents a simple API. It has to be served over Tor, over a hidden service as before, but now it's a generic, maybe like a REST HTTP API, something simple. REST APIs for the win. Wait, 2 years ago? I don't know. Anyway, something simple. It's a simple application that doesn't require a lot of complexity. So that would allow us to have a variety of clients. We could write native clients. We could write browser add-on clients, et cetera, and so forth. It also simplifies the server. So the server has to do a lot less work templating, watching out for various web application type of attacks, OWASP type attacks. It can just focus on the very simple task of maintaining this sort of anonymous database of encrypted files and anonymous identifiers, and that's nice. We've been talking to some people from Global Leaks. They are also interested in joining forces, so we have one unified secure whistleblowing thing instead of two. And they have an API already, so we're talking to them about ways we can merge them, collaborate, et cetera. But that's very new. For end-to-end encryption, we have to obviously move the encryption from the server to the client. So the nice thing about the API is that now that's much easier to do. We can, for example, write a browser add-on, which combines a lot of the properties from Tor browser bundle, which are very nice, but also improves the security tremendously. So we also want to address that deniability question. If you have the custom add-on in your browser, that's not so great. So one thing we've been talking to the Tor developers about is actually creating a default extension in Tor browser bundle, which is hidden to the ordinary user, but can transparently detect when they're using SecureDrop and then perform the necessary client-side work for them. So that, I think, is a very exciting idea, and I'm working on it right now. There are other benefits, too. The client can store their key. That's good for usability because we can be less strict about passphrases and such. You kind of get a little bit of a two-factor in terms of the key that you have and then the ability that you had to decrypt it, like a passphrase. So we can get away from using 8 or 10-word diceware passphrases, which are unwieldy, and use something easier. That's nice as well. But there is a problem there with deniability. If you have the key, then it looks like you used it. Maybe we can generate the key automatically and everyone always has it. There are options there. One problem here is that we have a new problem in terms of verifying the journalist keys. So you can imagine that the way the client would work is you would submit information to it, files or documents. You would select a server or a journalist to encrypt them to. We have to receive their public keys, and then we have to somehow authenticate them against the identity of the journalist. This is a classic PKI problem. Everyone has it. It's tricky, but it's especially tricky when we have such a high set of security requirements. So there are a lot of interesting options in terms of like maybe using key pinning or certificate transparency, some kind of an audible public mechanism that I want to look into. And because this is a very specialized application, we can probably have a more rigorous usability model than you might be able to do in, say, a web browser. And then finally, traffic analysis. So I've been reading a lot of papers recently. There's a lot of different options, ranging from very simple. You could imagine you could randomly pad the packets with random bits of garbage data. It all looks the same, encrypted. So that might kind of make it harder, but it's unclear how much harder it would make it. There's a lot of variability. You know, maybe all the users who submit a document that's within the pad like range are okay, but the guy who submits like a gigabyte video is totally obvious and like naked with no clothes. So that's a bummer. There's the idea of bucketing. So Adam Langley's Pond does this to obfuscate when their users send and receive messages. But the problem with bucketing, there's a time trade-off. It slows things down. But also, at least in Pond, a design goal is that a user can be identified as a Pond user, and the goal is to not be able to determine when they send and receive messages. But for SecureDrop, we'd like to be able to say that they can't even be identified as a SecureDrop user in the first place. Then there are various other ideas. Traffic morphing. You can imagine that you might be able to make the traffic look like a different thing. Like maybe SecureDrop users sending data to the server looks like a YouTube upload or an upload to any other server that takes lots of data. And then finally, an idea is that we can actually make our SecureDrop servers Tor exit nodes and then emulate cover traffic coming out of it to make it look like an upload is indistinguishable from the other Tor traffic being routed through the node. That's kind of a new idea. It's very tricky, but it's interesting. So there are a lot of options. As you can see, it's a wide space, and there's a lot of ideas, but it's hard to say what's actually effective, and there are varying degrees of difficulty in implementing these. As a side note, if you know much about anonymity networks, you know that there are two broad classes, low latency and high latency. So Tor is low latency. It's designed for using the web, maybe chatting and stuff like that. And then there are high latency networks like Mixminion for email. So with high latency, you don't care if the message comes to you in 2 seconds or 2 hours. But if you're browsing the web and you load a page and it could load in 2 seconds or 2 hours, that's a huge problem. So SecureDrop actually would be a natural application for a high latency anonymity network because we don't really care if it comes in 2 seconds or 2 hours or a day even. But the problem is there is no existing network with a large anonymity set for us to bootstrap from like there was with Tor. So we would maybe have to create a whole network. There are options there, but it does seem like that's kind of a dead end, unfortunately. Anyway, so this was all kind of given to you in the context of an implicit threat model that I want to make a little more explicit. So the basic goal, clearly, is that we want to maintain the source's anonymity. And then there are 3 contexts in which you can imagine doing that. There are local observers. So for a network like Tor, that's any observer between the user and the first hop of the Tor circuit. And then there are global observers, so that's someone like the NSA, who can see a lot of IX and AX traffic and correlate between nodes, maybe. And then there are actually the journalists themselves. A nice property of SecureDrop is that by default, it's possible that a journalist wouldn't even be able to identify the source at all. So they can go to court and have deniability, maybe. It's better for the source if they simply cannot be exposed. But there are problems there that have more to do with the files themselves and less with the network. So you can imagine that a source is careful and the documents they have don't have their name in it, but maybe it's in file metadata created by an Office suite or a PDF application. So there's some work we're doing in the next release to try and automatically strip metadata, but it's incomplete and there's a lot of options there. So those are the 3 basic classes, and we are currently working to develop a more detailed threat model that addresses each of them. so we can really give people a clear idea of what it is we're trying to accomplish and use that as a framework for ourselves to make design choices. As you can see, there are a lot of options that all trade off with each other, and I think having a threat model will be the way that we can resolve those problems. And a final challenge, clearly, is that, oh, my bad, we don't know exactly what our adversaries can do. If we're talking about state-level actors, there's a lot of mystery. One of the greatest things about the Snowden leaks is that it actually gives us a lot of ideas, a clearer picture, not clear, but clearer, of the capabilities of some of these very powerful adversaries. And that has informed our work. I totally stopped working on this until I saw the Tor Stinks slideshow and Bruce's analysis in The Guardian, because I wasn't sure if we could even trust Tor. But now it seems like it's pretty good. Not perfect, but pretty good. Another consideration, which is totally out of the realm of technology, is OPSEC. So we've had some critics come to us and say, hey, you guys are doing it all wrong. Tor is not magic OPSEC sauce. If a source is careless, if they use it over their work network, which is being monitored by an IDS, perhaps, then it's game over. And nothing that you can design with fancy crypto is going to stop that. And they are totally right. OPSEC is a requirement both for sources and for journalists. So we're developing guides for both to help them understand the risks involved, to pick a threat model, and to make choices that will help protect themselves. There's tension with availability here, where on the one hand, we want it to be usable and easy, but on the other hand, to practice OPSEC is decidedly not easy. It requires diligence and discipline. But we hope that we can do this in a way where it's easy enough, but also secure enough. And balancing that is going to be a challenge. So that's the basic gist of the architecture. Our plans for development are we're first going to continue improving this current series, which is called 0.x. So we're on 0.2. We're going to do 0.3 next, naturally. Some of the improvements we're planning for 0.3 are, as I said before, trying to sanitize metadata to give that file sort of a default, not identifying the source property. We also want to automate our deployment, make it simpler, make it more secure by hardening it. And we want to refresh the UX, both for sources and for journalists. As you can see, it's a little bare bones. It's a little 90s. So we have some really nice, very sexy screenshots and wireframes going on. And we're getting a lot of feedback from journalists who are using it right now, who are telling us the things that they really want to see in that interface that you saw. So we have a whole list of issues that we're trying to fix to implement these ideas. And the feedback from actual users is one of the best things about this project. I think it takes it out of the realm of theory and speculation and really grounds it, which for me is exciting. And then, as I said before, those three key issues cannot really be addressed in the current series. It's very wedded to that current architecture. So what I want to do is totally re-architect it for a 1.0 release that will incorporate the changes that I was talking about previously. As I said before, we're going to audit every release from 0. series to 1.0 and so on and so forth. This is a great way to really get different feedback from people. So the first was done by U Washington, Bruce Schneier, Jake Applebaum. The second one was done by Mario Heidrich and a team from Cure53, and they did a great job. And we're going to keep doing that. And then finally, as we improve the system, make it more and more secure and more easy to use, and balance that appropriately, we want to deploy it to a wider audience. Our unofficial motto is to put a WikiLeaks in every newsroom, and I believe that we can do that, but we have a long way to go. So I'm going to end with a call to action. One of the great things about this project is that it's gotten a lot of open source contributors. So we have 49, I think, or 39 contributors on GitHub right now. We've had 2 hackathons since November. We have a weekly hack day in San Francisco you can come hang out at. We're on GitHub, so check it out. Everything is done totally transparently. We file issues for everything. We have a mailing list where people are arguing about crypto. It's pretty fun. And then we have the actual Freedom of the Press Foundation website where you can go learn more about the whole organization and SecureDrop. And actually right now, not to be a shill, but we're running a donation for encryption tools for journalists, but also for the public in general. So you can donate money and give it to Tor or Whisper Systems or the LEAP project or SecureDrop. So think about it if you have some loose change lying around. I don't know. Anyway, that's it. We have time.
We got couple minutes, yeah.
Yeah. So if there are any questions, I think we have a few minutes. I'd be happy to answer them.
Donahue.
There's a security usability hackathon this weekend. I'll tweet a link to it with the TrustyCon hashtag. But are you guys going to be at that?
Yes.
Sweet. Everybody else, it's this weekend.
Hello, I'm Nathan. I've been looking at global leaks security a bit, and the architectures seem somewhat similar, and it seems like there might be a similar tension in both architectures where you might have multiple journalists using the same hidden service.
Mm-hmm.
So the user needs to know which journalist they're leaking something to.
Right.
And everyone kind of needs to rely on the hidden service not to look at the leaks or delete them early or things like that.
Sure.
So one way around that is to have every journalist run their own hidden service. And I'm wondering if you have anything to say about that tension, or if there's some value in separating the hidden service from journalists altogether so that there's sort of a separation of concerns, and they don't know where the hidden service is, and if there's something in that direction.
Sure, interesting. So when I use the term journalist, I really mean the journalist organization, and it's totally up to them how they actually partition access to the server. So we have an upcoming deployment where what they decided to do is have 2 employees work part-time, one of them full-time, I think, to manage SecureDrop. So they will be the only 2 people with the actual access to the server, and then they'll do the task of moving it to the viewing station and decrypting stuff, and then they'll find the journalist to bring things to. So that's one approach. There's sort of different ways you can do it. And I want to, again, hear more from actual deployments as to what the most useful, the one that fits best into current newsrooms is. It's a totally open source project, and it's pretty easy to run at this point. So if you wanted to run your own service, go for it. I'm not sure how much benefit there is from, defaulting to running individual services for each journalist, but I should think about it more, I guess.
There we go. How does the source know that the journalist that they're trying to reach is the one that they intend, and that there isn't some sort of a counterfeit service there, perhaps run by an intelligence agency that is purporting to be, let's say, ProPublica or something like that?
You mean like a man in the middle?
Yeah. Well, a man in the middle,
No,
or think of it as a phishing site.
Service. Yeah. So that's a great question. So the way that we handle that right now is that Tor hidden services have a nice property called self-authentication. So that really wacky-looking URL is actually the hash of the public key of the server. So as long as that server's key is not compromised, you can be sure that you're talking to the server that you intended to. There is a downside, and this is often referred to as Zucco's triangle, Zucco. But the basic problem is that that name, while secure and decentralized, is hard to remember, and so hard to remember or even kind of parse that it's unlikely that a person would notice changes to it. So what I am trying to push organizations to do is to actually physically print the onion address of the SecureDrop site in their paper, or if they have a physical publication, print it there. So that gives you 2 things. Source can go to the URL from that instead of basically chaining trust from TLS, which is what happens right now. And you can also use it to audit the hidden service. So someone can go and say, hey, the paper says this, but this is actually what I see. Something weird's going on, and you can fix it that way. So great question. Yeah, it comes down to chaining trust, and right now that's what I really want to do. And I think one of our upcoming partners is really interested in that idea, so I'm hoping that we'll see Tor hidden service URL on the editor's page of a major paper really soon, and that'll be kind of cool. So, yeah.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you to Garrett and Jan for all their work, and the rest of the SecureDrop team.
Thanks.
And hopefully, Jan, we'll hear from you at a future event, right? Okay, so we're kind of in this is kind of the technical block in the afternoon. We didn't label it as such, but now that I look at the agenda, I realize what that is. So go ahead and get some more coffee if you need to. So we have a really interesting talk coming up. As most people here know, crypto is one of the areas in computer science where I feel like a lot of people feel there's a huge disconnect between theory and practice. That there's a lot of people out there that think because they read a certain red book written by a gentleman that we heard from today, that they're all of a sudden experts that can implement anything. And as a result, we've had some disasters out there. And so I thought it'd be interesting to hear from two of the people I respect the most from both sides of this. Chris Palmer's an old colleague of mine from ISEC Partners who now works on the Chrome security team, working on the practical uses of cryptography in Chrome. And Dan Boneh is a professor at Stanford who's pretty famous for having, has to be the most viewed computer science security course in human history through his crypto course on Coursera. I mean, one of the most popular, massively online courses ever. And so we're going to hear from Chris on the practical side and Dan on the theoretical side, and then hopefully we'll have a couple minutes for questions at the end. So let's hear it for Chris Palmer.
Super double thanks to Alex and all the TrustyCon volunteers who put a lot of work into this, and it's going pretty cool. I'm liking it. Okay, so I'm going to talk about super practical things, hopefully not so practical that they're boring. So we'll see how that goes. Okay, so I work on the Chrome security team. I've focused on making HTTPS, as I say, less untrue of a security guarantee. And for a while I was working on, I still do, Chrome for mobile platforms, but I'm lately focusing on the usability, the secure usability of Chrome, which boils down to, well, one of the things it boils down to is making sure that users know when the HTTPS guarantee, such as it is present, or if they can know when it's not present. And that is, of course, a hilariously hard problem, especially when you combine it with the mechanisms that we are working on to sort of truss up the weaknesses of the HTTPS ecosystem. So there's a lot of hard problems in computer science, but naming things is surely one of them. Garrett just referred to Zuko's triangle, which I'll be browbeating you with for the next couple slides. I would also say that we have two hard problems, obviously, cache invalidation, naming things, and off by one errors. But there's also a fourth hard problem, and that is talking to people. Computer scientists are still very bad at that, which is why I've chosen to try to talk to people by joining the secure usability team. So given those four hard problems, let's just focus on the one. Naming things, especially naming things securely. So Zuko's triangle, and he's here in the audience. Hi, Zuko. You want to have three properties for a secure name. It should be meaningful. It should mean something to people. They should be able to remember it. It should be decentralized so that it can scale globally, and so that people's authority over their own name can be their own instead of imposed from above. And then, of course, we'd also like for it to actually be a secure name, like a key or something that couldn't be forged or guessed. So you can only get two out of the three. That's Zuko's conjecture. And some people have claimed that you can get all three, but I think it's pretty easy to see why that can't be true. We have to imagine a future human population that can remember 128 bits of entropy on demand for all their friends. I don't know anyone like that. So until people fundamentally change, that edge of the triangle won't be happening. There's not one single global authority that everyone trusts. That's a huge political problem that I also don't see changing. So I think this triangle is a pretty strong form. This problem is not going away. So historically, we've tried to fix it or cope with it by, as Aaron Swartz said, squaring Zuko's triangle. And usually that means putting two triangles together, which means putting two naming systems together. and hoping that they bind well. And they tend not to, but we try. So think of X509, the terrible certificate format. Among its many properties, really all we care about from the perspective of HTTPS is only 2 of its properties, which is why its terrible complexity is especially sad for us, because we don't need all of what it provides. We want to use it to bind a key to what they call a common name or a DNS name. Like a www.google.com is a DNS name. It should bind to our public key. And so obviously the public key is not meaningful, but is secure and is decentralized because at Google we can just generate one. And then the DNS name is, I'm calling it multiply centralized or semi-decentralized. You have all these multiple central authorities for the names in the DNS system. There's com, there's net, there's ly, for Libya, there's Russia, whatever. They all run their own name hierarchies. So it's not exactly decentralized, but let's call it good enough for now. And of course, it's not secure. The name is not a key. So in addition to those concerns, there's a bit of a trouble spot where the points of the triangle or the sides, they're a little loose. I've drawn a lot of space in between them because they don't bind quite perfectly. For example, a key problem is that the keys, the binding between DNS, you register with your registrar, and then you have to get your square signed by a certification authority, and they don't do the same checks on your DNS name as the DNS registrar did. They're not exactly the same things, and the standards for validating them tend to skew a bit. So think of that corner there as being kind of wiggly, and it's not well bound. So, but that isn't even the whole problem. It gets worse. Because what the user sees, or at least what we try to promise them, is the concept of the web origin. And that is, dear user, there's a scheme like HTTPS or HTTP, there's a host name like mail.google.com, there's a port 443 or 80 or whatever. And that is the basis for the security. We are separating mail.google.com from NY Times in the JavaScript runtime in the browser. The cookie rules are different for those two. That's the real security boundary. And dear user, we hope that you understand that, even though it's kind of tricky and even developers don't. So we actually have a third triangle that we have to bind to our square. The DNS CNAME, it's not exactly the same thing as an X509 DNS name. It's, again, semi-decentralized in the same way, but again, that binding, that corner where there's now 3 things, is very wiggly. They're registered differently, they're validated differently, they're parsed differently. Think back to Moxie Marlinspike's null byte bug in the DNS name in the X509 cert. Maybe a registrar would have let that fly, probably not. It's certainly, your DNS client wouldn't be able to look it up. So that's an example of the mismatch that can happen and why that corner is very not tied down. And of course, the CNAME is as not secure as the DNS name, and it is, we hope, meaningful. And we hope to present to users to get to a wonderful world where the only part of the origin, which is itself is a name, but we want to get to a point where the only part that we present to them is the host name, because HTTPS is assumed. Forever, we're always using that. Soon, HTTP will be gone. And as long as you're using the default port 443, we don't need to mention it. So hopefully the name, origin, can get down to just host name, which an informal but highly scientific Twitter poll of 5 people says that people do consider DNS names meaningful. And that's the state of the art in usability testing. So our problem is binding names to names and possibly to third names and possibly to fourth names. In fact, that previous picture was grossly oversimplified, as complicated as it was. So our problem, we want to, wherever there's gaps in our triangles that are trying to bind together, we want to do something to hopefully just get rid of the gap, unify the names as well as we can, or bind them, which, like, imagine them being tied together by bungee cords. There's a little flexibility, which we'll see later is an important property. Or we want to fixate them, which is sort of my word for sort of nailing one of the edges of the triangle down. Think back to like this picture. Fixating would be putting a nail, does this thing have a laser? Yeah. Putting a nail right there so that while these two might still wiggle around, at least this one is nailed down. And then we could worry about maybe nailing down the other one or something. So fixating is less flexible than binding. These are my made-up terms. Or we want to audit the skew. And of course, there's tons of skew. And whenever you can't solve a security problem, try auditing it. Just keep track of it. And that is often better than nothing, and it can work. So we're going to try all these things. So an early attempt to nail things down was a proposal called Certification Authority Authorization, which was attempting to deal with the problem that the certification authorities are different authorities completely than the DNS authorities, often. Sometimes they're the same business, but often not. And there's the problem that obviously your browser trusts all the certification authorities to issue for any name. So we'd like to stop that from happening as much. So they had a proposal where you would make a new DNS resource record to say, I want Symantec.com to be issuing certificates for my name, Google.com, or whatever. And then hopefully, Komodo and GoDaddy would check that DNS record before issuing for Google, and they could catch themselves before they misissued by accident. Obviously, that's not like super hardcore secure, but it is simple, and simple matters a lot. So that's a key strength of that plan, was all you have to do is put a new DNS record in your DNS, and well-behaved actors, authorities, would adhere to the rules, and that would be nice. Of course, the whole problem is that many of the CAs are unaware of the rules, don't follow them haphazardly. So that's a key weakness, is we're relying on people in whom we place a lot of trust to not mess up still, and we'd really like to fix that. Also, it doesn't mean much if those records are not served over DNSSEC, which obviously is not happening anytime soon. So, that's a weakness, but still, simple is good. So another idea is public key pinning, which me and some other people are working on. The goal there is to fixate the link between the key and the name, and also to fixate the link between the key and the certification authorities. We would like to say, dear browser, if you're ever going to go to Google, or if you're ever going to go to torproject.org, expect that one of these public keys will be in the validated chain of certificates. And if not, then that is a misissued chain, and you should ignore it. It would be terrible. So it's brittle, because it's a fixation rather than a flexible binding. It does work. It definitely works, and we've had some good results. But what if you legitimately need to change your key? It can be hard to do that. We're trying to come up with a flexible, dynamic mechanism, but there's still a lot of opportunities for site operators to shoot themselves in the foot. We're currently having a giant fight on the mailing list to try to make it less dangerous and or work better. And additionally, path building to make those certificate chains is extremely strange across browsers, across operating systems. You really can't predict what chain the client is going to think the valid chain is. It's not the one that you serve necessarily. It can be extremely strange, making it hard for site operators to know what to pin to, which keys to pin. So that's a significant weakness. We'd like to deal with that. Another proposal is one that I've just sort of been flinging around informally. I call it unilateral assertion of your identity. You serve not a self-signed certificate, like a single identity. Instead, you serve a self-signed chain, a certificate that links up to a self-signed trust anchor of your own creation. And the user agent, like a browser, would say, oh, I've never seen any chain for this host before. And this one seems to be well-formed, except that I have never heard of this trust anchor, which is self-signed. I'm going to pin to the issuers in this chain. In effect, it's saying, all you people who want SSH-style trust on first use, you can have it as long as you're this tall. You have to be able to formulate a certificate chain, and you have to be willing to commit to its issuers, because you're going to be pinned to them. So it's as brittle as PKP. It's even more of a foot gun. And so I like it a lot because it's simple and deployable, as obviously SSH is a huge success for nerds, but I'm not sure this is going to fly for normal people. So let's move on to the next thing. Trust Assertions for Certificate Keys by Moxie and Trevor Perrin. It's a lot like pinning, except that it solves some of the brittleness, the fixation. So I'm upgrading it to calling it a binding between an operator-chosen key, which is not the same necessarily as the one that is the public key in your CA-signed certificate. You get to have your own key in addition to that. And you can also have another key to revoke any bindings, so you get some flexibility there. And basically then the client would say, okay, just like pinning, I'm going to expect TLS connections to have this TAC key in place. Otherwise, it's not a valid connection, and any later certificate chains that I see, I should assume they've been misissued. So that's good. The binding comes at a cost, though, and that is operational complexity. Like I say, fixation is easy, but brittle. Binding can be complicated. TAC is complicated. TAC is good. There's an internet draft. You can Google for it. And it would likely, if deployed, it would likely be as effective as pinning in stopping attacks and detecting problems. Think of this as the right thing versus the worse is better philosophy of software design. Those are, if you haven't read that article by Richard P. Gabriel, you should. It's extremely entertaining. Just Google for worse is better. TAC is the right thing, or closer to it, and pinning I'm calling worse is better. But what we would like to hope for, think of that fourth solution I mentioned, auditing. This is very safe because it's not causing as much runtime explosion. So whenever you can't solve a problem, audit it. And so that's what certificate transparency does. Also, there's been other proposals. There's Namecoin, there was Sovereign Keys. Certificate transparency is the one that's got the snowball rolling. And Google is behind it. Ben Laurie, Amelia Casper, and Adam Langley are working on it. And you can go to certificate-transparency.org and read all about it. There's an RFC. The idea is that we have this problem of misissuance because that name authority triangles are not lining up well. So let's just audit the SKU. Whenever they move, keep track of it. Whenever keys change, keep track of it. Whenever a new CA issues a new cert, keep track of it. And then the client, like your browser or whatever, it would require, before accepting a certificate chain, it would say, well, was this chain issued in the public or was it issued in secret? If it was issued in the public, I'll believe in it. It might still be wrong, and hopefully that'll be handled at the layer 8 by humans later. But at least everyone in the world will know that it was wrong, and we can talk about that. If it was issued in secret, I won't believe it. For example, if the supposed 16-year-old kid Komodo hacker takes over a Komodo reseller and misissues certs, they won't be able to get away with it for long because the certs are useless unless they're logged in the public. And the log is cryptographically append only and tamper evident. So if anyone ever inserts false stuff in the log, that would be discoverable also. And then we would know not to trust that log anymore. The trouble is, Trent must participate. Everyone knows who Trent is, right? There's Alice and Bob, and there's Carol, and there's Dave, and there's Eve and Mallory. Trent is the trusted third party, like a CA. And the CAs have to involve certificate transparency in their issuance process. And so this is one of those problems where You have to get a lot of people with a lot of different motives to all act together for a while. Come on, everybody, let's get going, and it just takes time. But I think that might be the only weakness. There's a technical issue of, there's this window of vulnerability between when a certificate is issued and when it hits the logs and when the client gets the news of the latest log entries. That's a problem, so we have to allow for some gap. What if a site gets a certificate and then 5 seconds later, millions of users start using it because it's just the most awesome new service? There won't have been time for the logs to propagate, so we have to have an allowance. And the longer that allowance is, the longer the window of vulnerability. And if it's like 2 weeks, that's long enough for everyone's passwords to be stolen by the false issuer. If it's 2 minutes, then people are going to get a lot of false failures. So we have to pick some window, and that's a tricky problem. But I think that's a deal-withable problem. Okay, so here's all these things that you should Google for to read up for more details. CAA, PKP, TAC, and CT. I won't provide a reference for unilateral assertion because it's too silly. Okay, so now I think we're at the end of me. Yes. So now Professor Boneh is going to tell you very exciting theoretical results.
Thanks, Chris. All right, thanks, Chris. Thanks, Alex, for setting up this wonderful program. This is looks like a fantastic day and great turnout. I love speaking in a movie theater. First time ever being right in front of the screen, so this is a fun feeling. All right, so I'm an applied cryptographer, but today I wanted to tell you about something exciting that's happened in crypto in the past couple of months that's at this point very theoretical, but who knows, maybe over time it'll become more practical. But at this point, I don't want to mislead you. Everything I'm going to tell you is not ready for deployment, but it is, the possibilities are actually quite exciting. And as we say, crypto systems, attacks only get better, but performance also can only get better. All right, so I'll tell you about things that the cryptographers are excited about in the last couple of months. And so what it is basically a topic called cryptographic obfuscation. So cryptographic obfuscation, software obfuscation, is a concept that came out in 2001 in a very famous paper by Boaz Barak et al. And the exciting new results is that over the past 13 years, since 2001, we have mostly had negative results about things you can't obfuscate. You can't obfuscate this, you can't obfuscate that, and so on and so forth. And just very recently, there was finally a very positive result about things that we can obfuscate. And I'll tell you a little bit more about that. But first of all, what is the goal of software obfuscation, at least in the cryptographic sense? So we all know what software obfuscation is, right? You just take some piece of code and you mangle it and garble it as much as you can. Here, like for example, there's this competition for mangling C code. This is so mangled you can't even read it, I guess. But there is C code in here. It's supposedly C code that if you feed it to itself, it does something interesting with JPEGs, and it's hard to figure out what that is. But this is C code, right? But this is kind of the traditional approach to software obfuscation. That's not what I mean when I refer to cryptographic software obfuscation. The goal of crypto software obfuscation is very easy to state. It's basically that once I publish the code, the only thing that's going to be revealed by the code is basically the input-output behavior of the program and nothing else. So if I have embedded keys that are kind of embedded in, like AES keys that are embedded in the code, by looking at the code, you should not be able to extract those AES keys unless those AES keys are exposed by the input-output behavior of the program. So nothing other than the input-output behavior should be revealed. So let's start with a trivial example. If we have things that are called learnable functions, so functions that I can just, or learnable programs that I can just completely reverse engineer the program just from its input-output behavior, then obfuscation is trivial. For example, polynomials, right? If my program happens to be just evaluating a polynomial, you all know that if I have like a degree 4 polynomial, if I have 4 points in the polynomial, I can completely interpolate the polynomial. So obfuscating a degree 4 polynomial is trivial. I don't need to do anything because the input-output behavior completely reveals what the program does. Okay, so we're not interested in obfuscating programs that are learnable in this sense because there's nothing to do. The input-output behavior reveals the program. What we're interested in is basically obfuscating more interesting programs, right? Programs that have keys embedded in them and do more interesting things. And the big result is that in some sense, this is now, we have a candidate obfuscator that actually kind of achieves this task. Now you might ask me, well, how practical is this obfuscator? So I'm going to actually tell you more about that on my last slide. But just to preempt it, I'll tell you that you may have heard in the last, like 2 or 3 years ago, there was a big breakthrough in crypto and something called fully homomorphic encryption that allows you to compute arbitrary functions just on ciphertexts. So you probably also know that that's very slow. Yes, so fully homomorphic encryption is slow. So if you ask me how fast are the obfuscated programs, the simple answer is take fully homomorphic encryption and square that, and you'll get the performance of the obfuscated program. Okay, so that's where we are today. But maybe over time the obfuscators will get better and better, and we'll get more efficient obfuscation. But nevertheless, obfuscation is already very, very exciting. Just the mere fact that it's possible is already quite exciting. And so there have been some hypothetical applications that were discussed. Things like, if I want to publish a software patch and I want to prevent the adversary from figuring out what exactly I patched, I might obfuscate the software patch. Or, I might have software in drones. Maybe the drones crashes, and I want to make sure people can't figure out how my software works after the drone crashes. Maybe I obfuscate the program in the drone. As I said today, but if you obfuscate the program in a drone, it's going to run into a mountain before the program does anything, just because of performance issues. But nevertheless, these are potential applications. Now, the interesting thing is, these are not, to me, in my mind, these are not the most exciting applications, mostly because a lot of these programs actually are learnable, right? If you can look at the input-output behavior of a short piece of code, you can pretty much figure out what that code does. So this is interesting, but not the killer app for obfuscation. The killer app for obfuscation is that it solves almost every problem, every open problem in crypto. It's like almost, I can go home now. There's like almost everything that we've been struggling for years and years and years to construct. We can just spray this obfuscation pixie dust, and we get a solution. And I want to show you 2 examples. I hope I'll be able to get to both of them. So I'll show you 2 examples of what we can do with obfuscation, and then I want to very briefly give you a sense of how the obfuscator works. Okay, so the first example is what's called short signatures. So suppose we fixed a security parameter. So we want signatures that it takes roughly time 2 to the 128 to forge a signature. Well, if you want to do that with RSA signatures, maybe some of you would say use 2048-bit modulus. The recommendation is to use a 3072-bit modulus, which means your signatures are going to be whatever 3072 divided by 8 is. What is that? Like 500 bytes or whatever that comes up to be. So 500 bytes are pretty long signatures. Actually, I should say, why would you care about the length of the signature? Typically, if you want to embed the signature in a QR code, you want to have a shortest signature as possible. If a human is going to be typing your signature, like what happens in product activation systems, those are signatures, and you want the signatures to be as short as possible. And so RSA generally does not produce short signatures. The DSA algorithm produces shorter signatures, and actually the world record is, at least under kind of nice complexity assumptions, is this thing called BLS signatures. Okay, so this is as short as we can get with the shortest signature we can get if this is the security measure we want. Well, so can we do any shorter? It turns out the shortest we can do is 128-bit, a signature of length 128 bits. That's easy to see, because if the signature was any shorter, you can forge it in time less than 2 to the 128 just by trying all possibilities. So the shortest we can get is 128 bits, and it's been open forever, right? For 30 years, yeah? Whether we can actually have signatures that have 128-bit security. Yeah? So this is like a major open problem. We've been stuck on it for a long time. And let me show you how with obfuscation we solve it in 1 second. Yeah, very, very simple construction. This is a construction that's due to Soghoian waters. So I used a technical term here. I apologize. Let's let this function f be something called a pseudo-random function. If you don't like pseudo-random functions, just think AES. So whenever I say PRF, just think AES. Okay, that's what I mean. All right, so fine. So this AES thing, this PRF, has a key K, and there's a message M that we want to sign. Okay, good. So now how does the signature work? Well, so there's got to be a secret signing key. The secret signing key is just going to be an AES secret key. It's a 128-bit AES secret key. And the signature on a message is really simple. All I do is I take my message, I run it through AES with my secret key, and I get my signature. And as you know, AES outputs 128 bits, so boom, I get a 128-bit signature. So far, so good, no magic at all. I just took my message, ran it through AES with my secret key, and that gives me my signature. There's one problem, though. How do I verify these signatures? Right? Signatures are supposed to be public key verifiable, so what's the public key? What is the public key? Well, I can't just publish the secret key K, because then anyone can generate signatures. So I got to give you something that will let you verify these signatures, and that's exactly where obfuscation comes in. So what we do is we create the following program. The program takes a message and a signature as inputs, and all it does is it has the secret key, the secret signing key. It has kind of embedded in the belly of the program. It has embedded in it, and all it does is it evaluates AES on the message M, compares it to the signature, and outputs valid or invalid depending on the result. Okay, that's the program does, and now my public key, the public verification key, is just the obfuscation of this program. Okay, so you see with this with this big hammer, the obfuscation hammer, I take this really simple program, I obfuscate it, and boom, I get public key signatures that are as short as possible. And the interesting thing is you can actually prove this construction is secure under an appropriate definition of obfuscation. Actually, this does give you secure signatures. That's kind of cool. Yeah, with 1 second, and with a very simple obfuscation, we solved this very, very old open problem that actually people do want to use in the real world. Okay, so that's one example. How am I doing on time? Well, I'll probably go through this quickly. I'll tell you another example is for group key exchange. So what is the problem of group key exchange? So imagine everybody posts their public keys on Facebook. So everybody puts their public key on their Facebook profile. It actually would be really nice if Facebook profiles had like an entry for public keys, because people are generally motivated to keep their Facebook profiles safe and secure and up to date. So this would be a nice client-side PKI. It doesn't exist today, unfortunately, but it would be cool if anyone is here in the audience from Facebook. This would be a cool thing to do. Okay, so imagine everybody publishes their public key on their Facebook profile. So we have all our friends here, and they keep their secret key to themselves. All right, now imagine a group of users wants to get together and just generate a shared key that they can then use to encrypt messages to one another. So think of like a Facebook group. These guys want to form an encrypted Facebook group and exchange messages. But they want to generate this key without actually talking to one another. Maybe they're not all online at the same time. The only thing they're allowed to do is just read each other's public profiles and use their own secret key and generate a group key this way. So here you have. So Bob, for example, is going to read the other people's public keys. He's going to use his own secret key, and that will let him generate this group key that everybody can use. Okay, so Charlie is going to do the same. He's going to read everybody's public keys and generate a group key, and so on and so forth. Okay, so that's the problem. This is called non-interactive key exchange, because you realize they generate a group key without actually interacting with one another. So this problem is actually very old. If 2 people want to do it, this is a famous Diffie-Hellman protocol. If only 2 people want to generate a shared key, we can do it with Diffie-Hellman. 3 people want to generate a shared key, there's a famous protocol, Dudu that allows you to do it. N people has been open for a long time, until back in 2011, Garrett, Gentry, and Levy showed the protocol for N parties, but it requires a trusted setup. So like Facebook would have to do something trusted, and in fact, Facebook would be able to obtain everybody's secret keys if they wanted to. Okay, so that was kind of the state of the art, and then we just showed recently that in fact, just with this pixie dust of obfuscation, we can completely solve this problem, give you an N-party key exchange with no setup. Okay, so I guess I was going to show you how this works, but I think I'll skip this because it's a little complicated. So just trust me, with obfuscation, there's like a particular program that needs to be obfuscated, in which case we can very easily generate a group key. Okay, so with that, now that I have like 1 minute, I just want to very quickly just give you a little bit of intuition. So just to summarize, so I hope I've convinced you that this obfuscator actually has very interesting applications to crypto, and I only touched the tip of the iceberg. In the last 6 months, there must be like 30 papers written on a ton of open problems in crypto that are like instantly solved if you have an obfuscator. So now that I've motivated it, let me just very briefly tell you how the obfuscator works. So the obfuscator is work that's due to Garrett, Gentry, and their colleagues at IBM. So it works in 2 steps, basically. The first step is to build an obfuscator for what are called shallow circuits. So what's a shallow circuit? Here's a circuit, right? So think of like the AES circuit. AES would be like a shallow circuit. its depth would be several hundreds. So that's a circuit, and the obfuscator would go ahead and output this obfuscated program. So that's the first step, an obfuscator for shallow circuits, and then we boost that from shallow circuits to arbitrary circuits of any kind. So the interesting step is kind of the first step. How do we build an obfuscator for shallow circuits? And again, I'll just very, very briefly tell you how that works. All I want to show you is what the obfuscated program looks like. So yeah, so the input is like an arbitrary Boolean circuit, as you see here. The output is going to be like this crazy thing. It's going to be basically like a collection of matrices. So if the depth of the circuit is d, so there are d levels in a circuit, we're going to output 4 to the d matrices, which is why this only works for shallow circuits, only when d is small. So an exponential number of matrices, as I said, it's FHE squared. And then, so we're going to output all these matrices. Now we're going to use the inputs to select at every level. We're going to use some input to select one of these two matrices. So here we select, if this is the input 0, 1, 0, say we select these green matrices, we compute the product of these green matrices, and then we compare the result to some fixed matrix M. If it's equal, we say the output is 0. If it's not equal, we say the output is 1. Okay, so that's what the obfuscated program is going to look like. So in the case of signatures, my public key would be this enormous collection of matrices, and to verify signatures, you would do these products. And that's how this thing works. Okay, so anyhow, my challenge for this summer is actually to actually try and obfuscate the AES circuits. The goal would be to build short signatures, and so we'll see how this works. Okay, so that's all I wanted to say. Thank you very much, and I think we have a few minutes. Yeah, so Chris, come over here. We were going to have a short discussion. Like, we're happy to take questions from the audience, but then I'm also happy. Actually, I do have a real question that I want to ask Chris. So in my mind, so I love these 4 that you went through, the 4 mechanisms: CAA, PKP, TAC, and CT. I love teaching those things, by the way. It's really interesting. The students love this stuff too.
Oh, good.
So CT seems to be like the best way to go.
I agree.
But then what's holding it up? Like why is it not being was widely used?
It's that collective action problem. We need to get or at least some CAs to change their issuance pipelines to emit proofs that they issued the certificate in the public. And that slows down their issuance. Some CAs want to have like an issuance time on the scale of minutes, and they don't want to hold up and wait for somebody else's log server to register the issuance. Mm-hmm. And the idea, of course, is that the log servers would be run by anyone. Not necessarily the CAs. The CAs certainly would run, some of them would run their own logs, but also EFF might, or Google might, or Yahoo might, or whoever. So they don't want to put their business process beholden to someone else, which you can't blame.
If I'm a website like xyz.com,
yeah,
I have to constantly look at all those logs to make sure nobody's issued a bad certificate for xyz.com.
Right, well, or you could rely on EFF to check.
There you go.
But if you're PayPal, you'll probably want to have some people on that.
Right. So exactly. So the question is, like, if you're a CA, that's a service you could offer to your customers.
Yes.
And that, hey, I will be monitoring the logs for you. Just pay me $10 a month, and I'll do it. And so this seems like the business incentive is for people to deploy CT.
Yes, I would say to CAs, this could be a value add for you. Yeah. They don't necessarily see it that way, or they see the value add, but they also see costs. It's, convincing people with all different worldviews to all do the same thing is always hard. It's a layer 8 problem. The technical problems, I think, are fairly well solved and cleanly. Mm-hmm. Cool. I had a question for you.
You're right here.
Could I ask,
so hey, for the
I'd like to ask Dan one question. If we have obfuscation,
yes.
Do we also have DRM?
Probably not, right? So,
good. Why is that?
First of all, you're probably going to... Well, if you have an MP3 file, you're probably going to have to wait like 100 years before the first tune plays with the current obfuscation methods. Yeah, that's one answer. And also, typically, again, the goal of obfuscation is that nothing is revealed about the code other than the I/O behavior. But there's nothing secret about there's no secrets in the in just an MP3 player. The I/O behavior there is not that complicated.
Well, I'm imagining an MP3 player that only plays one MP3.
Oh, with one MP3.
Yeah, and it's like, we sold you a little bitty program that plays the one song you bought.
Yeah.
And you can't learn its key, but you can only get its output behavior, which is the song. So this, it's learnable, right?
Yeah.
Listen to the song. But it could still have the bad effects of DRM, I fear, such as vendor lock-in.
Yes, absolutely. So it is possible that crypto obfuscation could help there, help in quotes. But I don't think you need to worry about that. First of all, this would not be the goal of crypto obfuscation, because the goal is to build crypto systems.
Mm-hmm.
And second of all, as I said, the performance is a non-starter. So
Cool.
That's not something I'd spend my nights worrying about.
Okay, we'll try to take a couple of questions from the audience.
Great.
Yeah. Hey, so you've told us that the output of the obfuscator produces very slow code. Does it also massively expand the size?
Yeah. Actually, I showed you what the output of the obfuscator is.
Yes.
It's this massive list of matrices
Yes.
that's being produced.
So is it anywhere near practical on at least the space consumption, or is it also unusable in its current form?
In its current form. Again, obfuscators, we're just seeing the first generation
It's
of
proof, yeah.
obfuscators. We hope that
Existence proof.
they'll get better over time.
Yeah.
But right now, what we have today actually expands the code significantly. It's
Really
not
cool
just a
work.
matter of time.
Thank you.
It's also a matter of space. I should mention, by the way, that when fully homomorphic encryption came out first, like in 2009, it was abominably slow. And it's been improved by 6 orders of magnitude in the last 4 years. Now it's only incredibly slow. Yes? And so we're expecting a lot of improvements also on the technology for crypto obfuscation. And so, who knows where this will go.
Hi, I just had a question about the certificate transparency. It just seems like a kind of a similar model to like a blockchain for a lot of the cryptocurrencies. And I was just wondering if there's been any thoughts with regards to some sort of, distributed verification network of like a certificate issuance blockchain versus, as a way to have everybody participate in their own sort of trust hierarchy.
Right. There's a thing called Namecoin, which is basically that. You can spend coins to get a name, and in doing so, you verify other names, I think. I've only skimmed that stuff. But yeah, the mechanisms are very similar to these blockchains. It's a publicly auditable, append-only, tamper-evident thing, and the mechanisms that underlie CT and Namecoin and Aaron Swartz had a thing, they're similar. They're friends.
Well, there's no proof of work in CT.
True. Yeah.
So how do you debug your programs? I'm one of the judges of the contest, and we often see people have to submit their code several years in a row before it actually works. And by the way, we're not going to expand the size, so
Yes,
don't expect to enter one of those.
Well,
into-
actually, in your competition, there's a limit to the size of the programs.
Yes, because there's a limit to how much we can
You're not going to be
understand.
seeing any cryptographic obfuscators submitted
It's a
anytime
brain
soon.
limitation
That's
for
right.
us.
That's right. Yeah. How do you debug?
debug?
Yeah. How do you debug your code? I think that's a great question. This thing is only a few months old, and I don't have an answer for you. I think that's a fantastic question for us.
And
to
so if
think
you
about.
can't debug your code, then how do you trust what you produce?
No, the issue is, like, for example, in the signature application, right? So in the signature application, the public key is obfuscated code. Now, we can prove that as long as you obfuscate the code, there's no way to extract the signing key from the public key. In fact, there's no way to forge signatures at all, yeah? So the worst that can happen by it not working is that some valid signatures will not be verified properly. But you're not going to be able to extract the signing key and forge signatures just from the obfuscated code. So for the applications of crypto, security is guaranteed. Functionality, that's up to the debugger to figure out how to work with. But yeah, so that's a great question and great topic for us to work on.
We can take one more very snappy question.
Snappy.
Haiku.
Okay, so I like yours. I'm way over here in the back. I liked your survey of different technologies. What do you think of Dane?
Oh, Dane relies on DNSSEC if it's to be real. And DNSSEC doesn't seem to be coming. I'm not a believer in it. I don't think that that's where security belongs. To me, security is an application layer idea, and DNSSEC is a magical helper elf that, DNS is a helper elf that makes your application go. But once the application is going, you need much more than that helper elf can provide. So, and I think that's part of why DNSSEC isn't moving forward the way its designers hoped, because there's not a burning, it's not a burning need, it doesn't solve burning problems, that aren't better solved elsewhere. It does solve burning problems, but not ones that are better solved elsewhere. And then also it fixates trust in the wrong entities. Also, I'm very concerned about DNSSEC for that reason. The last thing we need is to give governments more power over the naming on the internet, and that's basically what DNSSEC does. So not only is it not coming, I'm glad that it's not coming. And therefore, Dane, as good as it is not coming, and so we have to do things at the application layer, so we do.
Isn't there also an issue with backwards compatibility in that there are some proxies that won't forward Dane responses?
There's all these middle boxes basically break everything that wasn't standardized in 1998.
Or is encrypted.
Yeah, that's why, one of the main reasons why HTTP 2 assumes encryption, just to get through the firewalls, the junk firewalls.
But Dane inherently relies on middle boxes.
Yeah, and well, it shouldn't. It should be end-to-end. And the fact that it's not bums me out. So yeah, there's that.
Okay. Let's hear it for Dan and Chris.
Thank you.
So are you guys going to be around for the break? Because there's a lot of questions for Dan and Chris, so hopefully you guys can bug them. Or you can take the SAT and apply it to Stanford if you want to have more access to Dan. Great. So I'm really excited about our next speaker. Steve Weis did his PhD at MIT. He's probably most well-known in this crowd. If you open up your phone, you open up Google Authenticator. That apparently is his brainchild, although I'm guessing there's some other folks worked on that as well. So he did a lot of work on Google Authenticator and the two-factor solution at Google. He's now the CTO of Private Core, where they're doing some really interesting work on using virtualization technology to run software in physically insecure environments. And so I think the whole, we call this the Trustworthy Technology Conference, but the problem is the word trust has gotten kind of a slightly sullied name in the computing industry because of ideas about trustworthy computing, whereas really about DRM and locking down computers to not be controllable by their owners. So I'm interested in hearing about Steve's ideas about the future of those kind of trusted computing technologies and whether or not they're going to be a positive or negative thing for liberty. So here is Steve Weis.
You want to click it? Yeah, thanks. Can everyone hear me okay? All right, well, thank you very much, Alex. It's great to be here today. It's been a very good conference, and thank you to the organizers for planning TrustyCon and the sponsors. If anyone's here to see the Hunger Games 2, it's actually down in Theater 4, so just make sure you're in the right place. Like Alex said, I'm going to be speaking today about trusted computing technology and government implants. He gave a little background on myself. I'm a cryptographer and also a CTO of a startup, Private Core. I did work on Google Two-Factor as well as the Keysar crypto library. And there's my webpage and Twitter handle if you want any more information. Today's talk, I'm going to be giving a snapshot of some of the different revelations that have come out about NSA ANT. And that's a program that talks about some hardware, firmware, and software implants. I'm talking a bit about trusted computing and what that actually means, how it can help us, and also whether we can actually trust it. Finally, I'm going to be talking a bit about some of the new technologies in the pipeline, both on the platform security side and some of the other architectural technologies that are coming out. So to start with, I have a picture of a couple servers here. And take a minute and see if you can actually spot the implants in these machines. I'll come back to this later in the talk when we have a little more context, but these both have some implants in them, and I'll point them out later on. So what is NSA ANT? NSA ANT, and I'm not sure if ANT's actually an acronym or if that's just a code name, it's a catalog of different attacks and tools and exploits that were revealed last December in the Spiegel Online. And Jake Applebaum, who's been mentioned a few times today, he's one of the people behind this revelation. And essentially, it's a whole catalog of different tools that they can use against whatever they're targeting. And this can be servers, mobile devices, routers, firewalls. It covers the whole gamut. A great resource, let's see if I get the laser working, is this NSA Observer. It categorizes a lot of these different programs and kind of has them linked together, and you can explore and see the scope of some of these programs. Just to illustrate that, I've taken some of the names that have just come out in the press. And this is not an exhaustive list. These are just the things we know about, and I'm sure there's a lot more. I'm just going to be talking about a few of these as a sample. These are highlighted in yellow, and just give you an idea of the scope of this. It's a huge program, and there are many different things that I'm not sure everyone really understands the depth of it yet. So in today's talk, I just want to use some different terms and make sure we're on the same page. When I'm talking about software, I'm talking about generally the applications and operating system and kind of familiar things we're talking about. This is the scope of regular malware you'd get opening an attachment. Beneath the software is the firmware, and this would include the BIOS, the SMM, option ROMs, other pieces of essentially more software on the platform itself. I'll define some of these terms later if you're not familiar with them, and show why these are becoming targets or have been targets for years. And then finally, the hardware itself. This is familiar as well. It's going to be the processor, the memory, the disks, and the interconnection between those devices, the buses themselves. So to jump right into it, one of the first programs I'm going to talk about is called Deity Bounce. And this is actually the original doc, so it's got a lot of text here, and I've tried to underline some of the relevant things in red. And what Deity Bounce is a program to target Dell servers. And it's delivered through a regular USB stick. So somebody can walk up and insert this USB stick. And it's going to target first the BIOS. And through the BIOS, which I'll explain what it is in the next slide, it's going to target something called the system management mode to implant this attack. And I'll talk a bit more about that as well. Now, a couple things to note is that this program's been around for at least 6 years. It's 2008, there's a date on it, and it's been well known in the security community. There's nothing new about this revelation. There's been talks in Black Hat, I think in 2008, talking about these type of attacks, and the cost here is zero. Again, very basic technique. We've known about it for a long time, and this is just an illustration that, yes, people are using this in practice. NSA can do it, other state actors can do it, as well as non-state actors, or a run-of-the-mill attacker can do it. Now, why are they attacking the BIOS and the SMM? Well, we'll start with a little definition. The BIOS, if you're not familiar, stands for Basic Input-Output System, and this is some of the first code that runs when you boot up a server. It's persistent, so it stays on the server between boots, and it sets up the environment for your operating system. More recent technology might be called EFI or UEFI, but I'm going to use these terms interchangeably. Now, one thing that the BIOS does is actually set up a mode called System Management Mode. And this is somewhat of a legacy mode. It dates back to the 386 architecture. And what it is a small region of memory called the SMRAM, System Management RAM. It sets up this and writes some code there. And then when the operating system is running, periodically there'll be interrupts that will jump over this little section of memory, execute what's there, and then jump back. And this has been done for historically power management or other hardware management reasons. And it's still there today in most modern servers. Now, it's invisible to the operating system. It can't actually access this piece of memory. So it makes it a great place to hide your malware, because something that's running in this SMRAM can attack the rest of the system. The rest of the system and your antivirus scanner can't do anything about it. It can't see it, it can't remove it. And so it's a really great place to target. And again, this has been the subject of several Black Hat talks over the years, so it's, again, a well-known attack vector, and it's not a big surprise that the NSA would target it. It's a great place to put your malware. So moving on, it's not just servers they're targeting. This is another attack called Gourmet Trough, and you can see it's Juniper firewalls. I'm not picking on Juniper. They went after Cisco, Huawei, other vendors. This is just an example I used. And again, they're going after the system BIOS and attacking the operating system. So they're attacking from the firmware up into the software. And one thing also to mention, this is, again, been doing it for years, zero cost. It's a commodity attack. BIOS isn't the only game in town. There's other firmware on the system that they can attack. So this is a program called Irate Monk. And these names are pretty funny. I don't know where they come up with them. But this one attacks the hard drive firmware. So it's the firmware that's actually talking to the hard drive device on that system. And they implant their attack there, and it will modify the master boot records when the system comes up. And then they can attack the operating system and the data that's running on it. Similarly to the other two, it's getting repetitive, but it's been around for years, no cost. This is a straightforward software attack or firmware attack. Now, coming back to the BIOS and SMM attacks, this is an interesting one called Iron Chef. And it's interesting because it includes a hardware implant. So they've attacked this SMM mode, and for servers that may not be on a network, they might be air-gapped, they need a way to get data off of the system or to implant new attacks and do no operations. So they have a little two-way radio that they've implanted as a hardware device. And it's a little hard to see on this diagram, but This is communicating, that's a hardware device, and it's communicating across an air gap. So this is actually the image I captured from the original, so the image itself is blurry, so focus is fine. Thank you. Yeah, so this is a combination attack. They're attacking the firmware and exfiltrating data over a hardware implant. Now, what do these hardware implants look like? Well, one example is called Cottonmouth, and this is a familiar USB adapter, but it's got a Wi-Fi adapter built in. It's a USB plug like you might use on a keyboard or mouse, and it can actually send things over the radio or over Wi-Fi to a receiver somewhere. And this is a pretty cheap device. You can see here, 50 units for $1,000. They're 20 bucks a pop, and they've been around for years. So they might implant this in a system, and it could just exfiltrate keystrokes, or might actually inject a attack against a USB controller. So what this plugs into, it can attack it as well and try to compromise the software. Now I picked this one because it has the whole picture of the plug and it's familiar. There's multiple ones of these. This is Cottonmouth 1, and there's 2 and 3, which are even smaller and harder to detect. So they've got pretty advanced program with these types of implants. Now the last one I'm going to talk about is called Ginsu. And again, this is kind of a combination. It's got a software attack, and it's using a PCI bus device. And if you're familiar with a server, these are the cards that you install, like a network card or a graphic card that plugs into a slot. They're putting a malicious device on there that's going to also bridge the air gap. And all you need to do to use this is find a system that has a free PCI slot on there. If you think of a data center with thousands of servers, it's very hard to find that one machine or the pool of machines that has an extra PCI card installed. They can look like a regular network device. So we're going through this and we're talking about the NSA, and they're obviously a very well-funded, expert organization. And how hard are these attacks? Like, how hard is it to come up with this, and how widespread is this risk? Well, you can do a lot of these yourself. And my colleagues and I have done some of these ourselves, just as an example. So the last attack with a PCI device called Bulldozer, we built one. So this is that original diagram, left here. This is an attack device that we got off the shelf. It's an intelligent network adapter. So it's essentially a little computer. Has a CPU, has some memory, persistent storage, and network ports on the back. And if you put this in a server that doesn't have the right software configuration, it can scrape all of memory in what's called the DMA attack. This is not a new idea. One of the ones that was published 15 years ago by a guy from the Loft named Joe Grand was called Tribble, and he used an evaluation board. This is actually just more modern technology. It's faster, but people have been doing this for years. And there's even a company, I forgot the name of the company, that had a product called Copilot that was acquired by Microsoft that did this to detect malware in memory itself. So very easy. Cost of this is not too much. It's within the realm of a small team of people to do, and it completely compromises the system if they haven't protected it. So that second picture I had, in the foreground is just a regular memory. But in the back, you might notice this pack here. And this is actually a supercapacitor. So this is a commercial product called NVRAM. And it's designed so that when your system powers down, it'll save the contents of RAM to flash, like you'd find in a solid-state drive or your camera. And it's designed to persist that. So when the system comes back up, you can recover more quickly, typically for things like RAID controllers, for disk arrays. And it's a great product for that purpose, but for attackers, I can stick one of these in your server, and when you run your sensitive crypto code, your certificate authority, or SSL termination, whatever it is, those keys are going to be in memory. And I can capture them by just pulling the power and walking away with this. Or I can get these in your supply chain, and maybe they get returned to me when they go bad and they malfunction. An interesting thing is that there are several of these technologies in the pipeline, things like MRAM and phase change memory. And I've heard some estimates from some platform makers who expect within 5 to 10 years that these will be used in a large portion of servers. I wouldn't say majority, but non-volatile memory is coming to servers as a standard feature. So what can we do about this? And the second part of my talk, I'm going to start talking about trusted computing. And this is kind of a loaded term and has different contexts. So in the old school context, there's the rainbow books from the DoD. That's a different definition. I'm talking about the Trusted Computing Group definition. And this has a bad reputation. And what this is supposed to provide is a way to ensure that blank software is running on blank's computer. And how you fill in those blanks really determines whether you like this technology or whether you don't like this technology. So the bad connotation for most of us is that it's for DRM. This is to ensure that some content owner's software is running on your computer. Example might be a video player. Somebody else's video player is running, they don't want you to change it, they want to ensure it's actually their video player and that you can't copy off the movie or whatever you're watching. Today's talk, I'm going to talk about this technology as you being that first blank, so ensuring that your software is running on your server. And when used in this context, it's a powerful tool to protect your security and privacy. So Cory Doctorow gave a great talk on this that's online called The Coming Civil War on General Purpose Computing. And one quote he has in there is about a core component of trusted computing called the TPM. And again, this is a bad reputation, but his point is that this can be your nub of stable certainty. And if it's present, you can verify that your computer is running the code you expect it to be. So what's a TPM? Well, it's a small crypto crow processor. So this little add-on board that you can plug in. Sometimes they're welded in. And it has crypto functionality. It has random number generation, persistent key storage, and a special feature called a PCR, this register. And what the PCR is used for is to save the state and measurements from the rest of the system and put them in a space that can't be edited by software except in certain conditions. So why is this useful? What can we actually do with this? I'm going to focus mainly on that PCR part. So there's a technology called trusted execution technology. In the beginning, I was talking a bit about some of the different components, firmware, software that go into actually booting the system. So what trusted execution technology, or TXT, does is it measures all that input, the BIOS, all the option ROMs, the different modules that come from the vendor, and the software itself, the kernel and the configuration. At boot time, it's going to measure a chain of these with a special instruction in the CPU and send those measurements to the TPM along, this is a bus called the LPC bus, low pin count, and it'll save these values in a register as hashes. Then later on, when I want to make sure that a system booted up correctly, a remote system can connect to this TPM and perform a challenge response protocol. And I can verify that this TPM is a valid TPM by checking its certificate chain, if it's done properly. And then I can also get essentially a signed manifest of all these measurements of software in the system. Now, this sounds great. But after seeing all these implants, you might be thinking, wait a second, something's missing here. So we're kind of suspending disbelief. What about all these physical attacks that we just talked about? We talked about a TPM. Why do we trust that? It's on a bus, a CPU in there. Why do we trust the CPU? And it turns out trusted computing, as I just described it, is not designed against a physical threat. So somebody with physical access can undermine this, or somebody with a lot of resources, there may be some potential ways that they can undermine it. And I'm going to go through some of those attack vectors now. So I've got these kind of categorized by some of them are actual attacks that have happened in the past and been fixed, the yellow ones. A few of them are hypothetical, and those are the orange color ones. And several of them I consider kind of open vulnerabilities or things that people could potentially do today. So starting from the top, I mentioned you could measure all this firmware. It's a question of where it comes from. So generally you get these firmware blobs from a vendor. You don't really have much control over them or insight into what they are. There's some exceptions, like Core Boot is an open source BIOS that you could use. But in general, you get it from your Dell or HP, or you get what they ship you. And so it's hard to tell what's a good BIOS and what's a bad one. So you need to make that decision. There's not really a good authority who it is. The TPM itself, there's attacks to extract keys. I was talking at Black Hat a few years ago where somebody demonstrated this, and it's basically within the realm of anybody who can get the right equipment. It's an electron microscope can do it. If you can extract the keys, then I can spoof that TPM, put in my own, and give you false measurements. As I mentioned, this thing's on a bus. And on the first version of the TPM, there's actually an attack where somebody could take a paper clip, touch it to that bus, and get the TPM in a inconsistent state and essentially give you false measurements. So you could circumvent this with a paperclip. That bus itself is not protected. They don't encrypt this traffic, and there's actually no way to authenticate the CPU. So you can't even verify you're talking to a real CPU. They don't come with any baked-in identity or key material today. So somebody could easily build a device to sit on this bus. It's a very slow, kind of low pin count bus, and interdict that and be able to spoof measurements to the TPM. Now, a couple of things I want to call out is this thing called SINIT. And what SINIT is a special module that comes from the CPU manufacturer and is signed by them. It's got a signature on it, and it's verified by the CPU. So this is still software, and it still has software vulnerabilities. So a couple of years ago, a researcher, Johanna Rutkowska, with Invisible Things Labs, found a buffer overflow here and could actually compromise this entire process and also, I believe, compromise the SMM. So she found a pretty severe exploit in that, which has since been fixed. Now, you notice I also have Forge here. So I mentioned this is signed by some keys that come from the CPU manufacturer. Well, an adversary able to get those keys could sign their own and create their own SINIT module and subvert this whole process. One last thing to mention, which is also very speculative, is that TPM's the 1.2, the current version, is still using SHA-1. This is deprecated. And it's possible that somebody who has a lot of resources and is expert in cryptography may know how to find SHA-1 collisions. There's not really evidence, but it is within the realm of possibility, which is why it's been deprecated for use. So if they're able to do that, they could come up with their attack code that happens to collide to the measurement of the good code. So where does this all leave us? Well, the high order bit is that state sponsors can circumvent trusted computing. Somebody with physical access has several different ways that they could work around this measurement process. But despite that, it's still a powerful tool to detect these firmware and OS attacks. So it may not protect you against the NSA if you're the target of them, but these tools are available to anyone, essentially. So I think it's powerful in that respect. Now, in the next 1 to 3 years, we have a couple interesting technologies in the pipeline that can help this. So there's things beyond today's trusted computing that I think are going to be useful tools. Beyond that, Dan Boneh talked about some of the future crypto developments. So I think we're going to see practical applications of cryptographic protocols for secure computation. And he mentioned fully homomorphic encryption. And the challenge today is it's just still too slow for general purpose use and also requires re-architecting a lot of our applications. So these 1 to 3 year windows are things we can actually apply to current applications today. So some of these upcoming technologies. The first one I'm going to talk about is called Software Guard Extensions, SGX. And this is a feature out of Intel specifically. And what SGX provides is called a secure enclave. And this is a small region of memory where it's enforced by the hardware itself that is isolated from other code running on the system. So you have an enclave data, and if your operating system or application are compromised, they're not supposed to be able to get at that. So it's really designed for anti-malware. Now, it's interesting in a trusted computing perspective and a verifiable code perspective is that these are attested, meaning that they have some signature on them and will only run if it's unmodified. They're also backed by fully encrypted memory. So that attack with an NVDIM, these enclaves are actually going to be sitting on memory that's encrypted at the hardware level before it's written out. So you can circumvent some of these DMA attacks and non-volatile DIMMs and other attacks that actually extract memory itself. Unfortunately, this technology could also be an enabler for DRM. You get a piece of code that will only run if it's unmodified, can't be touched by their code. That could be your proprietary video player. So it's a double-edged sword. This could be used to protect us and run our code without other people being able to see it, or if it's somebody else's code, we don't have control over that. So it can go either way. Now, an interesting technology that's going to be coming out at the same time as SGX is called Enhanced Privacy ID. And this provides a way for a CPU to anonymously sign data. And it's used as part of this attestation process. So if you remember, I think it was about 15 years ago, the Pentium 3 came out, and they had this unique serial number. It was a big privacy uproar. Well, they've learned their lesson from this, and they've put on a lot of privacy protection on this function. And the idea is that they want to be able to have a CPU actually authenticate that it's a real CPU, but not reveal its identity. So you can do anonymous signatures, you can also generate pseudonyms and have a pseudonym that persists as long as you want. Now, despite the good cryptographic design on top of it, there is still going to be unique key material baked into the CPU, and that's not going to be set by the user. So this would be great if you got your CPU and can write your own key material in there and nobody else knows what it is. But unfortunately, in this first version, it's going to get set by the platform vendor or the manufacturer. It's not clear who yet, but somebody else will actually have that knowledge of which keys are in CPUs. So despite the protections in there, there is unique key material that somebody else put in there, and it could potentially track the CPU. I'm not saying it can, but I'm not saying there's a vulnerability, but it's there. So finally, I want to talk about the next TPM version. So I mentioned TPM 1.2 has this deprecated hash function, and it's also currently banned in several countries, notably China. So China has its own version of the TPM called the TCM, Trusted Cryptographic Module. And the reason why is that they don't want people using these NIST algorithms in China, and I think it's because they can't break them. So TPM 1.2 is supposed to reconcile these two different alternatives into one standard. It's going to have more algorithms and functionality, so it's going to add symmetric encryption and elliptic curve crypto, and also support for alternate suites of crypto. So it's not just going to be NIST standards. China specifically has a suite called SM2, 3, and 4, and apparently that's going to be shipped with TPM 2.0 or be able to be shipped with TPM 2.0. And then generally it's going to have some better management and also onboarding. So one problem with the earlier TPMs is that they're actually pretty hard to use and enable, and so they're trying to address some of these issues. So just to kind of summarize, we reviewed some of the NSA ANT programs and attacks that attack the whole suite from software, firmware, and hardware. I think that trusted computing can protect against the first two, that can detect software changes, can detect firmware changes. It's not going to protect you against hardware attacks, and it's also not going to protect you against somebody who's got a lot of resources like a state sponsor. Despite that, I think it's a good technology to use and is a first step along the way. Finally, some of these new technologies like SGX and EPID have a lot of potential to really protect privacy and protect us when we're running. But on the flip side, could also be used for DRM or if EPID is compromised for tracking a specific CPU. So it's really up to us in this room, people like us, to decide how these technologies are going to be used. If we don't do anything, some content owner may use SGX to build the perfect DRM that we can't actually circumvent. We could use it for our own privacy-preserving technologies. So I encourage everyone to get familiar with these technologies, and I'm going to leave it right there and open it up to questions.
Thank you, Steve. I think we have time for one question. Okay. Volunteers when I need them. Enjoying your coffee there, Kira? Good.
You're getting aerobically fit. So those PCI boards had a cost of $0, but the USB devices had a cost of $20.
So I think something missing from that slide is I think the cost of $0 is for the software component. So there's probably some other slide called Bulldozer that wasn't leaked that I don't have.
Do you have any reason to believe if these are add-ons to existing boards or like RAID controllers or something with sizable graphics cards or other such?
That the Bulldozer's an add-on to
the PCI.
I don't have any insight to it, but the cost of those is going to probably be in the hundreds of dollars.
And do you have any knowledge about the disk drive attacks and how they, aside from changing the, the boot image, how they would actually work?
So my understanding is they're targeting the firmware and then finding an exploit to modify that firmware itself. So I don't have too many details other than what's been published of how they're doing that, but it attacks the firmware and then that modifies the master boot records. So I don't have much more information on it.
Cool. Thank you very much, Steve.
Thank you.
So we're going to go into another 15-minute break. There is popcorn for everybody. So one of our sponsors, NCC Group, has purchased popcorn for every attendee. And if you want extra butter, if you go halfway down on the left, this is a movie theater, so there are no water fountains, but there are butter fountains. So you can go get that yourself. We will start very promptly at 3:30 with Jeff Moss and then Ed Felten. I'm looking forward to the last two talks. It's going to be a great afternoon. Thank you. Hey, everybody, we're going to get going. So our next speaker is probably pretty well known to this audience. I first met Jeff Moss at one of the single-digit DEF CONs when I was too young to rent the hotel room. We were all younger and more naive then. And Jeff, more than anybody else, I think, kind of epitomizes the new 21st century hacker. As a founder of DEF CON and Black Hat, he moves among people from the white hat and not so white hat communities, but also has the ability to do things like put together dinners with the director of the NSA and sit on advisory boards for DHS. Jeff was most recently the chief security officer at ICANN, but is now looking for the next big thing. So ask him for his resume if you're interested. So I'm very happy to have Jeff Moss.
Thank you. No, they weren't joking when they said all the lights are in your eyes. I think I see like 3 people. Okay, so this isn't going to be really a technical talk. It's going to be kind of more of like a thought exercise, and I want to bounce some ideas off you guys, and then hopefully I'll get some good feedback. And so one of the themes I've been thinking about is complexity, and how specialization is actually the key to progress. So if you think about your own career, think about back when you really only had to know 1 or 2 technologies. And now to stand out, you really have to know, a lot about very little. If you want to specialize in your work, if you want to get ahead in your career. And this is how humanity has progressed from agrarian to today. And so this specialization leads to a complexity level where it's impossible for a single person or maybe a small group of people to really understand how a system works. This isn't bad, it's just a fact of life. These are the systems we're going to be protecting. They are so complex that they may fail in ways that we'll never comprehend. And one of the benefits of working at ICANN is we had some really cool network diagrams on the wall. And so I took pictures of them. Here's the first ARPA network from September 1969. It was 1 node. And so that was it. It was like UCLA talking to the Sigma 7. But then just a few months later, in December, we're up to 4 nodes. And it all fits nicely on a piece of paper or a napkin. And then by 75, we've got it spanning both coasts. We've got satellite links off to Hawaii and Europe. And the network's starting to get a little more complicated. You can see multiple transmission technologies. But it's still big enough, I bet a couple guys could keep this whole thing in their head. But by 77, no more nice US maps. Now it's a logical diagram. And you can really see that this thing is taking off. It's got some legs. And so I was trying to figure out, how do I do this today? And this is what I get. This is an interconnect map done by a data visualization guy, Chris Harrison. And I can guess that this is probably America. And I think that's probably Europe. Maybe that's Australia. But really, that's the density. And so we really have to start thinking of new ways to try to visualize this complexity. One way, Google has this internet map. But it's just really based almost on traffic. They're stealing money. Governments aren't going to tell you about their latest implant. Companies aren't going to tell you about the poor product security that they have. So it really comes down to us to talk about this. It's like we're the crystal ball. And when the public, knowingly or not, looks to us to learn about their products, right? So if David Litchfield wasn't finding lots of problems in Oracle, we wouldn't know how to really assess Oracle. Bugs weren't coming out on Microsoft. We wouldn't get a sense of how safe Microsoft is. How quickly do they patch? How do they remediate? Are they behaving responsibly? Are they being transparent? Right? If we weren't pushing them, they wouldn't be doing it. And the other interesting thing is all these 4 groups need the internet to work. If the net is down, you can't steal secrets, you can't protest, and you can't do whatever. Everybody needs it to work. And think about how much disruption and normal chaos happens on the net today. Now imagine, is there a 5th group out there that maybe doesn't need the network to work? And I put up this picture of Anonymous just
kind of tweak you guys. But, but also because somebody claiming to be anonymous years ago announced this Operation Global Blackout. And the idea was to take down the internet by attacking all the root servers in protest. And that made me think, okay, maybe they've got protesters trying to draw attention to something, but is there a fifth group that doesn't need the network to work? And what would that group look like? Would it look like Iran or North Korea? And nobody's given me a good answer, and I can't come up with one. So that's why I'm going to pose it to you. Think about it. Is there a fifth group that doesn't need the network to work, and what are the kinds of things it would do? Because I'd like to be ready for it. Now this is my Jeff Moss napkin graph. It's the size of DDoS flows in gigabits. And so when I was the CSO at ICANN, I was really concerned about maximum flow rate because I needed to try to figure out at what point could you possibly really DOS root servers. And so this red line that's dotted, that's the fastest switch port made right now, 100 gigabit switch port at, say, an internet exchange. So once you start saturating a 100 gigabit switch port, you're going to have multiple switch ports. That starts getting really expensive. And so let me see, the last big attack, Spam House set the previous record in April, right before Black Hat, 309 gigabit flow. It was actually more than that, but it was distribute. So on target, the maximum was about 309. And then Cloudflare just recently absorbed a 400 and so gigabit attack. That was using NTP. And so if you look at the trajectory here, we're adding 100 gigabits every 5 or 6 months. My question to you is, who can absorb that? Who can defend against that? Is the government going to let companies go out of business because they're being DOSed off the planet? If you're like an auto manufacturer or a small parts maker and you get DOSed out of existence, lose 100 jobs, 200 jobs, how many times does that have to happen until the government says, this looks like a problem we can fix? And now you've got the government regulating. I don't think they're going to let businesses go under. Right? That's too important to the function of government. They're going to do something. So we've got some strategies for dealing with risks. And then take these from investing, right? We specialize for larger risks, but we get better returns. Put all your money in Apple, and if it doubles, you're a winner. But if it doesn't, you're a loser. So you would diversify. You get less return, but you're taking less risks. You're also getting less returns. And so I want to point out that as we move to cloud, and now we're virtualizing clouds inside clouds, we've reached this point where complex systems are failing in these impossible ways. It's impossible to predict. And I like using this as an example for people. This is a camera system used to monitor license plates and tolls. But when they designed the system, do you think they had this threat in mind? And it was dumping data out of the table. It's the old SQL license plate attack. And I'm told on those license plate reader cars, it might be fixed now, but the license plate readers you see on police cars, the most popular license plate they scan is XXXXXXXX, because that's a chain link fence. So just get all X's on your license plate, and at the end of the day, it'll scrub you right out of their database. Okay, so I'm going to talk, I thought I had more time, so I'm going to zip through some of these slides. So I want to talk about my main thrust here is applying a public health analogy to a lot of these issues that we're facing. So for example, if you were a doctor, you're going into medicine, you don't enter medicine thinking you're going to cure cancer. Your friends would laugh at you and you'd have a miserable existence, right? That's a sort of an impossible to achieve goal. You're going to take steps. You're going to fight the war against cancer, but you're not going to solve cancer. We manage diseases. It's very rare that we ever defeat a disease or eliminate it outright. And even if we do defeat it, it might come back 50 years later. It's better to think about how we're managing the disease so we can live with it. And it is possible to be reinfected. So apply this now in our profession. No, it's not healthy for your administrator to think he's going to be perfectly secure. Same thing, you'd laugh at him, right? It's better to think, that you're never going to achieve a state of security. You always got to stay on your toes. Very few classes of vulnerabilities are ever eliminated. We're still dealing with heap and buffer overflows. And we know, just like this Apple bug, go to fail, it didn't exist several versions ago. It doesn't exist in the current version, but it existed for a certain period of time. We know old vulnerabilities can possibly reinfect. And so I think there's a really healthy way of us to think about these problems. Like, here's the old way we thought about it, right? This was the moat. This is the big wall. It's a big perimeter defense. All the attention was on the external. And perimeter security involved your security team, your IT team, your application team. And it was really up to them. Upper management would think about it and say, you know what, we got an IT team on that. We've got a security team on that. And that's about as far as you'd work up the company hierarchy. And if the security perimeter failed, you had all kinds of unmanageable chaos. The new way of thinking is they're already inside. Right? This is a Trojan horse that an artist produced entirely out of keyboard keys, which is pretty cool. They're already in. That's really healthy. That's a really good way of thinking about it. Because now, you've already got to have discussions with your legal department. Are we going to sue them? Are we not going to sue them? Communications. What are we going to tell the public? Risk management. At what point do we care? 3 days of cleanup versus 3 months of cleanup. How does that impact what we're going to spend? Public relations, finance, R&D, everything. Now, you are part of a real discussion inside the company with all the other departments that count. That's a really healthy way to think about it. And so here we are, 2014. You still can't send email securely. You still can't have a phone call. The fundamentals of the internet are still essentially broken while we're across the street from a conference full of hundreds of millions of dollars of products. But I still can't phone you securely and I still can't email you securely. What's going on? Well, I think we're running out of options. And when people would ask me these questions in the 90s, I would say, no worries. We've got consumer selection. The market forces will drive us to more secure products. I'll make a secure product, you'll evaluate it, and you'll buy it because it's better than the other thing. But that didn't work. It didn't work for a number of reasons, but one is consumers can't make informed decisions. We can hardly make an informed decision on what's a better product, let alone a consumer. So that sort of failed. But that's okay. We've got insurance markets. And the insurance markets, they'll figure out what's secure, and they'll force companies, if you want a lower premium, you'll buy what's on their list. We'll get insurance pressure. Okay, maybe that only applies to big companies, maybe not to my mom, but anything is better than nothing. But that failed because we lack enough data to produce actuarial tables. That's why I'm a big fan of a national breach notification law. I know whatever law it's going to be is going to have problems, but that's almost secondary to me. What it's going to do is start creating uniform data that we can now start building tables on. If we can't build uniform data, I don't think we'll ever get an insurance market. And then that leaves us with the dreaded regulation. That's the only tool left in the quiver right now. And if that big DDoS attack comes, it's not going to be consumer selection or insurance that saves the day. Right? The government feels it's going to be its job. But when I talk to people about regulation, I get a lot of mixed answers. I get companies are telling governments that don't mess with us. We're the tech industry. We're moving so quickly and we're generating so many jobs that if you even interrupt us for a millisecond, it's going to be economic chaos. And the politicians generally believe this, and so they don't meddle in tech legislation. Just look at the last couple of attempts. The Cybersecurity Act of 2012 went nowhere. So I unfortunately don't see regulations, good regulations or bad regulations, going anywhere in the next 4 or 5 years. So that leaves us with no options here. Why is this occurring? I think this is a tragedy of the commons problem. And part of that, there's a thing called the social dilemma, where situations where the collective interests are at odds with private interests. And the classic example here is spam. Right? Spam takes advantage of a public resource that's shared by many people, but it's to the advantage of very few. And that very few is acting in their rational self-interest. Right? The spam senders are saying, great, there's this free resource, I'll use it to make money. But if enough people do this, the resources collapse. And so that leaves us to provide the leadership necessary to get through this, and to also provide, walk the walk and talk the talk. I want to know in this room, whose company here, do you use SMTP TLS? Do you use DNSSEC? Do you do the things that we talk about, or do you only read about them and never go and implement them? And so in this public health analogy, I like this idea of this first do no harm. And when I apply this to this profession, I think of first do no harm to the trust of users. Be open about your policies, whether it's a privacy policy, don't change it without notifying people. Be honest about the risks of technology. If you're advising someone and they're going to put their SCADA system online, just be honest about that. I know they might not like you, management might not like you, but you don't always have to like your doctor, but you always believe your doctor is telling you the truth. Right? Doctors don't hide behind a million privacy policies. They kind of say, oh, you got 2 weeks to live. They're not trying to dress it up. And this has led me to think of community immunity, the title of my talk. And this is a form of immunity that you get with vaccination. It's also called herd immunity. So basically, if I vaccinate enough people in a population, other people that are unvaccinated get a conferred benefit. And there's 3 modes of immunity. First, there's nobody's immunized. And you can see there the non-immunized people here are blue, but they're healthy. Over time, they'll become, if a contagious disease moves along, they become red. You might have a couple people who have a natural immunity, but generally they're all zombies over there and it's a bad day. The second mode is partially immunized. And so you still will have the disease spread, but you'll still have a certain number of people that have an immunity over here. And finally, this would be the optimum. Most of the population is immunized over here, so when there is an outbreak, you might get a couple additional, but it's very manageable. And this is where we live today. And there are these percentages. Different diseases have different immunization percentages. But generally, everything's between 74 to 95% you need immunized before you get a conferred benefit. So that led me to think, is the firewall, can we use a firewall as a type of immunity? Is there an analogy here in network security? Okay, so here are 3 modes. I'm going to zoom through this pretty quickly. I'm going to say, instead, networks and systems are not immunized, are not maintained, and malware spreads through the networks without notice and little to stop them. That's like the worst case scenario. Middle case, some networks and systems are not maintained. Malware is sometimes noticed and removed. It spreads through some of the population. And then the optimal would be most networks and systems are maintained. Malware is noticed most of the time and removed. Actions are taken to protect other systems besides your own system. And I think we're somewhere here, between 1 and 2. I wish I could say we're in 3, but really companies are somewhat in 2, maybe some are in 3. Everybody else, your mom and everybody else is in 1 unless they're getting automatic updates. So I'd say we've essentially mostly left 1, we're landing in 2, but I don't see a whole lot of movement toward 3. So the goal here, if you protect your network and you build your systems well, can you confer an immunity to other people on the network? Right? If I'm not an expert, but the people around me are, do I get a benefit? And if I do you have a moral imperative to try to help confer that benefit? So let's look at this kind of more technically, right? If to be not immunized, you don't do anything at all. You just leave your network the way it is. You don't go out of your way to monitor. You don't stay up to date on patches unless they're automatically pushed to you and reboot your system when you're not looking. And there's some advantages to this. It's least expensive, and it requires no network modifications. You don't have to hire new experts. But you really are part of the problem now. Your machines get infected, you're going to be CNC or a watering hole, or you're going to be used to cause harm to others around you. And there might be legal consequences. In some countries, if you have an open Wi-Fi access point and it's used to, break into a bank or surf child porn or something, you have some liability. So I don't think the first one is totally sustainable, especially as laws progress. So that leaves us to the second one, partially immunized. And this one is, you're doing things to protect your systems, but you don't give a shit about anybody else, right? You're only doing things that helps your systems. So examples would be, you patch all of your systems. You might filter spoofed inbound traffic, but you're not going to filter for outbound spoof traffic. You might enable DNSSEC validation, so when your clients go out, it gets validated, but you're not going to go out of the way to maintain and sign your own zones, so nobody else gets the benefit. And you might limit spam by checking SPF records or using black hole lists, but you're not publishing your own, so nobody else gets the benefit. And what's going on here is you're not doing anything to give other people an advantage. You're only taking advantage of what they're doing for you. And this is generally the most cost efficient. So for example, if you look at this map, everything in green is where you can DNSSEC sign your zones today. Orange is coming online, it'll be online in a little bit. So if you looked at this map, you could say there's no reason why you couldn't DNSSEC sign all of your zones today. The vast majority of all internet users are in CCTLDs or GTLDs where you can sign. So why aren't you? Why aren't you conferring that benefit? You know, this is what it takes to do in your named.conf. DNSSEC enable yes. It's not too hard. Filter inbound spoof traffic. This is BCP84. It's been around since the year 2000. How many people here filter BCP84? Yeah, I mean, it's like 15 years, 14 years old, and very few people do it. How do you think a lot of these spoofed attacks and reflective amplification attacks are occurring? Through spoofed traffic. We've known about it for 15 years, yet we're not doing the most basic thing to protect not only ourselves, but others. And I think this is because it's hard to understand. You take an action that I get the benefit of. You don't get the benefit unless I take the action. And that's really hard for companies to get their head around when it comes budget time. So, lower cost than being fully immunized. You're better off protecting your own systems against misuse. But you're only taking actions that only help you. And then finally, the fully immunized mode here. Right, this is where you're doing everything you can. Maybe not everything, but you're doing the majority of things. You're filtering inbound and outbound traffic. You're signing and checking zones. You've turned off recursion on your name server so it can't be used in the next anonymous attack. See that? There's one line. Not too hard to do. But somebody has to do it. Filter inbound and outbound traffic as your border. I put this in here just as an example. You know, log deny all, or I'm sorry, allow all from inside your network to any outside. Well, that applies that any other IP address that's being spoofed within your network is going to get denied right here on the second line, and it's going to be logged. So if you pay attention to your logs, you're going to know, hey, I'm infected and somebody's trying to spoof traffic out of my network. You have 2 lines on your border firewall, maybe a syslog alert, and you're really helping out all of your neighbors. To do a publish an SPF record, this is what DEF CON has, 1 line in DNS. But now I'm telling the world, don't accept mail from defcon.org unless it comes from that IP address. I'm signaling to the world, trying to help them reduce spam. That doesn't take a lot of work either. And so when you do this, I kind of think of you're like a fully committed internet citizen. You're doing things not just to help yourself selfishly, you're doing things to help those around you. And you're driving up the cost of attacks. Denial of service attacks, spoof denial of service attacks, reflective amplification attacks will become harder to perform. You'll need more bots. You'll need a larger botnet to get the same amount of traffic on target. Larger botnets are more likely to be noticed. Right? We're trying to drive up the cost just so we have less people to worry about. It is the most expensive to maintain, and setting up some of these do take a little bit of skill. If you're creating like your DKIM record, requires a little bit of OpenSSL fun, but there's more than enough knowledge online to do this correctly. So people will say, am I out of time? Okay, I've got a couple slides left, and then we're out of here. So people say, I don't own an operated network. I can't do any of this. This is great, but what do I do? And I say, you know what? Just donate some resources. Right? Run a Tor node. We've heard a lot about that today. That helps a lot of people out. Maybe you help with a folding at home project. That's a good one. It comes preloaded on your PS3. But another thing you can do is get a free probe from the Atlas project. In the Atlas project, you plug this probe into your network, and then researchers can perform tests and get network visibility. So there's, how many probes here? About 5,000 probes scattered around the world. And this is how researchers can see the health of the internet. And one of the interesting outcomes of this was a researcher by Peter Cohn, where he queried name servers all over the planet and asked for domain names. And then he compared the answers, and he figured out, was anybody lying to him? Is there any badness on the internet? Is anybody lying out there? And these red ones got lies. They were told incorrect information when these probes asked the one name server in Beijing. Everybody else got an honest answer. That's pretty interesting. You know not to trust that resolver in Beijing. So you can help contribute to projects like this by just installing a free probe. So in closing, what you do to help in your community immunity depends on the audience, the community you are in. Whether you're government, an individual, or a company, you might perform different actions. But regardless, I want you to think of the future, because now is the time where we're building new technologies, whether it's DANE or DNSSEC or IPv6, whatever. We're putting in the foundations for the next generation, and the decisions we make now, we're going to live with for the next 20 years. And I want the decisions we make to help not only yourself, but the people around you. So that's sort of my my talk about the future, where I'm thinking more I can't come up with the word. Opportunistically. Optimistic. See, it's not a word I use very often. I just file that one away. Anyway, thanks a lot, and I'd love to talk to you at the break or at the end if you've got that fifth group. I'm really curious about that. And if you have any stories about why or why not you're enabling these technologies, I'd love to know. So thanks for hearing from me, and I'll see you around all week.
Thanks, Jeff. Okay, well, thank you, everybody, for sticking around. I know this is the longest I've been in a movie theater since high school, since we hid in the back and saw 5 movies in one day. Our last speaker, I'm really happy to have him here. Ed Felten's the Robert Cohn Professor for Computer Science at Princeton University. He perhaps holds the record for most democracies saved by a computer science professor through all of his great work in the security issues with electronic voting. And he is spent a year inside the government as the chief technologist for the Federal Trade Commission. So it's going to be really interesting to hear his theories about reforming the NSA. So let's hear it for Ed Felten.
Thanks. Okay, so it's late in the day, so I'm going to talk fast and wave my arms a lot, try to provide some energy here. Basically, I want to talk about the NSA's program to do mass collection of phone call data and what we can do about it. Okay, so the program broke in this story in The Guardian back in the summer, and I want to do three things in talking about this program. First, I'll recount what it is we know about this program and how it works. Second, I'll do a little bit of sort of light computer science to analyze how effective the program might be as a function of various parameters. How well does it actually work? And third, I'm going to talk some about how it might be redesigned as suggested by, interestingly, a bunch of Washington lawyers to see whether we can redesign the program so that it better protects privacy. And then finally, some closing thoughts. Okay, so here's what we know about the NSA's program. For either many or most, there's some dispute about exactly how many, I'll get to that, but for many at least domestic phone calls, the NSA collects information about who called whom, when the call was made, and how long they talked for. That's called metadata. That's not exactly the same definition of metadata that computer scientists use, but that's the term that's stuck. Who called whom, when, how long they talked. Okay, for foreign calls or calls that are foreign on one end, domestic on the other, we know that they generally collect metadata. They may or may not collect content. Certainly for foreign to foreign calls, odds are good that content is collected. But I'm going to focus here on the domestic call data program that collects metadata about a large number of calls, setting aside also focused subpoenas that are based on demonstrated suspicion based on evidence against individuals. Okay. So one of the things we know is that on receiving this data, that they construct a data structure I'll call the call graph. It's a pretty simple thing. The idea is that there's one node in the graph for every phone number that they have data relating to. And there's an edge between two nodes if those numbers have talked to each other at all within the past 5 years. That's the call graph. Okay, on that call graph, they do two kinds of computations that we've learned about from documents and other discussions. The first one is something called contact chaining, where they basically look to see how far apart various parties are in the call graph. And the second one, well, there is a second one, but it's redacted in all of the documents. And so I've denoted that with a reduction block. So we know that there's more going on, but we don't know exactly what it is. And I'll speculate a little bit later on about what this might be. My best guess is that this is a particular piece of analysis that's designed to counter some kind of tradecraft that adversarial groups are believed to use. Okay, so I've written some about this. Here's a declaration that I filed in one of the lawsuits. I've testified. Here's me in a Senate hearing room wearing an actual tie. A lot of this was designed to counter the idea that one often hears about this data set that says that it's only metadata. It's not like we're capturing the contents of your call. We're just capturing sort of routing and addressing its technical information, not really a big deal. But if you have experience working with data much at all, you realize that's probably not the case. And if you dig specifically into the details of this data, what you'll find is, of course, that this data can be pretty sensitive. And it can be sensitive for a few reasons. First of all, there are individual calls that are by their nature sensitive. If someone calls the suicide hotline at 1:15 a.m. and talks for 45 minutes, you may not know what was said. We didn't capture the content of that call, but we know pretty well what it was about and why they called. And we've learned something pretty sensitive about that person's mental state. If you get a call from the reservation confirmation number of a particular medical practice one evening, it's a good bet that you have a reservation, you have an appointment there the next day, and so on. And this even goes to things like government abuse. Government agencies, including the NSA, have special numbers, hotlines, that employees are supposed to call to report fraud, waste, or abuse, or law breaking within their own agency. The fact that calls by employees to those particular numbers get captured in this database should give us at least a little bit of pause. So individual calls might be by their nature sensitive. Patterns of calls even more so. If two people are in a romantic relationship, there's certain calling patterns that you'd expect. There might be a lot of calls back and forth late at night. There might be long calls at certain times. And that might correlate with whether those people are together in the same city at the same time, and so on. Lots of information. If you're looking for a job, let's say, at a competitor of your current employer, there will be patterns of calls indicative of that, and so on. So patterns are even more sensitive, perhaps, than individual calls. And then finally, there's the whole big data angle. Researchers who have gotten access to information about phone calls across large populations have done all kinds of studies, and it probably won't surprise you to hear that they found that you can infer all kinds of things based on modeling about individuals. How old they are, what their family status is, whether they're employed, whether they're students, what kind of mood they're in, et cetera, et cetera. Lots of information about individuals can be deduced by building models off of big data. So metadata is actually fairly sensitive. Now, all of this, the complaints about the program and the realization that metadata is actually pretty sensitive, has led to suggestions for reform of the program. One of the most prominent suggestions came from the President's Review Group on Intelligence and Communications Technologies. This was a panel of 5 DC lawyers who were appointed to study this program, and they issued a report in mid-December, which was surprisingly substantive and hard-hitting. And they said a bunch of things about this particular domestic phone call data program. One thing they said was this, that our review suggests that the information contributed to terrorist investigations by this program was not essential to preventing attacks and could readily have been obtained using conventional court orders. They also made a recommendation. We recommend that legislation should be enacted that terminates the storage of this data by the government and transitions to a system in which the metadata is held instead by private providers or by a private third party. So they talked about moving the data outside of government. I want to spend the bulk of my time talking about those two suggestions. First, the suggestion that the program might not be super effective, and second, the opportunity to possibly reform it by moving data storage outside of the government. Okay, the president, by the way, responded to both of these suggestions in his big surveillance speech on January 17th. He expressed some skepticism about the claim that the program was relatively ineffective, but he also directed the administration to study the possibility of restructuring the program. Okay, so let's look first at the efficacy of the program, and let's ask, how useful is contact chaining? How useful is it in putting suspicion on or clearing a person of suspicion that they might be involved in terrorist activities? So let's look at a scenario in particular. Let's say that an analyst has some evidence other than call graph information that suggests that Bob might be a terrorist. Now we'll say the analyst is going to use the call graph and determine whether Bob is in the near neighborhood of someone who we'll call known bad guy, who's known to be associated with let's say, terrorist activities. If yes, if Bob is in the near neighborhood of known bad guy, then we'll take this as evidence, although possibly weak evidence, that Bob might be a terrorist. And if Bob is not in the near neighborhood of known bad guy, then we'll take this as perhaps weak evidence that Bob is not a terrorist. And the important question here is, how strong, how useful is this as evidence that Bob is or is not a terrorist? All right, so in order to do this, we're going to pull out standard tools of Bayesian reasoning, and I will depict that here with a grid with two columns in which Bob either is or is not a terrorist, and then two rows in which Bob either is or is not in the near neighborhood of known bad guy. And so we can fill in each of the four squares the probability that we're in that particular combination of states, and then we can read off various conditional probabilities in an obvious way. All right, so this is I could put up equations for Bayes' law and apply that, but this is a little bit more intuitive for purposes like this. All right, so let's make some assumptions. Let's assume that the prior probability that Bob is a terrorist is T. That is, this is the probability before looking at the call graph, but bearing in mind all evidence available to the analyst, the prior probability that Bob is a terrorist. Now we're going to say that if Bob is a terrorist, then he'll be in the near neighborhood of known bad guy with some probability alpha. We can assume that the bad guys will try to avoid getting into each other's near neighborhoods, but 5 years is a long time to avoid making a call to someone who's made a call to someone with whom you might be working or meeting. And so we'll assume that there's a significant probability that they slip up and generate a near neighborhood, and that probability will be alpha. On the other hand, the probability that Bob is in the near neighborhood of known bad guy, if he's not a terrorist, is something I'll call Pn, and we'll take that to be just the probability that two randomly chosen people happen to be in each other's near neighborhood. Okay, so with that, we can then fill in the fill in the four boxes in the obvious way. No rocket science here. The key question, though, is what are these parameters? Well, let's pick some values just for the sake of argument. We'll say that the probability that Bob is a terrorist based on the prior evidence is, let's say, 20%. And let's say that if Bob is a terrorist, then there's a 50-50 chance that he's in the near neighborhood of known bad guy. And now the interesting parameter is Pn, the probability that two random people are in each other's near neighborhood. That's the only other thing we need to know in order to fill in the whole grid. Okay, so in order to look at Pn, we'll build a random graph model with an image that didn't show up in this PowerPoint for some reason. Imagine you're seeing a random graph. Okay, and in particular, I'm going to use a graph drawn from a distribution called the Erdős-Rényi model, which has two big advantages. One is that it makes the calculations relatively simple, and the other is that it contains awesome special characters. This is a very simple model in which we have n nodes, and in which any given pair of nodes is connected with probability epsilon, and all those probabilities are drawn, all those choices are drawn independently. And I'll assume these things at the bottom just to make the calculations work out easily, and those turn out to be realistic. Okay, now you might be saying, wait a minute, this graph is a little bit too random, a little bit too uniform. Real social network graphs are not like that. Yeah, you're right. I'll ask you to bear with me on this point. And I'll come back later and explain why the detailed structure of the graph doesn't matter that much. So it's not a big problem that real graphs tend to have high-degree hubs, or that they tend to be interconnected in a more richly structured way. For now, let's just use this particular random graph model. Okay, now let's fill in particular default values of the parameters. We'll say we have about 500 million nodes. That's a pretty good estimate. That's a pretty good ballpark estimate of the number of phone numbers in the US. We'll say that each pair is connected with probability 1 in a million. That means that the average degree of the graph is about 500. And that seems like a pretty reasonable guess as to how many people, how many different numbers you talk to in a 5-year period. Okay. And with these assumptions, for these values, the assumptions on the bottom are true by nice margins. Okay, now if near neighborhood means a distance of 3 hops, that is a distance in this graph of less than or equal to 3, then Pn, the probability that 2 random people are in the same near neighborhood is about 22%. Now we can go, we know everything we need to know, we can fill in the grid. It looks like this. If Bob's a terrorist 20% of the time, and that probability is split evenly between being in the near neighborhood and not, Bob is not a terrorist 20% of the time, and that's split in a 22-78 ratio, and so we get these values. Okay, and now we can ask for the thing that we really care about. If the analyst finds Bob in the near neighborhood of known bad guy, what then is the probability that Bob is a terrorist? And if not in the neighborhood, then what is the probability? And what we get is this. The probability that Bob's a terrorist, given that he's in the near neighborhood of known bad guy in this scenario, is 36%, up from our prior of 20. The probability that he is a terrorist if they're not in the neighborhood is 14%, down from 20. And the expected entropy gain, well, that's complicated, but this is a measure of how much new information is obtained in expectation in this case, and that's relatively low. So, and just intuitively going from 20% to either 36 or 14 is not that helpful. So why did that happen? Well, that happened because of the upper right box. The upper right box has a lot of mass in it, and this 18% of all the cases, and these are false positives. These are the case where Bob is in the near neighborhood of known bad guy, even though he's not a terrorist. And as long as that box is big, then the confirmation power of this particular type of analysis is going to be low. And so if you want this to be more effective, what you want to do is try to reduce the size of that upper right box. And the way to do that is to make Pn smaller, and the way to do that is to reduce the size of the near neighborhood. If you reduce the size of the near neighborhood from 3 hops to 2, now the probability that 2 random people are in the near neighborhood is not 22%, it's now 0.05%, which is a lot lower. Fill in the graph, fill in the grid now, and we see that the false positive rate is 0.0004. And now we get something really interesting. The probability now that Bob is a terrorist, if he's in the near neighborhood of known bad guy, is 99.6%. That's enough to send out the FBI. The probability that Bob's a terrorist if he's not in the near neighborhood under these assumptions is about 11%. So we cut almost in half that probability, which means we can't rule out Bob being a bad guy, but we did somewhat reduce the likelihood. So roughly speaking, this is particularly effective at confirming Bob's bad guy status, but not very effective at ruling him out. Okay, now at this point you might be worried, hey, wait a minute. How did we get to 99.6% probability based just on Bob happening to be in the near neighborhood of a terrorist? That seems like guilt by association. Okay. Oh, but by the way, the president said in his January 17th speech, effective immediately, we're going to use 2 hops instead of 3. Wow, big concession. Okay, so let's talk about this issue of guilt by association. It turns out, though, that the reason we got to 99.6% was not just that Bob is in the near neighborhood, it's also that prior of 20%, which is way higher than the level of suspicion we'd have for a random member of the population. In fact, if we take our assumption that Bob was a terrorist, the prior is 20%, and we knock it down to, say, 1 in a million, 10 to the minus 6, which is, seems like a ballparkish estimate for an average member of the population, let's say. Now the grid looks like this. The left column is super small, and the probability that Bob's a terrorist if he's in the near neighborhood is 0.1%. Probability that he's a terrorist if he's not in the near neighborhood is cut to 1/2 in a million. Basically, almost no entropy gain. What this says is that it's not, what this confirms is what we would hope to see, which is it's not just being in the near neighborhood, it's that plus very suggestive evidence that Bob is likely a terrorist that gets you to the 99.6%. So that's at least a relief. Okay, so conclusions so far. This method works well if the near neighborhood is relatively small. In that case, it does reasonably well at confirming suspicion if we have suspicion, but it's not so good at eliminating suspicion. And this is, in fact, what the President's Review Panel said about this program based on anecdotal discussions with NSA folks. Okay, but now what about other network structures? Real network structures have power loss structure, they have high degree nodes and so on, but bear in mind that high degree nodes actually don't help We know that NSA tries to detect and eliminate high-degree nodes from the graph, and that makes sense, because the fact that Bob and known bad guy both called United Airlines customer service doesn't really tell us that they're in some sort of conspiracy. Those sorts of links through very high-degree nodes are generally false positives, and so it makes sense to try to eliminate them. And once you do that, the graph loses its highly skewed degree structure. You might also ask, well, what about graphs being interconnected more richly? And that's true. Real graphs have this. For example, if A is connected to B and A is connected to C, then it's a lot more likely that B is connected to C. Other kinds of structural properties that generally hold. But again, that doesn't matter so much in this analysis, because recall, the only thing that mattered was the size of the near neighborhood, the probability that, that two people were in the near neighborhood. And basically, the design of the near neighborhood structure is an attempt to balance two factors. On the one hand, you want it to be large enough that people who actually are in a conspiracy are likely to stumble into each other's near neighborhood by accident, even if they're trying to avoid it. On the other hand, you want it to be small enough to drive down the number of false positives to a relatively low value. But really, the only thing that matters for this calculation is how big is the near neighborhood compared to the total number of nodes in the graph. And the structure of the graph doesn't matter beyond that. Okay. Now, there's one more thing to talk about, or two more things to talk about in evaluating this program. There was a story that ran in the Washington Post and Wall Street Journal and LA Times about 2 weeks ago, saying that the NSA is collecting less than 30% of US call data. By the way, an NSA honcho just filed under oath a declaration saying that they're collecting relatively little data under this program. So we don't know really how true this story is in terms of the amount of data NSA has. Nonetheless, the idea is out there that they might have less. So how does that affect the efficacy of the program? Well, you can model this as well. Suppose that each node is covered with some probability C. An edge will be covered. That is, it will be in the data set if either end of that edge is covered, because remember, the call records for a particular phone number include every number that it's talked to, or in other words, every call is recorded and associated with both ends. So if either end is in the data set, then the edge is covered. We can then take the original random graph, we can construct a subgraph, which is the covered graph. And it turns out you can show that any two-hop path survives into the covered graph with probability this. And so if C is 25%, then each two-hop path survives with about 30% probability. So now we can take every two-hop path and knock down its probability by a factor of 0.297. And this graph, or this state situation we had before, becomes this. Basically, a bunch of mass moves from the top row to the bottom row. Now the probability that Bob's a terrorist if he's in the near neighborhood is still 99.6%, because false positives and true positives both got knocked down by 0.297. But the probability that he's a terrorist if he's not in the neighborhood is now almost unchanged, because not being in the neighborhood is the case that almost always happens. The entropy gain relatively low. So basically, you can confirm, although that's much less likely to happen. Okay. One other thing to say is, why not use targeted subpoenas? Now, it turns out that if two people are within 2 hops of each other, then it suffices to just subpoena their individual records and see if they have some neighbor in common. And if they do, then there's a 2-hop path between them, and if not, then not. So we could have gotten this same result, not by getting all of the data, but just by getting a subpoena for known bad guys' data, which presumably we already have. If he's a known bad guy, we're doing much more than just getting his metadata, I would assume. And if we have a 20% prior that Bob is a bad guy, that's more than enough to get a subpoena and get Bob's data. So we wouldn't need to gather this data about everyone in this case. The only situation where gathering data about anybody might be helpful is if we have a prior about Bob, which is high enough to matter, but not so high that we can get a subpoena. So there's a window of prior probabilities in which this might provide some benefit. How often does that happen? It seems to me probably not very often. But who knows? In any case, this program is much less, the argument for this program is much less compelling when you're down to 2 hops, which is where we are right now. Okay, now let me shift gears and talk about the second part of the review panel's recommendation, which is the part that the president did adopt. That's the recommendation to think about changing the structure of the program so that rather than inhaling all of the data into the NSA and processing it there, the data is instead held somewhere outside the NSA, and I'll talk about specific alternatives in a minute. The president actually endorsed this wholeheartedly. He said, I instructed the intelligence community and Attorney General to develop options for this approach and to report back by March 28th, so they have about a month. And I know that there's been discussions going on about how to do this, as well as political discussions about what kind of legislation might be feasible. Okay. So basically, this is the structure that we have right now. That we have all this stuff inside the NSA. I'll just show this schematically by saying data storage, computing, and then an analyst sitting at a laptop, all within the NSA. So one thing you could do is move the storage outside the NSA. So now the storage will be held by some third-party custodian, and it will only be fetched in for analysis when that's needed. So the phone companies give the data to the custodian, and so on. Of course, you can also move the computing inside the custodian and just give the results back. That's probably better in terms of reducing information leakage to NSA. But how much better this is than the status quo is, I think, open to question. Probably this system is operated by a contractor anyway, and so it could be that the custodian is just the same contractor who was already operating the system. And in that case, all you've done is revoke the badge access of NSA people to the rooms where this stuff is kept and change some access control lists, which is better than nothing, but it's not the huge win for privacy that we were looking for, perhaps. Another thing that you can do is to, another thing that you can do is to do this, is to say, we're going to leave the data in the hands of the telecom carriers and then just pull it in to the extent necessary to process it. So no data transfer at all, except in the minimal case where it's needed. And of course, if you're a computer scientist at all, you're going to want to move some of the computing over here as well, although the lawyers have not formally suggested that. But the question about this is how feasible is this for the kinds of analysis that they do? Okay, so in designing this system, we want to optimize it for all the things that computer scientists like to optimize systems for, performance, cost, and reliability. But we also want to do something a little bit different, which is to optimize for oversight. That is, we want to design the system so that those people within and outside government whose job it is to keep a watchful eye on these systems, to detect problems, and to make sure that everything is going as it's supposed to, have an easier job. And designing for oversight is important, and it's something that is, I think, only sporadically done in the current state of the situation. So from this, we can infer some design principles that we would like to follow in figuring out how to set this thing up. One design principle is to avoid replication of data. If you're concerned about abuse of data, misuse, or any kind of slippery slope type situation involving use of data, you can keep that to a minimum by keeping each item of data in only one place. If it's in more than one place, there's more than one place that things can go wrong. Similarly, we'd like to try to avoid aggregation of data. If we can keep the data split up among different custodians, then there's less risk of large-scale abuse or error. We want to think of both storage and processing. When politicians talk about this stuff, they talk about storage. They don't really think about processing, because storage is something that, that everyone understands. Processing is a little bit less intuitive. But we want to think about both. We want to design for accountability, as I said. That means we want to think about how to log and monitor things. We want to think about which things cross administrative boundaries and so on. And we want to actually use computer science to consider sophisticated solutions to these problems that might not be obvious to those who don't know it. Okay, so let's look at this kind of design. What kinds of algorithms can be done efficiently in this kind of design? Or more importantly, if we look at the kinds of algorithms, the types of analysis that NSA is doing or probably doing on this data set, which of them can be implemented in this distributed kind of architecture? Okay, so the first problem is how to support simple warrants. And this is actually a nice bit of crypto that's been worked out in the community. Probably the nicest write-up of it is a blog post by Seni Kamara. But it works basically like this. What's going to happen is that the telecom company is going to keep the data themselves, but they're going to they're going to encrypt the database, encrypting each record under a separate key that's generated in a particular way. They're going to send the encrypted database to NSA. And the idea is that when NSA gets a warrant to get records for a particular number, they're going to be able to get the decryption key that will let them decrypt that record. So you send the encrypted database across. When a court issues a warrant, the court cryptographically commits to the warrant That is, they cryptographically commit to the fact that they've issued a warrant for a particular number, and then they publish that public commitment. So that in case of a dispute later, you can know, you might be able to unwrap that, or even absent a dispute, you at least know how many warrants there are and when they were issued. Now, when the NSA wants to get records pursuant to a warrant, the NSA and the telecom then use secure multi-party computation, which is one of the big cannons in the crypto toolkit. They wheel that in and they apply it. They create a secure multi-party computation, which does three things. In this secure multi-party computation, the telecom provides the master key that they use to generate the record keys. The NSA provides the number that they want to get information about. They provide the warrant commitment, and they provide the unlocking key for that warrant commitment. The secure multi-party computation then does these three things. It first verifies that the warrant matches up and it matches the requested number, the commitment is valid, and all that stuff. Second, it calculates what is the record key for decrypting data about the requested number, and then it returns that key to the NSA and returns an OK to the telecom that everything went as it was supposed to be. If anything is wrong, then it returns a refusal to both parties. Now the NSA, having gotten the key for that particular record, can decrypt it privately. Now this has all the properties that you might want, that there's no decryption of anything unless there is a committed warrant for that number issued by the court, that the NSA can get the key and get the full records for whatever number it's authorized by warrant to get, and the NSA doesn't, and no one other than the NSA learns which numbers they unlocked. So that has all the properties you'd want. All right, so that's a simple warrant, and that basically works. Okay, but now let's look at those computations on the call graph and ask how implementable are those in a world where we've divided up the storage among the telecoms? Well, remember there are two computations on the call graph, contact chaining and redacted. Contact chaining, I can give you a pretty crisp answer for. Redacted, that'll take a little bit more work, but I'll give you some preliminary thoughts in a minute. Okay, contact chaining is pretty easy. Contact chaining, say out to a depth of 2, is essentially breadth first search to depth 2. That's super easy to operate in this way. Essentially, you need to do 2 rounds of queries, where in each round you might query all the providers, so no provider. If they're n providers, you do a total of 2 n queries in 2 stages. You get back everything you need. That's pretty fast and easy to do. Okay, so no problem there. But what about that one? Well, that one's a little bit harder. We can talk about some of the likely cases as to what it is that they might be doing and whether those things can be done efficiently. So let's look first at MapReduce type computations. There's some evidence that NSA may be doing computations in MapReduce style on this data. For example, we believe that the data is stored in the Accumulo system, which is a MapReduce-based architecture. And so to the extent that the analyses they're doing are in a MapReduce style, then they will operate, whoa, sorry, wrong button. Great. To the extent that they're using MapReduce, then that will still be efficient in this distributed structure. Why? Because, well, MapReduce basically does a simple map computation on each item of data, which you can do in each of the telecoms. And then MapReduce has a kind of fan-in tree to combine or reduce the separate results into a single answer. You can do that locally within each telecom provider, and then take those locally reduced results and combine them together in a second stage. Very efficient. What about other kinds of algorithms? Well, I said that before, that a good guess is that whatever the redacted method is, that it's designed to counter some particular piece of tradecraft that an adversary is using that the adversary thinks is effective, and that's the reason for the secrecy. Perhaps one possibility here is that you're trying to detect an adversary who throws away their phone and gets a new burner phone. You want to, if you know what the old phone was, you want to know what the new one is. So one way to do that is a sort of similarity search. So if phone A that you knew was used by a bad guy went inactive at some time, you look for another phone that goes active at about the same time and that has very similar set of neighbors in the call graph. So this is essentially a problem of looking for another node that has a similar neighbor set or a similarity search. And I'm not going to go into the details here. I'll leave it as an exercise for the audience, but it's not too difficult to figure out how to do that in a relatively efficient way across a set, right? You have one known one known node which has a known set of neighbors, and you just want to search across all the other neighbors to figure out who has a similar set of neighbors. Now, for extra style points, you can use crypto, and you can use you can cook up your own favorite complicated algorithm using crypto and Bloom filters and so on, and you can get something which is pretty efficient, gives a nice answer, and reveals less information to outsiders about what's being searched for. Nonetheless, similarity search also still efficient. And I would conjecture that most of the types of analysis that are likely to be done over this data set are likely to be still efficient. And the intuitive argument is basically this, that the data set is pretty big, and any algorithm that you're going to run over it routinely probably runs pretty fast. It might be linear time or n log n, but not much worse than that. Certainly you're not running any n-cubed algorithms over this data set. At least there's no indication that they are. So in algorithms that can run in linear time or n log n, similar running times tend to be parallelizable in a way that is conducive to this kind of splitting of the data across a relatively modest number of providers. We're talking about fewer than 10 providers probably. Okay, so I think odds are good that this program actually could be implemented, that the analysis could be implemented with the distribution of data across a variety of servers, but we can't be sure without knowing what's behind that redaction block. Okay, now I want to end with a note of pessimism followed by optimism, following Jeff's lead. I want to talk about ways in which it's important for us as computer scientists and to try to change the debate on these issues. And I want to suggest first that the debate about these issues is typically cast as one of security versus privacy, that there's a trade-off from our desire to have collective national security versus the privacy of individuals. And that's certainly true. But there's more at stake here. There's more than just a single dimension, because there's the other dimension of accountability, which is critical, actually, for the privacy arm of this equation to actually have force. One of the things we've seen in recent years is a relative lack of accountability, in the sense that those who are supposed to be overseeing and policing what is going on in the intelligence community are often unaware of what's happening and seem not to have thought through the implications of the programs that are going on under their watch. And so we need to think about how to do accountability, and this is actually something that we as computer scientists, and especially as security people, know something about. Accountability is one of our common moves in security. And we ought to be thinking actively about how to do that with respect to a program like this in an environment where there are secrets that legitimately need to be kept. We should be thinking about how to do that and how to apply our knowledge and how to get out there and talk about how it's not just security versus privacy, and we need to really push for accountability and to push for uses of computer science that enable that Washington lawyers might not think of. Now, the biggest form of accountability, the most important form of accountability here, is political accountability through the democratic process. And I want to talk a minute about that. So this is a column by Walter Pincus in the Washington Post from Christmas Day of 2013. And Walter Pincus is a national security reporter who knows a lot of people in the national security and intelligence worlds and is tuned into the way folks in that community think. And this is his attempt to summarize one of the strains of thinking that he had seen in the intelligence community. And it starts out with this. He starts out with this. Should the U.S. engage in secret, covert, or clandestine activity if the American public cannot be convinced of the necessity and wisdom of such activities, should they be leaked or disclosed? Well, that seems to me to be an excellent question, and hopefully it seems to you to be an excellent question. But the second paragraph says, to intelligence professionals, that's a bizarre question. Not just a question where the answer is yes, but a question that's bizarre to even ask. He goes on, again, I'll remind you, summarizing the views of some in the intelligence community and not necessarily his own, to say this. The prime reason for secrecy is that you don't want the targets to know what you're doing. Okay, that seems fine. But often in democracies, another reason is that you don't want your citizens to know what their government is doing on their behalf to keep them secure, as long as it's within the law. That seems to me to be deeply problematic. Because if you believe this, then you have to believe that it's difficult to reconcile aggressive intelligence gathering for national security with the democratic process. Because ultimately, the public knowing at least something about what's going on and being able to exert the public will with respect to the policy trade-offs about these activities is key to the democratic process actually working. And so this is a troubling attitude, which at least some in the intelligence community seem to have held. Now, the good news is that just recently we're seeing changes. We're seeing indications that this might be changing. And in particular, I want to point to an interview done by James Clapper, the Director of National Intelligence, last week, in which he said this. He said, "The problems facing the intelligence community over its collection of phone records could have been avoided. I probably shouldn't say this, but I will." That's interesting. "Had we been transparent about this from the outset, right after 9/11, and said both to the American people and to their elected representatives, we need to cover this gap, we need to make sure this never happens, so here's what we're going to set up. Here's how it's going to work, and why we have to do it, and here are the safeguards. If we had done that," he suggested, "we wouldn't have had the problem we had." Well, that's both true and very constructive. This is the process that should have happened in this country. After 9/11, let's face it, people probably would have approved this program. But when it came up for renewal a few years later, and for renewal again a few years later after that, we would have had a real public debate about the policy trade-offs here, about the justifications, whether the safeguards are strong enough. That's the process that should have happened. That's the process we need to move toward. These decisions are not always easy, but they're decisions that we, the public, have to make. And the most encouraging sign for me here is to see responsible officials in the intelligence community taking that view. And rather than just saying we welcoming this debate, appearing to actually welcome the debate. So if this is right, then we're going to have a national debate about these issues, and I would encourage all of you to take an active role in it. Thanks.
So we can probably do one question. So who's the lucky winner? Mark already got to ask a question. Okay, well, you're the only volunteer.
I'll ask, someone who can see the audience to call in someone.
Do you have any idea if call attempts which fail, like busy signals or abandoned call attempts, are logged?
I don't know that offhand. I think it is knowable. The court orders that authorize these programs are public in semi-redacted, in redacted form, and you could go look at that and see. I don't actually recall. There's also a lot of questions about what is gathered internationally or for one-end foreign calls, which we really don't know. One of the challenges here is figuring out what's actually going on, and the information we have is a gold mine relative to what we had before, but still you have to read every word carefully, especially every word said by an intelligence official under oath.
Cool, thank you very much, Ed. So how'd you guys like TrustyCon? Was that okay? Yeah. So an informal survey, how many of you folks would be interested in doing this some other time of the year instead of 3 conferences in a row, just from raising hands? Who would come, like, say, in the fall? Oh, yeah, a lot of people. That's great. So we are going to be looking at ways we can have these events in the future. This was not a one-time thing, because obviously the issue is not a one-time thing. So thank you very much for coming. We're trying to be nice citizens today, so if you could just take out some of your garbage with you, that would be great. I really want to thank the production crew, Guy and his team, the iStream team. These guys have either been here all night since midnight or got here at 4 a.m. So can we give a big round of applause for all the production folks? And thank you for all the speakers. Obviously, we couldn't do it without their participation. And thank you for all you folks and all the sponsors. This is a brand new startup, and you guys are our investors, right? This is the first time this ever happened. So make sure to get a t-shirt so you can prove you were there first before anybody else. So thank you very much. We'll see you guys next time.